Welcome back, brother Sam Allure. Tonight's story, we'll be covering the Plague Wars. Before we get to the madness, be sure to like and comment any videos and topics soon to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe for the Emperor. I want to thank you guys for support. You've been killing it. Now, let's get to the madness.
The first record was sealed in black wax and hidden beneath the reliquary bones of an administratum saint whose name had been scraped from imperial memory. It should have remained there. The plague historiator who wrote it had been condemned before his quill touched parchment. By decree of the Ordo Sepulturum, by sanction of the Tetrarchal Archives, by the will of those who understood that knowledge could become infection, his testimony was not history. It was evidence. It was contagion. It was a wound, given grammar. Yet still he wrote. He wrote of the three systems north of Ultramar that had once shone with dutiful prosperity. Agri moons heavy with grain, shrine worlds clean with incense and obedient prayer, forged dependencies that fed promethium, shells, machine parts, and armored hulls into the great logistics arteries of the realm. Their governors filed their tithe returns in perfect order. Their factorum bells sounded at the proper hours. Their priests declared the emperor watchful and eternal. Their astropathic choirs sang to Macraga with voices trained by pain, duty, and sacred mutilation. Then the songs began to clot. The vox choirs were the first to fail. Their hymns stuttered across the void, sacred canticles collapsing into static and wet laughter. Choir masters blamed poor calibration. Adepts blamed warp interference. Astropaths blamed nothing at all, for they were found kneeling in their transmission pits, with blood boiling from their eyes, their tongues blackened, their fingers buried in the meat of their own faces, as if trying to claw out some vision pressed against the inside of their skulls. On the world of Enoch Primus, Governor Militant Harvex continued to sign ration mandates, while the palace servants coughed black phlegm into silver bowls. He marked troop readiness at full strength, while stretcher-bearers stacked the palace guard along the hall of compliance, their carapace armor unsealed, their lips swollen with yellow froth. He signed approval for the monthly tithe shipment, while corpse carts creaked beneath his window and bell servitors tolled warning chimes until their bronze tongues cracked. His final order, entered in the planetary log by a scribe whose hands had fused into claws, was simple. The tithe must not be delayed. By then, the crawling pustulence had entered the barracks. It did not kill quickly. That would have been mercy, and mercy had fled those systems long before the Imperial commanders understood they were at war. The disease moved beneath the skin like vermin under parchment. Men watched lumps crawl along their arms, across their throats, around their eyes. They screamed as their flesh rose and split, not from knives or shrapnel, but from something inside them seeking air. The infected begged medici orderlies to cut the things out. The orderlies tried. They opened soldiers from collarbone to groin and found nests of pale worms threading through muscle, coiled around organs, spelling obscene prayers in the caverns of the body. Eye rot followed in the manufactoria. At first, it was only irritation. Workers blinked beneath their goggles. Overseers cursed them for lost productivity. Then the sclera yellowed, the pupils ran like ink, and whole shift lines collapsed shrieking as their eyes liquefied inside their skulls. Blind men kept working because the punishment for abandoning machinery remained death. They fed their own hands into gear presses. They stumbled into furnace mouths. They mistook one another for raw material and shoved living bodies into stamping engines while the machine spirits screamed through emergency klaxons. The oozing pox entered the medici decks. That was where discipline died first. The medici halls of Hive Septimus had been carved from white stone and steel, filled with the smell of antiseptic, incense, and machine oil. They became abattoirs by the third day. Patients swelled until restraints snapped. Buboes formed in clusters across their torsos, glossy and taut, each one pulsing with something like a heartbeat. When they burst, they sprayed orderlies, servitors, chirurgeons, confessors, and wounded soldiers with ropes of greenish fluid that smoked where it touched bare skin. One patient whispered a name forbidden by sane men. Nurgle. The ward heard it. The ward answered. Every monitor flatlined at once, then resumed in a rhythm too slow and too deep to belong to human hearts. The corpses sat up. The living began to laugh. The Tsar, senior medici officer, a veteran of 7 compliance wars and 2 Xenos purges, ordered the ward sealed and burned. His orderlies obeyed. They flooded the surgical decks with promethium and listened as the patients sang through the fire, voices bubbling, joyful, grateful. By the time the cults of decay revealed themselves, they no longer needed to hide. They had been everywhere. Dock priests in oil-stained robes who blessed cargo with spores hidden in incense censers. Manufactorum overseers who loosened respirator seals and called it liberation from fear. Ration clerks who mixed grey powder into protein gruel, whispering that hunger was a lie and rot was abundance. Quartermasters of the Planetary Defense Force who marked contaminated ammunition crates with purity seals taken from chapel stores. Confessors who preached that pain was false doctrine, that the emperor's burden was a chain, that disease was the only honest sacrament because it came for all men without rank, wealth, or permission. In the lower hives, their sermons spread faster than quarantine edicts. Pain is pride leaving the flesh, said the dock priest Malchior, standing atop a cargo hauler while hundreds knelt among leaking barrels. Rot is mercy, he told them. Surrender is freedom. When Arbite's suppression teams came for him, the crowd opened their coats and work smocks as one. Beneath the cloth, their bellies had been carved with the same fly mark. The Arbites fired anyway. Shotguns boomed, bodies burst. But the crowd came laughing through the smoke, guts swinging, teeth cracked in bliss, hands raised to embrace the judges who burned them. The first Imperial failure came beneath the walls of Bastion Orphic. The local Planetary Defense Force had mustered with commendable speed. 7 regiments assembled across the ash approaches, supported by armored chimeras, Lehman Russ battle tanks, Hydra batteries, and flamer-equipped quarantine squads. Their colonel, Jaster Malkin, was a hard man with half his jaw replaced by brass and plasteel. He had survived orc incursions, food riots, and a gene cult uprising. He believed in lines, guns, discipline, and the sacred truth that fear could be drilled out of men if enough commissars stood behind them. He was wrong. At dawn, his regiments advanced on the quarantine perimeter in sealed formation. Rebreathers locked, lasguns charged, flamers blessed, tank engines growling beneath smoke-black banners. The bastion's outer wards were packed with refugees. Thousands pressed against the gates, begging to be admitted, begging for water, begging for the Emperor, begging for death. Malkin ordered the gates closed. The refugees surged anyway. Then the ammunition crates began to breathe. Men opened supply lockers and found the brass cartridges slick with mucus. Lasgun charge packs pulsed like organs. Flamer tanks sweated yellow condensation. The water barrels cracked open, spilling not water, but a thick, curdled broth crawling with pale larvae. Respirator seals, stamped pure by the quartermasters, softened against the skin. Filters exhaled spores inward. The first platoon died without seeing an enemy. They thrashed in formation, rifles dropping from gloved hands as their lungs filled. Men clawed at their own masks. Some tore the seals free and vomited black slurry down their armor. Others stayed disciplined until the end, standing rigid at attention, while fluid bubbled through their vox grills and pooled inside their helmets. Sergeant Havel tried to give the order to fall back, but his tongue had swollen thick as a ration loaf. He drowned before the words reached the squad channel. The chimeras drove forward to restore order. Their rear ramps opened. The squads inside were already dead. They came out anyway. Colonel Malkin watched through magnoculars as his soldiers stumbled from the transports with their necks broken, their bellies open, their eyes shining with milky devotion. They lifted lasguns in trembling hands and fired into their own lines. Not accurately, not intelligently, but there were so many of them, and the living were too horrified to shoot quickly enough. Commissar Faust did what commissars were made to do. He drew his bolt pistol and began executing men who stepped back from the line. "Stand firm in the Emperor's sight," he roared. "There is no retreat from duty." A guardsman beside him coughed, looked down at the black froth spreading across his chest, plate, and whispered, "There is no duty in the garden." Faust shot him through the head. The corpse stood back up. The bastion fell before sunset. Its final transmission reached the orbital relay as a choking burst of static, gunfire, and prayer. Behind Colonel Malkin's voice came another sound, low and swollen, the sound of millions of flies moving as one intelligence. Then the Ultramarines arrived. They came too late to save Hive Septimus, too late to preserve Bastion Orphic, too late to prevent the dead from choking the arterial roads in heaps taller than hab blocks. But the Adeptus Astartes did not exist to weep over lateness. They existed to impose consequence. Their Thunderhawk descended through a sky the color of old bruises, engines burning blue-white against the plague haze. Its hull bore the sigils of Ultramar, the white inverted Omega, bright against battle-scarred ceramite. Auto-defense turrets tracked movement through the rubble below. Auspex arrays tasted the air and returned only warning runes. The ramp slammed down into a plaza paved with bodies. Brother Sergeant Acastus Voralan stepped into the corpse stink with his bolt rifle raised. He was Primaris, gene-forged and battle-tempered, a son of Gilliman made larger than the men he had been created to protect. His armor was marked Tacticus plate, cobalt blue, edged in white, marked by campaign scars and purity seals, sealed beneath lacquered wax. His helm lenses glowed red in the murk. Around him came his kill team, 5 intercessors and a hellblaster, each one moving with the calm economy of executioners approaching a block. Voralan opened the local vox. Kill Team Voralan deployed. Auspex confirms mass contamination. Mortal survivors present. Classification protocols begin. A mortal voice answered from somewhere beneath layers of static. "My lord, there are civilians in the lower transit vaults. Thousands. They are clean. They swear they are clean. Swearing is not evidence. They are Imperial citizens. They are potential vectors." There was a pause. "My lord, they are begging for evacuation." Voralan looked across the plaza. Refugees clustered beneath the cracked archway of a transit shrine. Men in torn work robes, soldiers with empty rifles, children hidden beneath coats, priests clutching broken icons. Some raised their hands when they saw the Ultramarines. Some fell to their knees. Some smiled, believing angels had come. Voralan's auto-senses magnified everything. Heat signatures, breath rates, pupil dilation, lesions beneath the skin, spore motes gathered around mouths, blood temperature, infection probability. He marked them in his helm display. Clean, suspect, condemned, blue runes, amber runes, red runes. There were more red than blue. "Brother Cadrus," Voralan said. The aggressor stepped forward, flamestorm gauntlets whining as pilot flames awakened. One of the refugees understood. He began to scream before the fire came. The plaza filled with promethium. It rolled over the condemned in a bright, hungry sheet. Flesh blackened, robes vanished, hair flashed into ash. Bodies became silhouettes, then shapes, then meat collapsing under heat. The clean screamed with the condemned. The suspect tried to run. Voralan's brothers shot them down with single, controlled bolts. A priest staggered from the fire, burning from waist to scalp, both hands clutching an aquila to his chest. "Mercy," he croaked. Voralan put a round through his skull. The bolt detonated inside the priest's head and scattered bone, brain, and burning hair across the shrine steps. "Mercy is containment," said Voralan. Then the pox cultists came. They poured from the cathedral streets in a tide of split skin and diseased joy. Some wore dock chains, some wore PDF helmets, some wore vestments soaked in filth. Their stomachs hung open, their tongues were black, their hands held tools, knives, broken laser guns, rusted cleavers, icons made from bone and wire. They sang as they charged, a wet hymn that made the mortal survivors cover their ears. "Thank you for the wound," they chanted. "Thank you for the splitting. Thank you for the rot that frees." The Ultramarines fired. Bolt rifles cracked like thunder beneath the dead sky. Mass reactive shells punched into torsos and burst within, turning rib cages outward in red explosions. Skulls vanished in sprays of brain and bone. Arms pinwheeled away from bodies. Cultists folded, ruptured, spun apart, and still the mob came, clambering over its own dead, trampling intestines into the plaza stones, laughing as promethium washed across them. Vorolan moved with codex precision. Target, fire, step, fire, reload, fire. His squad formed a killing crescent before the transit shrine, overlapping arcs of disciplined destruction. Brother Lurkus placed rounds through pelvises to collapse the front ranks. Brother Cadrus burned the piles. Brother Seraphon's plasma incinerator howled, each shot reducing clustered cultists to molten ruin and steam. A pox cultist reached Vorolan. It had once been a PDF trooper. Its flak armor hung open, and something like a second face pressed from inside its abdomen, mouthing laughter through torn flesh. It swung a rusted entrenching tool at his helm. Vorolan caught the weapon, snapped the man's arm backward, and drove his combat blade through the cultist's open mouth. The blade punched out the back of the skull. He twisted once and tore the head free with a wet crack of vertebrae. "Forward!" he ordered. The Ultramarines advanced. Behind them, the plaza burned. Before them, Hive Septimus opened like a wound. They reached the Avenue of Martyrs as the road shook beneath armored treads. At first, Vorolan thought the Lehman Russ tanks were loyalist remnants. Their silhouettes emerged through the smoke in proper formation. Battle cannons elevated, sponson weapons tracking. Imperial Aquilas still marked their hulls beneath layers of grime. Regimental pennants hung from aerials. The lead tank bore the name Indomitable Wrath across its glasses. Then its voxcaster began to laugh, not with a human throat, with flies. The sound flooded every channel, a dry, chitinous roar that became words only by accident. The refugee columns on the avenue broke. Thousands ran between hab-block ruins, dragging the wounded, carrying icons, ration sacks, children, ammunition, whatever they believed would matter when death chose them. The Lehman Russ did not slow. Its tracks rolled over the first ranks with obscene patience. Bodies vanished beneath iron links. Men burst. Bones cracked loud enough for Vorolan's autosenses to isolate them over the engine noise. A mother lifted a bundle toward the tank, as if the machine might understand mercy. The dozer blade took her at the waist and folded her under. "Armor corrupted," Vorolan voxed. "Engage!" The lead Russ fired. The battle cannon shell struck the transit shrine behind the Ultramarines and turned stone, corpses, and survivors into a storm of debris. The blast threw mortal bodies across the avenue in torn halves. Vorolan remained standing, armor stabilizers locking, warning runes flashing across his display. Brother Seraphon, engine kill. The Hellblaster knelt amid drifting ash. His plasma incinerator charged, whining higher, light gathering in the coils until the air steamed around the barrel. "By Gilliman's hand," Seraphon intoned. He fired. The plasma bolt punched into the Lehman Russ just below the turret ring. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then the tank's ammunition cooked off. The turret lifted free in a blossom of white fire. The hull split open, vomiting burning crewmen who were no longer men. They crawled from the wreck with no skin, laughing through jaws filled with flies. More tanks emerged behind it. Chimeras, Russes, a hellhound with its promethium tanks swollen like infected glands. Their crews were dead, their bodies fused to command thrones, their hands grown into control yokes, their faces pressed against vision blocks from the inside. The machines obeyed anyway. Their machine spirits had been smothered beneath plague and blasphemous scrap code. Vorolan felt nothing resembling fear. He felt calculation. Fall back by intervals, Mark hostile armor for airstrike. Preserve ammunition. Deny civilian concentration routes. The mortal officer on the Vox screamed, "Those routes are full of evacuees." Then the enemy has selected its cover well. You cannot fire into them. I can. The Ultramarines withdrew by squad bounds, laying down precise fire while the infected armor ground through the avenue. Brother Cadrus's flamers washed over crawling dead. Brother Lurcus fired crack grenades into a chimera's flank, buckling it sideways into a hab wall. Seraphon burned the Hellhound before it could release its corrupted promethium, but the explosion still swallowed half the street and sent flaming bodies tumbling through the air like broken dolls. Vorolan marked the road junctions. Orbital assets were unavailable. Atmospheric interference was severe. Thunderhawk gunship support was inbound. He selected the widest refugee mass, the one being driven ahead of the corrupted armor, like living camouflage. Then he marked the kill box. For 3 seconds, his thumb rested above the rune. A mortal might have prayed. Vorolan confirmed. The Thunderhawk came in low, storm bolters roaring, Lascannons spearing white through the filth-heavy air. Its missiles struck the road ahead of the tanks. The avenue disappeared in fire. Refugees, poxwalkers, infected armor, and the broken stones of the hive all vanished inside the blast pattern. When the smoke cleared, the advance had stopped. Thousands were dead. The line held. Vorolan recorded both facts. Night came without darkness. Fires burned too fiercely for that. Hive Septimus glowed from within, every district a pyre, every tower venting smoke and flies. The Ultramarines established a perimeter around the ruined transit hub and continued classification. Clean survivors were tagged, stripped, scanned, and marched into guarded decontamination pens. Suspect survivors were bound beneath floodlights for further examination. Condemned survivors were burned. No one thanked the Space Marines after the first hour. That was acceptable. Gratitude was not a strategic requirement. Vorolan stood amid the dead and reviewed casualty projections as plague rain began to fall. It pattered against his armor in oily drops, hissing where it struck blessed seals. Across the Voxnet came fragments from other war zones, bastions failing, orbital docks silent, astropathic stations compromised, PDF remnants unreliable, cult activity total, civilian survivability declining beyond recovery thresholds. Brother Cadrus approached, armor blackened by soot and human fat. Sergeant, Auspex disturbance, upper atmosphere. Vorolan looked up. The clouds had turned green, not the green of forests, nor the green of seawater beneath alien suns. This was the green of infection under skin, of bile in a dying man's throat, of old wounds reopening. Thunder rolled inside it, too slow and too deep. Objects descended through the storm. Drop pods. They were not loyalist pattern, though the shape mocked the sacred design. These were bloated things of corroded ceramite and iron, swollen with organic growth, chained with bells and corpse talismans, their retro-thrusters vomiting black smoke and sparks of witchfire. They fell around the ultramarine perimeter like meteors of disease, smashing through habs, shrines, medici tents, and corpse piles. One struck the clean survivor pen. The impact pulped hundreds instantly. Blood and soil rose in a red-black wave. The pod cracked open with the sound of a coffin lid dragged across stone. The plague marines emerged. They were immense. Not with the clean, engineered majesty of the Adeptus Astartes, but with the swollen permanence of things that had forgotten death. Their armor had once been power plate. Now it was a diseased shell of rust, horn, cracked ceramite, and weeping sores. Tubes hung from them like intestines. Bells swung from chains. Fly swarms crawled across pauldrons, marked by the three-lobed sigil of the plague god. Their helms were horned, split, or fused into gas mask faces with lenses glowing like swamp fire. They advanced through the wreckage slowly, patiently, as if time itself had surrendered to them. Their bolters fired. The shells struck cover and burst not only with force, but with sickness. Sandbags frothed, rockcrete softened, steel blistered. A barricade became wet and porous as a lung. An Ultramar Auxilia squad sheltering behind it screamed as the wall exhaled spores into their faces. Their skins sloughed inside their helmets. Their eyes burst. Their bodies fell against the very cover that had killed them. Vorolan fired into the nearest plague marine. His bolt rounds struck center mass and detonated, tearing chunks from the traitor's torso. Rotten meat splashed against cracked plate. The plague marine rocked once, looked down at the crater in his chest, and laughed. "Little blue butcher," the traitor said, voice rolling from his vox grill like phlegm through a drain. "Still trimming the garden?" Vorolan shot him in. The head. The helm burst open, spilling grey matter, black fluid, and flies. The body took 2 more steps before falling. "Death Guard confirmed," Vorolan voxed. "Vectorium strength unknown. Heavy corruption. Request immediate reinforcement." No answer came from orbit. Only static. Only flies. More pods struck the hive. More plague marines came walking from fire and filth, plague knives in their fists, blight grenades swinging from chains, bolters coughing diseased thunder. Behind them came poxwalkers by the thousands, surging from alleys, drains, corpse pits, and burning refugee camps. They chanted with ruined mouths as the Death Guard advanced. Vorolan's squad formed around him. They did not retreat. They did not ask whether the district could be saved. They knew it could not. "Brothers," Vorolan said, voice steady across the squad channel. "We are the wall." Brother Seraphon's plasma coils flared. Brother Cadrus raised his flamestorm gauntlets. Brother Lurkus fixed his bayonet beneath the barrel of his bolt rifle. "In his name," they answered. The Death Guard opened fire. The plaza became a slaughterhouse beneath the green storm. Bolt shells hammered armor. Plague rounds burst against barricades. Poxwalkers detonated under disciplined fire, showering the stones with organs and diseased slurry. Ultramarines killed with cold perfection. Each round a sentence, each blade stroke a correction. Still the traitors came. Above them, beyond smoke and storm, beyond the choking atmosphere of the dying system, an astropathic choir made its final attempt to scream across the void. On Macraga, in a sealed chamber beneath wards of silver and blue steel, the receiving adepts heard the cry arrive. The parchment on the transcription lectern began to rot before the quill touched it. The ink turned brown. The servitor chained beside the desk convulsed, its augmetic eye cracking as black tears ran down its pallid cheek. Every astropath in the chamber opened his mouth at once. Not one of them spoke with his own voice. The message wrote itself in diseased script again and again until the parchment softened, sagged, and dissolved into a stinking smear. Mortarion has come. Mortarion has come. Mortarion has come. Weeks passed, though no calendar in the border marches of Ultramar could be trusted after the first fly came out of the mouth of a dead astropath and spoke with a plague bell's voice. The war had no clean front. That was the first lesson the realm learned and relearned in blood. There was no single bastion to hold, no single invasion corridor to seal, no glorious enemy host advancing beneath banners upon a field appointed for battle. The infection moved like thought. It crossed void lanes inside grain barges, pilgrim vessels, agri-convoys, Mechanicus freight hulks, damaged escort craft, and refugee transports whose captains swore purity by the throne, even while their crewmen hid weeping sores beneath their collars. Talasar burned in isolated districts, then in continents. Espandor sent perfect tithing reports until its forests began to bleed, sap the color of old bile. Eax, garden jewel of Ultramar, placed its Medicae sanctuaries under quarantine and continued to receive the dying, because mercy had not yet been declared a weakness there. Circe's orbital docks went silent after every Vox officer aboard Station Halcyon began speaking in the same wet, patient voice. Laphis reported only agricultural blight, then requested more corpse starch grinders. Dozens of lesser way stations, shrine moons, dockyards, Prometheum depots, and watch fortresses dropped from the astropathic net one by one, not like candles blown out, but like wounds closing over teeth. The flies came with every theatre. They were not simply insects, though the men who died beneath them prayed they were. They were bloated, slow-winged, greasy things with bodies striped in corpse green and bruise purple. They gathered wherever fear had already softened discipline. They gathered in helmet seals and ammunition belts, packed themselves beneath fingernails, nested in wound dressings, crawled over prayer beads, drowned in communion wine, and rose again from the cup in clots. They lined the lips of the dead in such numbers that corpse stacks seemed to whisper when the wind moved over them. They entered the mouths of sleeping soldiers and sat there, alive and patient, until the men woke choking. Some soldiers endured shell fire, some endured plague, fewer endured the buzzing. In the trenches outside the Shrine Agri complex of St. Carsus, 3 Ultramar Auxilia troopers shot themselves in a single watch cycle. The first had been a Vox loader who swore that flies were spelling his name inside the receiver static. The second had clawed his own ears bloody before placing a las pistol under his chin. The third died standing at his firing step, eyes open, his weapon still clutched in both hands, his helmet packed full of flies so thick that they spilled from the entry wound before the blood did. The commissar assigned to the trench line ordered the bodies displayed as warnings against cowardice. By dawn, the displayed dead were smiling. Brother Sergeant Acastus Voralan watched the trenches through the red lenses of his helm and filed the sight into the part of his mind reserved for tactical rot. He did not pity the dead. Pity required space, and the war allowed none. His kill team had been reinforced after Hive Septimus with 2 aggressors, a second Hellblaster, and a fire support intercessor carrying a Stalker pattern bolt rifle. The brothers moved through the trench works with the same implacable certainty they had carried through cathedral streets and burning refugee avenues. Shells burst overhead, spraying mud, bone grit, and rusted shrapnel across their cobalt armor. The mortal soldiers flinched and ducked. The Adeptus Astartes did not. To the Ultramar Auxilia, the Space Marines were deliverance and judgment, walking in the same ceramite shell. The Shrine Agri complex lay beyond the forward lines, a fortified sprawl of grain vaults, chapel towers, irrigation cathedrals, subterranean storage cisterns, and crop processing manufactoria. Its basilica roofs had been plated in gold leaf once. Now the domes were smeared with ash, crawling with flies, and marked by plague banners made from human skin. The complex fed 3 war zones. If it fell, loyalist defenders across the northern marches would starve or eat contaminated stock. If it was destroyed, they would starve more slowly. The Death Guard understood this. That was why they had not destroyed it. They had infected it. Voralan reached the command recess, where Colonel Serevan of the Ultramar Auxilia crouched beneath a cracked plasteel awning. The colonel was gaunt from sleeplessness, his jaw grey with stubble, his uniform stiff with old blood. He had lost more than half his regiment and still saluted with proper form. "My lord," Serevan said, "the eastern sap line is failing. The 2nd Company reports contact in the drainage basilica. Plague dead rising from the cisterns. Status of reserve formations. Reduced. 3rd Company is in motion, but the men are exhausted." Exhaustion is irrelevant. Serevan's eyes flicked toward the nearest firing step, where Auxilia troopers stood ankle-deep in mud and shell water. Some had wrapped strips of parchment around their helmets, crude prayers written in shaking hands. Others kept fingers on their triggers, even when no enemy showed, because the flies kept landing on their gloves. "They are mortal, Lord." "They are Imperial soldiers," Voralan replied. "The distinction matters only after death." A shell landed beyond the trench wall. Mud rained down. A guardsman screamed somewhere to the rear. The scream became coughing, then bubbling, then silence. The first Death Guard assault began without haste. The minefield should have broken them. It had been laid by tech adepts and auxiliary sappers under ultramarine supervision, each charge marked, mapped, and blessed. The traitors walked into it as if entering a garden. Mines detonated beneath their boots, hurling clods of earth, armor fragments, and diseased flesh into the air. Plague Marines staggered, lost feet, lost legs, lost slabs of torso. They fell, smoked, twitched. Then they rose, or crawled, or were stepped over by those behind them. Autocannons opened from the Loyalist redoubts. Heavy bolters chewed at the advancing line. Lascannons burned white spears through the haze, punching holes through corroded breastplates and bloated bodies. Still, the Death Guard came on, neither sprinting nor roaring. They advanced with the patience of rust. Plague bolters lifted. Muzzle flashes winked in the fog. Loyalist gun crews began to die. A shell struck an autocannon nest and burst with a wet cough rather than fire. The weapon crew convulsed. Their skin blistered beneath uniforms. One loader turned to vomit, and his stomach came out in a steaming coil. Another fired until his hands dissolved around the grips. The gun kept barking as he slumped over it, nerves spasming, face gone black under the eyes. "Target priority," Vorolon voxed. "Blight carriers at center mass. Disable advance vectors. Preserve plasma for armored elites." His brothers answered in clipped confirmations. They moved into the fire lane. Bolt rifles cracked in measured volleys. Each shot was a punishment. Mass reactive rounds punched into corrupted ceramite, detonating inside swollen meat and ancient gene-forged bone. Where mortal fire chipped and slowed, Astartes' fire destroyed. A Plague Marine's helm burst open in a shower of rotten brain and blackened teeth. Another lost an arm, then half his chest, then kept walking until Brother Lurchus placed a final round through the exposed spine and dropped him into the mud. Vorolon marked a cluster of poxwalkers spilling through a shell crater. "Burn line!" Brother Cadrus and Brother Nemetor stepped forward in Gravis armor, flamestorm gauntlets cycling with a growl like caged furnace spirits. Twin streams of promethium rolled across the crater, golden at the core, blue-white where the heat caught plague vapors. Poxwalkers ignited by the dozen. Their fat popped, their skin split, their eyes boiled in their skulls. They kept coming, arms outstretched, mouths stretched wide in ecstatic gratitude. "Thank you," they gurgled through burning tongues. "Thank you for the warmth." The aggressors gave them more. The eastern sap line collapsed before mid-cycle. Vorolon received the report as a series of broken vox bursts from Captain Halvorn's second company. The words were buried under gunfire, screaming, and the maddening buzz that infected every open channel. "Enemy within wire. Repeat, enemy within wire. Dead are rising. Emperor preserve. They are ours. They are ours." Then came Halvorn himself, calm by effort alone. "My lord Astartes, second company is compromised but still fighting. Request permission to withdraw by squads." Vorolon reviewed the Auspex image. Amber and red life signs tangled inside the trench grid. Loyalist signatures flickered, vanished, returned with abnormal pulse patterns. Zombie plague, reanimation cascade, incubation time shortened by battlefield saturation. Probability of containment by withdrawal was negligible. He opened the artillery net. "Basilisk Battery St. Drusus. This is Brother Sergeant Vorolon. Grid designation Oath Kappa 7th. Full saturation. Earthshaker, incendiary, and airburst. Immediate execution." The artillery commander hesitated. "My lord, second company occupies that grid. Second company has ceased to be a reliable formation." Colonel Serevan turned on him. "There are living men in that trench. There are infected men in that trench. They held the line. They are becoming the breach." Serevan's mouth tightened. The colonel's hand drifted toward the holstered pistol at his side, not as threat, but as helpless rage seeking ritual. "You will kill my men." Vorolon looked at him. The red lenses of his helm reflected the colonel's exhausted face. "I will kill the enemy wearing them." The artillery fell. Earthshaker shells came in screaming from the rear emplacements, passing overhead like iron gods. The eastern sap line vanished under impacts. Trench walls folded inward. Dugouts became graves. Men and poxwalkers and half-risen corpses disappeared into fountains of mud, meat, and fire. Incendiaries followed, turning the churned earth into a ribbon of flame. Airburst shells shredded anything that crawled from the blast zone. For long moments, the only sound was thunder and the wet patter of fragments falling across the trench line. When it ended, Serevan stared at the smoking grid where his second company had been. A single survivor crawled from a drainage slit at the edge of the bombardment, armor scorched, one leg gone below the knee, both hands raw from dragging himself through mud and blood. He wore captain's markings. Halvan. Medici orderlies rushed forward until Vorolan raised a fist. "Scan him." The apothecary servo skull drifted down, lenses clicking. Amber, then red. Halvan looked up and understood. "Colonel," he rasped. Serevan stepped toward him, face breaking. Vorolan drew his bolt pistol and shot Captain Halvorn through the head. The body dropped without another word. Serevan turned slowly. "You are a butcher." Vorolan holstered the weapon. "No, a butcher wastes meat. I preserved the line." For a moment, the colonel looked as though he might spit on him. Then the western trench erupted in warning sirens, and duty crushed grief back into silence. The drainage basilica had become the heart of the rot. It lay beneath the Shrine Agri complex, an ancient system of stone channels, purification vaults, water chapels, and runoff cisterns built when the first settlers consecrated the world to Ultramar's bounty. Its arches were carved with harvest saints and armored angels. Its floors were now hidden beneath black sludge and corpse matter. Thousands of bodies had been dragged there from plague pits, trenches, Medici stations, and failed quarantines. They clogged the channels shoulder to shoulder, layered in uniforms, robes, flak armor, work harnesses, and chapel vestments. The dead were not still. Vorolan led the push with the aggressors at the front. Their flamestorm gauntlets washed the basilica in burning judgment. Poxwalkers came in waves so dense they were not individuals, but a single mass of grasping limbs and split faces. The first ranks burned. The second crawled over them. The third pushed from behind, feet sinking into melted fat and bone slurry. Fire reflected from wet stone and white eye orbs. The air became a furnace of boiling corpse gas. Brother Nemetor laughed once over the squad channel, not in mirth, but in battle focus. "Target density acceptable." "Advance by measured pace," Vorolan ordered. "Do not break formation. Do not pursue isolated movement. Burn the floor after every step." The poxwalkers melted and kept crawling. Their bodies fused in the heat. Hands stuck to shoulders. Faces sagged into other faces. Bellies ruptured and spilled organs that twitched like blind animals in the sludge. The fire turned whole ranks into blackened ropes of flesh, and those ropes writhed forward, fingers knitting together into grasping cords. An auxiliary squad behind the Ultramarines panicked when the sludge moved around their boots. 2 troopers were dragged under. They screamed as fused hands closed around their ankles and pulled them down into the corpse mire. One fired his lasgun until the barrel cracked. The other clawed at the stone, fingernails tearing away. Their helmets vanished beneath a mat of melted bodies. The sludge bubbled. Their screams became muffled, then wet, then part of the buzzing. Vorolan did not slow. "Auxilia, hold rear arc." "They took Venar," one of the mortals shouted. "They took him under." "Then Venar is dead. Hold rear arc." A shape moved at the far end of the basilica. It was larger than the others, broad as a dreadnought's sarcophagus, though still shaped like a warrior. The plague marine emerged through the fire with bells hanging from his pauldron spikes and chains of finger bones across his chest. His armor was the color of old brass drowned in pus. One horn rose from his helm, cracked and crowned with flies. In his right hand, he carried a plague cleaver, whose edge sweated green venom. In his left, a bolter marked with crawling script. The flames touched him. He welcomed them. "Little brothers," he called, his voice slow and affectionate, thick with rot and paternal amusement. "Still you fear the kindness of decay," Vorolan marked him. "Identify." The traitor spread his arms as if greeting kin across a feast table. Holgoth Rax, favored wound of the 14th, servant of the Pale King's displeasure, son of endurance, keeper of many last breaths. A chuckle rolled from his vox grill. "And you are one of Gilliman's new-made knives." Brother Seraphon fired plasma. The shot struck Rax in the chest and burned a crater through his armor. Rotten meat flashed to steam. The plague champion staggered back half a step, then looked down with almost tender curiosity. "Good," Rax said. "Warmth sharpens gratitude." He raised his bolter. The first plague shell hit Brother Nemetor in the left shoulder and burst in a spray of diseased fragments. Armor alarms shrieked. The gravis plate blackened around the impact. A second shell struck his helm and cracked one lens. Nemetor returned fire with both flamers, bathing Rax in promethium until the champion vanished behind a wall of flame. Vorolan advanced through it. His bolt rifle hammered. Lurkus fired. Seraphon fired again. The combined impacts drove Rax backward into the archway, gouging armor, tearing meat, shattering bells. Still the champion laughed. Around him, poxwalkers surged with renewed frenzy. "Fall back to burn corridor," Vorolan ordered. "Mark Basilica for denial." Charges were placed along the purification pillars. Auxilia engineers worked with shaking hands, while ultramarines held the dead at bay. When the last charge blinked armed, Vorolan withdrew by the codex measure, each brother moving, covering, firing, reloading, and firing again without wasted motion. Holgoth Rax watched them retreat through the flames. "We shall speak again, little butcher," he called. "All lines end in rot." The basilica detonated behind them. Stone saints collapsed into the drainage channels. Fire roared through tunnels packed with corpses. Pressure waves burst from runoff grates across the trench network, vomiting burning sludge and severed limbs into the rain. The Shrine Agri complex shook to its foundations. The Ultramarines did not stop at the basilica. They answered the war with geometry. Kill corridors were drawn through trench maps and shrine avenues. Overlapping fields of fire were established at every approach. Auspex confirmed burn zones were marked and sealed by servo-skull patrols. Orbital lance purification was authorized for infected crop reserves, pilgrimage roads, and medici stacks, where contamination exceeded recovery thresholds. Burial rites were suspended. Corpses were not interred. They were counted, tagged, burned, and burned again if the ashes moved. The mortal priests protested the denial of burial. Vorolan ignored them until one blocked his path with a censer in hand and terror in his eyes. "My lord, the dead must be commended to the Emperor. The Emperor requires living soldiers more than honored corpses. They died in faith. Then they will not object to fire." The final assault came at dusk, beneath a sky blackened by flies. The Death Guard advanced on 3 fronts, patient as disease, supported by poxwalker tides and corrupted mortar fire. The Ultramarines let them come. At the first line, Auxilia heavy bolters opened. At the second, flamers. At the third, hidden mines. At the fourth, hellblasters fired in disciplined volleys, plasma light turning plague armor white-hot. When the poxwalker masses clogged the kill corridor, basilisk batteries reduced them to paste. When the paste began to crawl, promethium washed it clean. Holgoth Rax did not return to the main line. His absence troubled Vorolan more than his presence would have. Victory was declared after midnight. It smelled of burned grain, boiled sewage, promethium, and cooked flesh. The Shrine Agri complex still stood. The plague breach had been contained. The Death Guard thrust had failed to take the storehouses. The supply arteries of 3 Imperial formations would remain functional for another campaign cycle. To achieve this, the Ultramarines sealed 80,000 refugees inside the lower quarantine vaults. The vaults had been compromised, not fully, not visibly, not in any way that mortal eyes could prove. But the Auspex had detected spores in the ventilation stack, and one childless old pilgrim among them had begun humming a tune matching plague cult cadence patterns. That had been enough. Vorolon gave the order. The vault doors were locked from the outside. The lower levels were flooded with promethium. Those within realized only when the sprinklers opened and the sacred fire began to fall. The screams lasted longer than the battle. Colonel Serevan stood beside Vorolon as smoke seeped from the vault seams. "You saved the complex," the colonel said. His voice had no life in it. Vorolon watched the data runes turn from red to black. "Containment successful. You will write it that way? It is accurate." Serevan looked at him as if trying to find the man inside the armor, and finding only ceramite, doctrine, and the cold shadow of a Primarch's empire. "May the Emperor forgive us." Vorolon turned away. Forgiveness is not a battlefield function. The prisoner was brought before dawn. He had been found crawling from a drainage culvert, a plague serf with dock brands across his scalp and prayer cuts covering his chest. The auxilia wanted him burned. The interrogator wanted him questioned. Vorolon permitted 3 minutes. They chained him to a slab inside a sealed Munitorum bunker. Servo skulls hovered. A chirurgeon servitor extended saws and sample needles. Brother Seraphon stood by with his plasma incinerator charged low. The plague serf smiled through cracked lips. "He loves you," the prisoner whispered. Vorolon stood over him. "Who?" "The grandfather, the garden, the flies in the walls, the breath under the grave." "Where is the next assault?" The serf's belly rippled. The interrogator stepped back. "My lord." The prisoner laughed, and his abdomen split open from sternum to groin. No blade touched him. His flesh peeled apart like wet parchment. Ribs unfolded. Organs shifted, rearranging themselves with obscene intelligence. His intestines rose in loops, glistening and twitching. Black bile flowed across the exposed meat, tracing lines, worlds, void routes, shrine paths, and war zones. The body had become a map. Vorolon's autosenses captured every detail. Ultramar lay marked inside the man's organs. 3 spearheads had been carved into the living chart. One pushed from the diseased systems northward and down toward Espandor. One curved through void lanes toward star forts and orbital bastions. One coiled like a worm toward the garden worlds, where hospitals still believed themselves holy. All 3 pointed toward the realm of Guilliman. The serf's heart opened like a flower. Flies poured out. "Mortarion," the prisoner sighed. Then Brother Seraphon fired, and the bunker filled with blue-white light. The warship was less a vessel than a cathedral dragged screaming through the void. Its ribs were iron, its veins were cables thick as serpents, and its heart was a corpse reactor that beat with the stolen heat of dead suns and the prayers of the diseased. Rust crawled over every arch and bulkhead in slow devotional patterns. Chains hung from the vaulting like blackened vines, each one bearing bells cracked by centuries of war. Some bells rang without movement. Some tolled only when a crewman died. Some whispered names into the air, and those who heard their own were marked before the hour ended. The strategium lay at the center of the vessel, beneath a dome of stained adamantium glass, filmed with grease, spore mold, and old blood. Once, perhaps, it had displayed stars in clean light. Now the hololithic firmament above the command dais swam in corpse green, jaundiced yellow, and the dull red of failing auguries. The systems of Ultramar rotated there as wounds awaiting incision. Talassar, Espandor, Circe, Ajax, Laphis. The lesser stations, the shrine moons, The dry docks, the agrivolts, the relay bastions. Each point of light pulsed like an infected gland. The crew had no need of command to kneel. They felt him before they saw him. Mortarion entered through a veil of plague fog, and every lesser thing in the strategium lowered itself into the filth. Mortal serfs dropped with their foreheads pressed against the iron deck, coughing prayers through blood-slick teeth. Mutant navigators folded their warped limbs beneath them and trembled. Plague marines bowed their helms, slow and ponderous, their bells clinking softly, their armor exhaling vapor through cracked seals. Even the ship seemed to sag beneath the weight of the demon Primarch's presence. He was monumental. His wings spread like the shadow of a murdered world. His armor was pallid, corroded, and ancient beyond mortal comprehension, a relic of rebellion and damnation, remade in the image of endurance. Tubes fed toxins through his warplate. Phosphorescent fumes curled from vents and sensors. His scythe, Silence, dragged near his side with the patience of a reaper who knew that every harvest eventually bent toward him. Mortarion looked upon Ultramar and hated it. He did not hate it as a raider hated wealth, nor as a demon hated matter, nor as a starving beast hated flesh. His hatred was older, colder, and more exact. He hated its order. He hated its measured worlds and proud systems, its record keepers, its fortress cities, its fields cut into obedient geometry, its banners raised beneath clean doctrine, its fleets arranged by reason and replenished by industry. He hated the way Ultramar stood as an answer to madness. He hated that Robert Guilliman had built something that could endure. Most of all, he hated that the galaxy still looked to Guilliman and called him necessary. A plague captain raised his horned helm. His name had once been written in the ledgers of the 14th Legion, though now the flesh beneath his armor had absorbed the syllables and left only wetness. My lord, the border systems continue to ripen. The corpse tithes exceed projection. The living beg for Medici relief and receive our mercy instead. Mortarion's gaze did not leave the hololithic display. Mercy, he said, and the word turned sour in the air. A lie clean men tell themselves while they sharpen knives. A ripple of diseased amusement moved through the assembled warriors. Mortarion stepped closer to the star map. His taloned gauntlet passed through the image of Eax, and the light curdled around his fingers. Ultramar is a wound that believes itself a kingdom. We shall open it. We shall let the truth in. Every wall, every agrifield, every temple of ordered stone, every ledger and tithe and oath shall swell, split, and remember what all things are beneath the skin. A death-shroud terminator inclined his helm. For the grandfather. For him, Mortarion said. Then softer, with a venom no prayer could hide. And for my brother. The strategium shuddered, not from impact, from the mood of him. Robout Guilliman returns to a galaxy of ash and calls it duty, Mortarion continued. He binds the dead Imperium in parchment, regulation, and denial. He looks upon rot and thinks it can be catalogued. He looks upon faith and thinks it can be governed. He looks upon me and sees treachery. He leaned over the star map, vast and pale, his voice lowering until mortal serfs began to bleed from their ears. I will teach him that order is only decay with arrogance. I will take his realm apart organ by organ. I will make his sons burn his citizens. I will make his commanders choose famine over plague, silence over prayer, fire over kin. I will show him the empire he preserved, and when he sees it clearly, he will know that I was not the ruined one. No one answered. No one needed to. Far across the diseased void, aboard the Terminus Est, Typhus watched different stars. The ancient battleship drifted through the warp like a corpse whale through a sea of bile. Its hull was pitted, barbed, and swollen with unclean life. Pox lights glimmered along its flanks. Its launch bays vomited plague drones and assault craft. Its holds groaned with plague zombies, cult warbands, corrupted ratings, demon engines, and the endless drone of the destroyer hive. Typhus stood upon the command dais beneath a canopy of chains and dead banners. The man who had once been Callus Typhon no longer looked like anything the Imperium would call a man, but there remained a terrible clarity in him. His armor was a walking tomb of corrosion and swollen power. The Man-Reaper rested in one gauntlet. Flies clustered around him in a dark halo, crawling through vents, over horns, beneath plates, into cracks where mortal flesh would have died screaming. He listened to reports of conquest with little satisfaction. A plague lieutenant bowed before him. The Pale King commits the main thrust toward the ordered worlds, Lord. His heralds name the campaign's sacred vengeance. The death shroud gather close to him. Many Vectoriums answer his summons. Of course they do, Typhus said. His voice was low, ragged and dry, like a blade drawn through grave soil. They still mistake bitterness for destiny. The lieutenant did not answer. Typhus turned toward the void display. Around Ultramar, shipping lanes glowed in rotten threads. Star forts marked the routes of supply and retreat. Dockyards fed munitions. Relay stations sustained command. Grain moons, fuel depots, pilgrim routes, naval anchorages. These interested him more than Mortarian's fixation on palaces and symbols. Worlds matter, Typhus said. Souls matter. Roots matter. Territory matters. The grandfather does not require our father's old wound to be kissed in public. My lord, Mortarian commands by right of Primarch blood. Typhus laughed once without warmth. Blood spoils like anything else. The destroyer hive thickened around him, wings brushing against one another in a sound like distant rain on corpse skin. The bridge crew bent lower as the flies moved through them, crawling into nostrils and open sores, laying eggs in obedience. Let Mortarian break. Statues, Typhus said. Let him stalk his brother through burning gardens and speak of old grievances while the galaxy bleeds. We shall take the arteries, star forts, shipping lanes, anchorages, astropathic relays, every route by which Ultramar feeds itself, arms itself, and lies to itself that help is coming. A helmsman with no eyes whispered, By your will, Lord. By his will, Typhus corrected, and mine, where our father forgets it. The fleet obeyed. Plague ships altered course in the Empyrean, not in clean formation, but in drifting predatory clusters. Hulks, cruisers, grand cruisers, corpse barges, drone carriers, and rusted raiders slid toward the supply routes like infection entering blood. Boarding torpedoes were blessed. Virus shells were loaded by serfs whose arms had become cables. Vox choristers drank phlegm from bronze chalices and sang coordinates until their throats tore open. Elsewhere, deeper in the warp's swollen shadow, Kugath Plaguefather worked. His laboratory had no sane geometry. Its walls were made from shattered battlefield cathedrals, inverted and stitched together with ropes of intestine, reliquary chains, and the roots of impossible fungi. Stained glass windows showed saints dissolving into flies. Floors of bone flexed beneath the weight of demon engines. The ceiling dripped with condensed despair. Cauldrons dominated the chamber. Some had been hammered from shrine bells. Some had been cast from melted armor taken from loyalist heroes. Some were made from the skulls of confessors, fused together mouth to mouth so they could scream steam into one another forever. The largest cauldron sat upon a dais of St. Bones, its belly blackened, its rim carved with names that wriggled when read. Kugath leaned over it with the care of an artist. The great unclean one was vast, bloated, and hideous beyond mortal endurance, yet there was a strange melancholy in him. His flesh sagged in folds. Nurglings clambered over his shoulders, fought in the pits of his wounds, and giggled as they dropped ingredients into bubbling brews. His entrails swung heavy from a tear in his belly, and tiny demons rode them like ropes. Pus dripped from his fingers into the cauldron, each drop hissing with possibility. Not enough, Kugath murmured. A plague-bearer scribe lifted its single eye from a ledger made of tanned skin. The latest batch killed every mortal subject, most Astartes tissue samples, and one captive psyker before manifestation collapse. Crude, Kugath said. Any butcher can kill. He stirred the cauldron with the femur of a canonized martyr. I require elegance, a sickness that understands pride, a fever that can pass through gene-wrought fortitude, a rot that does not merely consume flesh, but rebukes purpose. The Primarch is not only a body, he is symbol, will, architecture, denial. To kill such a thing, one must infect the idea that it cannot die. A nurgling fell into the cauldron and dissolved with a joyful squeal. Kugath watched the bubbles and sighed. Closer. Around him, lesser demons dragged offerings forward, organs from plague battlefields, lung tissue from men who had died praying, tears scraped from astropathic sockets, soil from corrupted Medici worlds, ash from burned quarantine vaults, bone dust from saints, black bile from a plague serf whose body had become a map of Ultramar. Each ingredient was dropped, chanted over, spoiled, blessed, and spoiled again. Kugath did not want a plague for worlds. Worlds were easy. He wanted a plague for a Primarch. The spearheads formed while the Imperium bled, trying to understand them. Mortarian's main thrust ground through the diseased border systems with Death Guard Vectoriums, plague engines, cult armies, and demon-haunted artillery. His advance was slow only to those who mistook speed for momentum. Every world he touched became a staging ground. Every corpse became labor. Every hospital became a temple. Every failed defense became part of the next assault. Typhus struck the void. His plague fleet fell upon shipping lanes, star forts, escort formations, convoy routes, and orbital docks. Stations thought secure behind gunbelts found their water reclamation systems weeping spores. Naval crews sealed sections only to hear scratching from the inside. Boarding alarms rang beneath hymns to the grandfather. Ammunition decks bloomed with fungus around the shells. Kugath corrupted what mercy remained. Garden worlds, refugee fleets, Medici sanctuaries, triage moons, places where the Imperium still pretended suffering could be reduced rather than merely organized. His demonic hosts did not always arrive with war horns and claws. Sometimes they came as relief shipments, sometimes as healing rains, sometimes as dreams of cool hands on fevered brows. The local commanders of Ultramar saw the pattern too late to stop it. In the command vaults beneath Macrage's outer defense grid, strategists stood over star maps that updated faster than mortal minds could bear. Robout Guilliman was absent with the Indomitus Crusade, driving the Imperium's counter-offensive across a galaxy torn open by the Great Rift. In his absence, Tetrarchal authorities, Ultramarines captains, successor chapter representatives, Navy lords, Mechanicus Magi, and Auxilia generals fought a defensive war that had no proper center. Every request for reinforcement sounded justified. Every refusal condemned lives. An Ultramarines captain with a face like carved stone marked another system in red. We cannot meet each assault. A Navy lord, his coat stiff with void medals and fatigue, replied, "Then we decide what must live." A Magos of the Adeptus Mechanicus rotated his brass skull, optics clicking. "Correction. We decide what may continue to function." The room fell silent for a moment. No one argued. Outside that vault, worlds died according to triage. The Death Guard understood Imperial morality well enough to weaponize it. They struck not first at the strongest fortresses, but at the places that made surrender feel rational. Water purification shrines were shelled until aquifers curdled. Medici depots were infiltrated by plague serfs who carried blessings in their marrow. Pharmaceutica stores sprouted black mold overnight. Relief convoys arrived with fresh bandages that bit into wounds and drank. Civilians began to beg for infection before the Death Guard reached their walls. Pain became constant. Thirst became madness. Fever became community. Cult preachers walked through refugee queues promising the end of fear. Some were shot, some were burned, some were torn apart by loyal mobs. Yet still the words remained, carried by flies, scratched into ration tins, murmured from vox grills after the batteries died. Rot is mercy. The Imperial answer came as fire. Vorolan's kill team was redeployed to the orbital grain moon of Calthix Minor, a storage satellite locked above a half-starved war zone. Its equatorial belt was nothing but silo spires, cargo rails, docking arms, conveyor cathedrals, and void-sealed granaries large enough to feed millions of soldiers for a season of siege. By the time the Ultramarines arrived, the moon's overseers had stopped answering hails. Its defense lasers tracked loyal vessels without firing. Its atmosphere processors exhaled yellow vapor. Its VoxNet played harvest hymns backward. The boarding action began with thunder. Ultramarine assault craft punched through flak and debris, mag clamps biting into docking spine Tertius. Breaching charges burned through the outer hatch. Vorolan entered first, bolt rifle raised, boots locking to the deck as decompression winds dragged loose bodies into the void behind him. The workers inside were waiting. They had cut open their own pressure suits and stuffed the seams with grain. Wheat kernels sprouted from their wounds. Barley grew from eye sockets. Their bellies sloshed with spoiled feed and plague fluid. They came with loading hooks, rivet guns, cargo blades, and bare hands blackened by rot. Vorolan fired into them without pause. Mass reactive shells detonated torsos in clouds of grain, bone fragments, and meat. Brother Lurkus swept the left corridor. Brother Cadrus burned the cargo galleries. Brother Seraphon sent plasma through a knot of infected overseers, vaporizing them and scorching their shadows onto the silo wall. The workers died by the 100 in the first chamber, and by the 1,000 before the Ultramarines reached the central vaults. They did not plead. They praised. "Feed the garden," they gurgled. "Bread for the blessed. Meat for the moon." A mortal officer attached to the mission, Commander Pelion of the Orbital Security Cadre, followed behind in void armor with a squad of surviving armsmen. He had once commanded the moon's defense watches. Now he stepped over men he recognized by work tattoos and old duty badges, his face pale behind his visor. "These are labor clans," he said over the vox. "They were loyal." "They are infected," Vorolan answered. The central grain vault stretched beyond sight, a cavern of storage towers, conveyor bridges, pressure pipes, and sacred weighing engines. The grain inside had turned grey. It shifted though no machinery moved. Flies rose from it in sheets. Auspex readings screamed contamination. Spores had penetrated the storage mass down to the deepest silos. Vorolan transmitted the data. The reply from command came after a short delay. Denial authorized. Melter charges were distributed across the vault supports, reactor feeds, and grain ignition nodes. The Ultramarines worked quickly. The armsmen did not. Their hands shook. Commander Pelion approached Vorolan, while the final charges armed. "My lord, Calthix Minor feeds the southern armies. It feeds the refugee convoys at Baraban Anchorage. It feeds the reclamation camps on Talasar. If you destroy it, how many civilians will starve?" Vorolan checked the detonation sequence. "Fewer than if it feeds the plague." Pelion stared at him. "That is your answer?" "It is the answer that preserves the wider war." "You are inhuman." Vorolan turned his helm toward him. The red lenses were calm, empty of insult, empty of apology. "Correct." The Ultramarines withdrew under attack from infected cargo servitors, whose augmetic limbs had grown fungal joints. One clamped onto Brother Nemator's pauldron and tried to inject spores through a drill bit tongue. Vorolan shattered its torso with controlled fire and kicked the remains into the grain sea. Another burst from a conveyor chute and took an armsman's head in its claw. Blood sprayed in a bright arc across the vault wall before freezing in the cold air. At the extraction hatch, Pelion looked back once. The charges detonated. Fire moved through the grain vault faster than prayer. Silo after silo ignited. Pressure towers blew apart. Conveyor bridges snapped and fell into the inferno. The moon's equator bulged outward under internal explosions, vomiting fire and storage debris into orbit. Millions of tons of food became ash. The contaminated grain screamed as it burned, the sound traveling through Vox receivers, as if every kernel had contained a throat. Vorelin watched from the assault craft as Calthic's miner broke open beneath them. "Mission complete," he voxed. No one answered for several breaths. Then the war answered everywhere. Across Ultramar, warning runes bloomed red in command vaults, ship bridges, shrine watchtowers, Medici bunkers, and fortress monasteries. Shrine bells tolled without hands. Astropathic choirs choked on visions of wings, flies, rusted scythes, and gardens growing beneath the skin of worlds. Star maps flickered as systems dimmed. Talasar bled. Espandor darkened. Ajax whispered fever prayers from its hospitals. Circe's docks opened their gates to ships that had no living crew. Laphis requested burial crews, then seed stock, then silence. 100 fronts ignited. The Death Guard came with plague bolters, rotting banners, demon engines, corpse artillery, and the patient certainty of entropy. Typhus's ships swallowed the lanes. Kugath's hosts spoiled the sanctuaries. Mortarian's shadow stretched toward Ultramar like a scythe across a harvest field. In the command vaults, officers shouted over one another until the Voxnet drowned beneath alarms. In the trenches, soldiers looked up and saw the flies gather. In the void, warships turned their prows toward impossible choices. And on Macraga, beneath layers of stone, steel, prayer, and denial, the realm of Guilliman felt the first true pressure of the war that had come to unmake it. Ardium had once been a world of industry, obedience, and smoke. That was what its ledgers said. That was what its tithe histories preserved. That was what the Administratum seals still claimed in data vaults, where corpse dust lay thick over cogitator banks, and dead adepts sat mummified at their stations, fingers frozen above keys, eyes filmed white behind cracked spectacles. Ardium had been a hive world of solemn production, a place of manufactoria, ore haulers, promethium stacks, void lift cranes, ration towers, gunmetal cathedrals, and 1,000 billion prayers muttered under soot-blackened breath. Now Ardium was occupied. Its skyline had become a forest of smokestacks, corpse gibbets, plague censers, and broken aquillas. The great imperial eagles that had once crowned the hive spires hung cracked and inverted, their wings garlanded with intestinal rope and bells made from ammunition casings. Smoke poured upward in greasy columns, green where it caught the light, black where it swallowed it. From the towers swung cages packed with bodies, some dead, some pleading, some too swollen with infection to do either properly. Flies nested in their mouths. Rainwater pooled in their open wounds. When the wind moved through the hanging streets, the cages knocked together like chimes in a cathedral built for carrion. The Death Guard had turned the manufactoria into corpse mills. The dead of Ardium entered on conveyor chains and left as war materiel. Men, women, soldiers, priests, manufactorum clans, hive scum, overseers, pilgrims, and infants wrapped in ration cloth were dragged by plague servitors through sorting gates where rusted mechadendrites tore them apart with mechanical devotion. Bones were cracked for powder. Fat was rendered into unguents. Skin was stretched into banners and cartridge wraps. Organs were pressed into plague slurry. Teeth were ground into shrapnel. Lungs were hung from hooks above chanting furnaces to dry in toxic smoke. In Munitorum Foundry Cask, ammunition shells rolled down assembly lines past vats of human remains. Plague serfs painted each casing with fly-marked blessings. The shells twitched as they cooled. Some wept, some whispered. Some had fingernails fused into the brass. Beneath the primary corpse temple, something larger breathed. The occupiers called it a miracle. The few loyalists left alive in the underhive called it the gut bell. Every hour it tolled without sound, and wherever its silent peal passed, corpses stirred. The first defenders of Ardium had died fighting. The second defenders had died screaming. The third had died after the dead stood back up behind them. The Imperial lines had fallen back district by district until resistance became a rumor carried by survivors who dared not speak above a whisper. Vox nets were broken. Arbite's precincts were gutted. PDF command was a plague chapel. The governor's palace had been transformed into an open wound of stone and flesh, its balcony crowded with dead officers whose heads had been replaced by censers that smoked day and night. Ardium was not merely conquered, it was being remade. Then the void above the world changed. At first, the Death Guard garrison mistook the new lights for debris storms or dying stars distorted by plague haze. Then, the augur towers began to scream. Their brass bells hammered without hands. Demon-bound Auspex engines tore themselves loose from their mountings and vomited data in streams of blood. Plague priests staggered from their pulpits, clutching at their swords, while the flies that carpeted the hive walls rose all at once and fled downward into drains and corpses. The Imperial fleet translated into real space like judgment-given engines. Warships filled the orbital dark, their hulls black, blue, red, gold, and iron, each one scarred by the Indomitus Crusade and still burning with purpose. Battle barges, strike cruisers, Navy Grand Cruisers, Mechanicus arcs, escort squadrons, Munitorum mass conveyors, hospital ships whose sanctity had been hardened into quarantine law. The sigils of Ultramar shone among them, but not alone. Successor chapter heraldry burned in the void beside them. Naval battle standards snapped in airless ritual fields. Lance batteries awakened. Macro cannon decks loaded. Torpedo tubes opened like the mouths of iron saints. The war changed before the first shot was fired. It changed because Robert Guilliman had arrived. Fleet masters felt it in the sudden compression of command. Chapter masters, captains, tetrarchs, navy lords, militarum generals, mechanicus magi, and administratum logisticians found their arguments cut apart and reassembled into order. Requests became assignments. Disasters became categories. Categories became plans. Plans became movement. Men who had spent months drowning in alarms now stood before a mind vast enough to look upon catastrophe and strip it down to sequence, priority, cost, and consequence. Guilliman did not call for wrath first. He called for traffic control. Orbital lanes were divided, sealed, and assigned under escort protocols. Damaged vessels were redirected to quarantine distance. Munitorum craft were forbidden from independent approach. Dropship corridors were calculated through plague-saturated atmosphere and enemy flak. Retreat vectors were marked not for fear, but for efficiency. No ship crossed another's path without sanction. No commander received reinforcement without proof that reinforcement would alter outcome. No world was called lost until the numbers had been executed, and no world was called saved until it could feed, fire, breathe, and obey. Then came the kill zone mapping. Ardium's hive districts appeared in hololithic layers above the strategium decks. Hab stacks, foundries, transit spines, shrine domes, plague vectors, corpse density, heat signatures, enemy armor, demonic distortion, surviving mortal concentrations, water contamination, airflow, poxwalker saturation, structural integrity, reanimation probability. Every district became a judgment table. Quarantine rings were drawn around whole populations. Priority targets were marked in crimson. Manufactoria converted to plague ammunition received orbital lance attention. Corpse conveyor hubs received missile saturation. Medici towers turned into cult shrines received no rescue designation. Water shrines were marked for capture only if purification engines remained intact. Civilian blocks were assigned salvageability ratings. Billions of lives were reduced to columns of necessity. The equations did not soften because the figures represented human beings. The equations mattered because they did. Vorolan saw Guilliman for the first time aboard the command deck of the Macrage's Honor, beneath a ceiling of projected war. The brother sergeant had stood before chapter masters, captains, dreadnoughts, inquisitors, and men who could order planets burned. None prepared him for the Primarch. Robert Guilliman was not merely tall. A space marine was tall. A dreadnought was large. A titan was vast. Guilliman was scale-given authority. His presence imposed proportion on everything around him. The strategium seemed built around him, even though it had not been. Mortal commanders shrank without moving. Astartes stood straighter without order. Servo skulls drifted more smoothly, as if their machine spirits feared error. He wore the armor of fate, its blue and gold plates radiant beneath tactical light, every surface marked by artifice, history, and terrible function. At his side burned the Emperor's sword, sheathed but not sleeping. His face was noble in the way fortress walls were noble, made for defense, endurance, and the denial of weakness. Yet there was no softness in him as he studied Ardium, no comforting grief, no theatrical rage. Vorolan had burned refugees, executed infected brothers, and condemned districts without tremor. Looking upon Guilliman, he understood that he had only been imitating a colder order. The Primarch's voice carried across command vox and living ears alike. Enemy resilience depends on corpse recovery, plague ammunition production, and reanimation engines. Strike all three. Do not pursue symbolic objectives. Do not commit reserves to banners. Capture purification infrastructure where feasible. Destroy contaminated food stores where not. Quarantine survivors before extraction. No exceptions by rank, oath, or emotional appeal. A mortal general swallowed hard. My lord, Lower Hive refugee estimates exceed 900 million. Guilliman looked at the map. Then 900 million souls are presently being used as shield, vector, labor, or bait. We shall recover those we can without compromising the war. We shall destroy what the enemy has made of the rest. The general bowed his head. As you command, Lord Guilliman. Vorolan felt no shock at the words. That troubled him. The assault began before Ardium's next false dawn. Drop pods burned through the upper atmosphere in spear formations, their descent trails cutting white scars through green cloud. Thunderhawks followed behind them, gunships roaring under flak bursts and plague lightning. Storm ravens dove between hive spires, assault cannons spinning, Lascannons punching clean holes through corrupted gun nests. Teleport strikes flared inside upper hab blocks as Terminators materialized in thunderclaps of displaced air and immediately opened fire. Massed artillery from captured outer platforms hammered the lower districts until streets cracked and plague barricades vanished. Beneath rolling impacts, Ultramarines struck into the hive spires. Primaris reinforcements advanced with brutal discipline through transit galleries and vertical manufactoria. Intercessors fired in marching volleys. Hellblasters burned elite targets into molten ruin. Aggressors entered plague nests and turned them into furnaces. Blade Guard veterans held chapel bridges against diseased counterattacks, storm shields ringing beneath blows from rusted cleavers and power scythes. Redemptor dreadnoughts strode through barricades as if stone and iron were rotten bark, macro-plasma incinerators glowing like miniature suns. Successor chapters hit adjacent districts with their own brands of severity. The Genesis chapter secured command relays. The Aurora chapter drove armor through ash boulevards under heavy bombardment. Mortifactors descended into corpse pits, singing death rites that made the auxilia troops shiver. Sons of Aurar fought over refinery stacks, where the enemy had filled promethium reservoirs with plague bile. Below them, the Ultramar auxilia drowned the streets in lasfire. Mortals died in sheets. They advanced by regiment and fell by company. They wore rebreathers, flak coats, prayer strips, and the dull expression of men who knew survival was not promised and was perhaps not desirable. Their lasguns flashed in disciplined ranks until plague mortars landed among them, and the ranks became red mist, shredded cloth, and twitching limbs. Commissars shot those who broke. Medici orderlies shot those who coughed black. Priests shouted litanies over loudhailers until their voices cracked. The death guard did not yield. Plague-burst crawlers rolled from manufactorum gates, squat and bloated, their mortar barrels belching diseased shells in high arcs. The rounds landed among loyalist formations and burst with wet thunder. Trenches became boiling pits of meat. Men sank into liquefied soil as their skin detached from muscle. A basilisk crew died when a plague shell burst nearby, and their gun shield began to sprout teeth. The loader screamed as the metal bit into his arm. His sergeant cut him free with a chain blade, then shot him when the wound laughed. Blightlord Terminators held the corridor leading to the corpse temple's lower lifts. They were mountains of rust and swollen ceramite, ancient cataphractii and corrupted Terminator plate made obscene by centuries of disease. Combi bolters chugged plague rounds down the passage. Flails of corruption pulped auxilia stormtroops into red paste. Bubotic axes split power armor. One Blightlord took a Lascanon blast through the abdomen, looked down at the smoking hole, and continued firing while his entrails dragged behind him like cables. A Redemptor dreadnought of the Ultramarines answered. Its name was Venerandus Thiel, though only the sarcophagus remembered the warrior inside with anything like humanity. It entered the corridor under covering fire, onslaught cannon roaring. Shells chewed across the Blightlords, stripping armor, pulverizing growths, and detonating ammunition pouches. The macroplasma incinerator charged with a rising scream. When it fired, the central Terminator became a sun-bright silhouette, then slag, then nothing but raining armor fragments and vaporized filth. "Advance," came the dreadnought's vox, deep as a burial vault. "The dead obstruct compliance." Vorolan's squad advanced. They fought through a manufactorum dedicated to plague shell production, killing worker thralls by the hundreds. Some were still alive in ways that made the term meaningless. They were fused to loading frames, their spines plugged into conveyor engines, their tongues nailed to prayer wheels, their abdomens open so plague priests could ladle slurry directly into them. Each breath they took blessed another shell. Brother Cadrus burned them. Brother Lurchus shot those whose restraints failed. Brother Seraphon fired plasma into vat clusters until the air filled with steam and cooked organs. Vorolan led them downward toward the corpse temple. The deeper they went, the more the hive ceased to resemble architecture. Walls sweated, pipes pulsed, floor grates flexed beneath their boots. The sound of machinery became breathing. The smell forced itself through armor filters, a compound of rot, incense, spoiled blood, hot metal, and something sweet enough to be worse than decay. Servo skulls died one by one, their optics filmed over by sudden fungal blooms. The gut bell tolled again without sound. Every corpse in the passage moved. Dead auxilia rose with broken necks. Slain cultists crawled despite missing legs. Plague-blasted civilians dragged themselves from beneath debris, with their intestines trailing in slick loops. Skulls cracked open along old wounds, and from within came flies, thick and black, pouring out of eye sockets, mouths, and bullet holes. The dead did not stand cleanly. They unfolded. Bones reset at wrong angles. Fingers bent backward and became claws. Jawbones sagged until mouths hung open like split wounds. Reanimation surge, Vorolan voxed. Tight formation, controlled fire. The Ultramarines answered with execution. Bolt rifles barked, heads burst, torsos detonated, limbs flew wetly against walls. The dead kept crawling. Brother Nemator's flamestorm gauntlets washed the passage in fire, and the corpses became burning shapes, still dragging themselves forward, still clawing at blue armor with hands that charred down to bone. One pox corpse wrapped both arms around Brother Lurcus's leg and bit into the knee seal. Its teeth shattered. Its gums sprayed black fluid. Brother Lurkus crushed its skull beneath his boot. They reached the conveyor pits beneath the corpse temple. There the plague engine waited. It had been built into the foundations from machinery, bone, demon flesh, bells, tank hulls, and the hollowed remains of cathedral statues. Its core was a vast brass womb, suspended above an open pit filled with bodies. Chains fed corpses upward from the depths. Hooks tore them open. Pistons pressed them flat. Bellows pumped warp-tainted vapor into dead lungs. The machine vomited soldiers back into motion by the hundreds, each reborn corpse dropping from the engine's lower maw, slick with fluid and already reaching for a weapon. The chamber was full of them. The floor vanished beneath moving dead. Vorolan transmitted the target lock. Objective sighted. Plague engine confirmed. Request heavy support at once. The reply came broken beneath interference. Support delayed. Continue mission. Brother Cadrus moved to place melter charges along the left support pillar. A dead guardsman with no lower jaw rose from the corpse mass and clamped both hands around his flamer assembly. Cadrus tore it apart, but more came. A corpse with an exposed spine drove a bayonet into his thigh seal. Another burst under his boot, spraying acidic pus across the joint. Warning runes flashed across the squad net. Seal degradation, Cadrus reported. Left greave compromised. Continue placement. By the codex. Brother Seraphon covered him with plasma fire until a plague round from an unseen shooter struck his chest plate. The shell did not penetrate. It burst and stuck. Its contents crawled. Black fluid spread across the armor like ink seeking cracks. Seraphon cursed in battle cant and vented his plasma coil to burn it away, but the fluid had already entered through the collar seal. His helm filled from the inside. Vorolan saw it through the cracked lens. Black liquid rose behind the faceplate, bubbling, thick, alive. Seraphon's hands spasmed around his weapon. His vox opened in a burst of static. Then a voice that was almost his said, "Brother, there is a garden beyond pain." Vorolan drew his bolt pistol. Seraphon turned toward him. One lens went dark. Something pressed against it from within. "Seraphon is dead," Vorolan said. He fired once. The bolt punched through the faceplate and detonated inside the helm. Black fluid, bone shards, and ruined transhuman flesh burst outward. Seraphon's body remained standing for half a heartbeat. Plasma incinerator still gripped in both hands, then toppled into the crawling dead below. Brother Lurkus died beside the right support when a Blight Lord Terminator emerged from a maintenance arch and struck him with a flail of corruption. The first blow shattered his pauldron. The second caved in his helm. The third broke him open from shoulder to hip, spilling enhanced organs across the floor in a steaming heap. Lurkus still fired his bolt rifle one-handed until Vorolan and Nemetor cut the Terminator apart with plasma, crack grenades, and concentrated bolter fire. Two brothers gone, the charges armed. The plague engine tolled again. The chamber convulsed. The dead surged upward in a single mass. Arms caught Vorolan. Hands scraped at his armor. Teeth worried at seals. A corpse with half a face clung to his chest and hissed a prayer into his vox grill. He crushed its skull against his breastplate, drove his combat blade through another's spine, and fired point blank until his magazine emptied. Then the world turned gold. Robut Guilliman entered the chamber through the upper breach with the Emperor's sword in his hand. The effect on the battlefield was immediate and terrible. The living loyalists saw him and found courage so sharp it was indistinguishable from madness. Auxiliar soldiers screamed praise and charged positions that should have killed them. Space Marines straightened beneath wounds that would have felled lesser warriors. Dreadnoughts roared his name through voxcasters. The dead recoiled, not from fear as mortals knew it, but from the sudden presence of a will that denied their stolen motion. Guilliman descended into the corpse pit like an execution from the age of myth. The Emperor's sword burned with white gold fire. Where it struck, rot did not merely die. It was unmade. Plague Marines turned to meet him, ancient traitors raising bolters, scythes, cleavers, and blades wet with venom. He moved through them with speed that defied his size. One sweep opened a plague marine from hip to helm, the diseased armor bursting like spoiled fruit and spilling filth that ignited before touching the ground. Another traitor fired point blank into Guilliman's chest. The Primarch crossed the distance before the second shot and took the warrior's head with a backhand stroke that left the helm burning in mid-air. A Blightlord Terminator swung a flail at him. Guilliman caught the chain in one gauntlet, hauled the Terminator forward, and drove the Emperor's sword through its torso. Fire erupted from every joint in the corrupted plate. The traitor exploded outward in chunks of molten ceramite, rotten organs, and screaming warp stuff. Vorolan watched, and for the first time in the war, the cold order within him trembled. This was not heroism as mortals imagined it, not comfort, not salvation. Guilliman killed too quickly for glory. He killed like calculation had taken divine form and learned wrath as a secondary function. He was beautiful in the way extermination could be beautiful when arranged perfectly. He was terrifying. "Brother Sergeant," Guilliman said over the command vox, his voice clear through the plague static. "Your charges." "Armed, my lord." "Withdraw your remaining warriors." Vorolan did not argue. "By your command." He dragged Nemetor back through the corpse tide as the Primarch advanced on the plague engine's heart. Brother Cadrus limped beside them, left leg seal still bleeding warning runes. The dead surged toward Guilliman, but every step he took became a furnace. The Emperor's sword cut through cables made of intestine, brass pylons, bone pistons, and demon-grown roots. The engine screamed through every corpse it controlled. Bodies in the chamber opened their mouths and shrieked with one voice. Guilliman reached the brass womb. For a moment, the gut bell sounded aloud. The note struck the chamber with such force that mortal soldiers fell dead in the upper galleries, blood bursting from their noses, ears, and eyes. Vorolan's armor dampeners howled. Nemetor dropped to one knee. Cadrus's damaged seal split further, spraying blood across the floor. Guilliman endured it. He raised the Emperor's sword in both hands and drove it into the plague engine's core. The chamber became fire. White gold flame burst through the engine's ribs. The brass womb cracked. The corpse chains snapped. The conveyor pits vomited burning bodies. Demon flesh shriveled and peeled from machine bones. The silent bell became a scream, then a crack, then nothing. The reanimated dead collapsed all at once, strings cut, bodies falling in heaps that steamed and burned. The melter charges detonated a heartbeat later. The support pillars vanished in fusion light. The plague engine folded in on itself, crushed beneath collapsing stone, fire, and the wrath of a Primarch. The corpse temple above shuddered, split, and began to fall. Extraction was a blur of smoke, falling masonry, and bolt fire. Vorolan carried Brother Seraphon's gene seed canister in one hand and fired with the other. Cadrus nearly fell twice. Nemetor lost his left gauntlet to a collapsing door and kept moving with the bare, blackened fingers beneath. Guilliman emerged last from the lower breach as the corpse temple collapsed behind him into a column of ash and sparks that rose through the hive like the funeral pyre of a false god. By the next cycle, Ardium's primary resistance had broken. Not all the Death Guard were dead. They did not need to be for the world to be declared reclaimed. Loyalist forces controlled the orbital approaches, the major manufactoria, the purification nodes that had not been corrupted beyond function, and the central hive command arteries. Plague nests remained. Corpse pits remained. Entire districts still had to be burned, sealed, or starved. But the gut bell was silent. The dead no longer rose in organized waves. The corpse mills had stopped feeding the enemy's guns. Robert Guilliman stood before the ruined governor's palace as ash fell like grey snow. Around him, ultramarines, successor warriors, auxiliar officers, navy liaisons, tech priests, and surviving Ardium loyalists waited for the word that would define what had happened. Behind them, The hive burned from foundation to spire. Millions were dead. Millions more would die in quarantine. The wounded clogged every boulevard. The clean water reserves were poisoned. The manufactoria had been saved only by becoming tombs. The air tasted of promethium, plague smoke, and cooked flesh. Gilliman looked upon Ardium without illusion. "Ardium is cleansed," he said. No cheer followed, only the crackle of fire, only the distant bark of bolters executing the infected, only the grinding of tanks over corpse-choked streets, only the whisper of falling ash against ceramite. Vorolan stood among his surviving brothers and understood the shape of victory. It was not triumph. It was arithmetic concluded in blood. The world was saved. The hive was a charnel tower. The plague engine was destroyed. 2 of his brothers were dead. The civilians who praised the Emperor from behind quarantine glass would learn soon enough that survival and mercy were different articles of faith. Above Ardium, astropathic choirs carried the report through guarded channels toward Macraga and beyond. They were not the only listeners. Somewhere across the diseased dark, among rusted ships, plague moons, corpse gardens, and the slow laughter of flies, Mortarion learned that his brother had returned to the field, and Ardium, still burning, became the first answer. Konor did not fall silent. Silence would have been mercy. Instead, the system screamed. The astropathic choirs began the screaming, though none of them survived long enough to understand the shape of the weapon used against them. In the relay sanctums above the system's primary worlds, blind psychers sat chained in circles of brass, iron, and blessed silver, their skulls crowned with psychic hoods, their tongues branded with litanies of transmission. They had sung through warp storms, crusade musters, Xenos incursions, and the tearing wound of the Great Rift. They had carried orders from Ultramar to distant battlefronts and brought pleas for ammunition, reinforcements, grain, and absolution back through the darkness. Then the plague signal entered them. It did not arrive as sound. It arrived as taste. Every astropath in Relay Shrine Konor Secundus began coughing as if something sweet and rotten had been poured down his throat. One tried to speak a warning, but flowers of black mold opened across his tongue. Another tore free of his restraints with strength enough to break his wrists, staggered toward the nearest wall, and smashed his face against the stone until both eyes burst in red streaks. The choirmaster ordered the psychic dampers engaged. The dampers grew warm, then wet, then sprouted translucent sacs that pulsed with infant flies. Messages entering Konor came out changed. A request for armored reserves became a prayer to blessed suppuration. A Navy intercept order became a hymn inviting void captains to open their lungs. A casualty return from Ardium became a litany of gratitude for wounds not yet received. Navigation beacons turned corpse green across the system, their light no longer clean enough for sane pilots to trust. Pilgrim craft drifted from safe corridors and entered minefields with their engines still burning. Escort frigates misread vector runes and crossed into plague fog banks seeded with corrupted debris. Orbital traffic stacks collapsed into panic, then collision, then fire. The relay station that should have joined Ultramar to the wider Imperial command net became a screaming beacon for chaos, flooding the system with commands that sounded almost imperial until men obeyed them and died. Konor was not the largest theater of the war. That was why Mortarion chose it. Its importance lay in pressure. If Konor fell, the path toward Macraga opened wider. Not clear, never clear, for Ultramar was no soft province waiting to be taken by one stroke, but wider. Enough to force Gilliman's eyes toward his home. Enough to pull fleets, captains, artillery, reinforcements, and precious time away from the worlds already rotting beneath the plague god's breath. If the Lord of Ultramar answered too strongly, Espandor, Talasar, Ajax, and 100 lesser bastions would bleed. If he did not answer strongly enough, Konor would become a rusted knife pointed at Macraga's heart. That was Mortarion's elegance. Every choice cost armies. Every mercy opened another wound. The Death Guard came in combined force beneath a sky thick with static. Corroded rhinos ground across the outskirts of Vortan Hive, their hulls blistered with tumors of rust, their tracks crushing barricades, corpses, and the still living with the same patient appetite. Plague Marines disembarked in ordered squads, not rushing, not howling, merely advancing beneath tattered banners and clouds of flies. Their bolters coughed shells that burst in loyalist trenches with wet concussions, spraying filth that ate through flak armor and prayer seals alike. Blightlord Terminators teleported directly into command bunkers. Their arrival was a bell note made physical. The air folded, turned green, and split. Then the Terminators were there, huge and corroded, tusked helms scraping the ceiling, combi bolters already firing. Staff officers died before they could draw sidearms. Vox adepts vanished beneath flail strikes that reduced them to pulp and bone fragments across their own consoles. A general of the Ultramar Auxilia raised a power sword and managed one oath to the Emperor before a bubotic axe opened him from clavicle to groin. His organs spilled across the tactical table, steaming among the glowing icons of regiments he would never command again. Hellbrutes followed the sound of resistance. They dragged their rusted sarcophagi through walls, not around them. Masonry broke. Plasteel screamed. Rebar bent like soft wire in their fists. The things inside the sarcophagi bellowed with voices trapped between rage and decay. Ancient traitors sealed into walking tombs, whose armor had become cracked bone, metal, and scab. One smashed through a medici bunker and crushed the surgery altar beneath its fist, pulping patients, chirurgeons, and servitors into a single red smear before turning its multi-melter on the evacuation tunnel. Plague drones descended over airfields. They came low, bloated and buzzing, their wings beating in greasy thunder. From their swollen undersides, they vomited toxins across runways, fuel stores, hangars, and massed aircraft crews. Men in sealed suits died as the poison found the seals anyway. Their skin turned grey, then transparent, then split apart. Thunderbolt pilots strapped into their craft discovered that their cockpits were filling with flies. Marauder bombers lifted off through the haze and crashed seconds later when their crews drowned in black bile inside oxygen masks. Cultist mobs clogged every road. They came from beneath hives, from agri-settlements, from ration queues, from pilgrim shelters, from manufactoria where overseers had preached obedience until obedience changed master. Some carried banners made from ration sacks and dead skin. Some dragged carts full of plague corpses. Some had laser guns. Most had tools, knives, chains, broken pipes, or bare hands. They did not need to kill the Imperial lines by skill. They only needed to occupy them, foul them, slow them, and die in numbers so vast that every road became a wall of bodies. The Imperial response formed in layers, each one written in blood over the last. Ultramarines launched decapitation strikes against corrupted command nodes. Drop pods hammered into relay shrines, munitorum spires, and traitor staging yards. Assault squads cut through antenna nests. Intercessors executed cult leaders before their followers understood angels had entered the room. Eliminators picked plague preachers from bell towers with single dry cracks of bolt sniper fire. The Auxilia held mass. Infantry lines across the outer Hab plains. Regiments formed behind razor wire, mine belts, trench works, tank traps, and ranks of autocannon nests. They fired until their barrels glowed. They fired until their shoulders bruised beneath recoil. They fired until plague shells landed among them and turned whole platoons into screaming fountains of blood and shit and bone. Commissars walked the rear lines with bolt pistols drawn, shooting men who ran and men who coughed wrong, and sometimes men who begged too loudly for water. The Aeronautica Imperialis came screaming through the poisoned sky, thunderbolts and marauders flying by instrument through a storm that lied to every sensor. They bombed road columns, plague artillery pits, and drone nests. Some returned with their fuselages stained green and their pilots praying over open channels. Some did not return at all. One marauder, its crew already dead, completed its attack run and crashed into a traitor-held basilica, turning the building into a rising flower of fire and corpse dust. The Navy interdicted the void approaches with lance fire, torpedo spreads, fighter screens, and suicidal escort runs against plague raiders. Mechanicus Magi fought in the noosphere, sending scrap code counter-prayers through logic engines while corrupted data gnawed at their firewalls like teeth. Servo skulls burst in mid-air. Cogitators bled coolant and pus. Tech priests severed their own data tethers rather than permit infection to pass deeper into command systems. To those trapped inside the system, the war map became alive. Mud, blood, static, light, and screaming all moved according to runes on distant hololiths. Brother Sergeant Acastus Vorulan received his orders beneath the shadow of a broken transit arch, while artillery shook dust from the dead. His squad had been rebuilt after Ardium, though not healed. Brother Seraphon and Brother Lurchus were gone, their gene seed recovered, their names entered into the rolls of sacrifice with the formal precision of the chapter. New warriors had joined him. Brother Marius, an intercessor whose armor still bore the fresh markings of crusade deployment, and Brother Cassian, a hellblaster with a face like carved granite and no recorded hesitation in his service history. Cadrus and Nemetor remained, both bearing repaired seals and fresh scars from the corpse temple below Ardium. The order came from Captain Epithus through a storm of vox distortion. Vorulan, Relay Shrine Secundus remains active. Its signal corrupts fleet traffic and local command. Auspex confirms astropathic biomass fused into transmission array. Objective is cessation of broadcast. No recovery priority. Understood, Vorulan replied. Enemy strength. Mixed cult elements. Death Guard presence probable. Mechanicus assets attached for route access and sanctum breach. Time to execution. Immediate. The tech priest attached to them identified himself as Magos Adjunct Raiden, though his voice emerged from 3 different speaker grills, and none of them agreed on tone. He moved on brass augmetic legs, red robes sealed beneath transparent sheets of chemical protection, his face replaced by lenses, steel plates, and a mouth grill that clicked softly between words. Servo arms unfolded from his back, each tipped with instruments, blades, incense nozzles, and data spikes. Relay Shrine architecture predates current fortification pattern by 946 standard years, Raiden said. Access to primary choir vault requires authorization hymn, physical key, or sufficient force. This unit recommends sufficient force. Recommendation accepted, Vorulan said. They advanced through streets of dead traffic. The relay shrine rose ahead of them from the center of a manufacturum district, a tower of black stone, antenna spires, bronze angel statues, and cracked stained glass. Its upper pylons flickered with corpse green light. Every pulse made the voxnet squeal. Men in nearby trenches clutched their heads as the signal passed through them. Some recited imperial prayers. Others recited plague prayers in the same rhythm and did not realize the words had changed. Cultists defended the outer steps in loose mobs. Vorulan's squad killed them without slowing. Bolt rifles spoke in hard sequence. Chests burst. Heads snapped apart. Legs vanished beneath detonations. Brother Cassian's plasma incinerator burned through a barricade of corpses and the men hiding behind it, leaving only steaming shadows and liquefied bone. Cadrus entered the vestibule with flamers raised and washed promethium over plague icons, prayer rugs, and a crowd of chanting serfs until the stone walls shone with burning fat. The inner doors were sealed by black growths that pulsed around the hinges. Magos Raiden extended a data spike, then withdrew it when the growth opened tiny mouths along its surface. Machine interface contaminated. Biological accretion displays hostile sacramental mimicry. Vorolan lifted a melter charge from his belt. Then we used sufficient force. The blast opened the doors inward. The choir vault beyond had become a living antenna. The astropaths were still in their thrones. Some of the thrones had grown into them. Some of the men had grown into the floor. Their skulls had been peeled open with careful, almost reverent precision. Bone petals folded outward, brains exposed and braided together with copper wire, fungal root, and glistening cords of nerve tissue that climbed into the ceiling. Their eyes were gone. Their mouths were open. From each throat came the same broadcast, layered, choked, and endless. Blessed is the wound, blessed is the open lung, blessed is the father of flies, blessed is the scythe over blue fields. The chamber stank of psychic heat, rot, and incense. Magos Raiden scanned them. His lenses flickered. Organic function persists in several subjects. Neural integrity partial. Recovery probability beneath optimal, but not null. Some astropathic units may be recoverable. Vorolan did not look away from the choir. Recoverable is not loyal. Silent is loyal. The tech priest's mechadendrites froze for a fraction of a second. Clarification. These units remain Imperial property. They are enemy infrastructure. Vorolan raised his bolt rifle. The Ultramarines fired into the thrones. The first astropath's head exploded, brain matter and fungal cords snapping back like severed cables. The broadcast faltered. The second died under plasma light, boiling inside his chair. The third came apart beneath Cadrus's flamer, psychic hood melting into the skull beneath. One by one, the living antenna lost its voices. Each death filled the voxnet with shrieks, not of men alone, but of something vast and displeased hearing a door close. The last astropath spoke with a voice that made the chamber sweat. He sees the blue realm. He sees the brother who denies. He sees the gate at Konor. He sees you, little knife. Vorolan shot him through the open skull. The relay shrine went silent. Then the floor shook. The ambush came from the walls. Death Guard warriors burst through side chapels and maintenance alcoves, corroded armor scraping stone, plague knives drawn, blight grenades swinging from chains. At their center came Holgoth Rax, the plague champion from the drainage basilica, his armor repaired with bone plates and rusted scripture, the plasma crater in his chest now sealed by a wet knot of scar tissue that pulsed through the cracked ceramite. "Little brothers," Rax said, almost fondly, so eager to silence pain. Vorolan fired first. The squad followed. Bolt rounds detonated across the Death Guard line, tearing chunks from bloated torsos, bursting helms, cracking shoulder plates, and splashing the choir vault with rotten meat. The traitors absorbed the punishment with hideous patience. One lost his lower jaw and laughed through the ruin of his throat. Another's stomach burst open, spilling intestines that writhed down his legs, then knotted themselves together and pulled tight like rope. A third took plasma through the ribs and kept advancing while blue fire burned inside him. Blight grenades burst among the Ultramarines. The air became knives, spores, and chemical filth. Brother Marius staggered as warning runes flashed across his armor. A plague knife scraped his forearm seal, and the ceramite blackened around the cut. He answered by driving his combat blade through the attacker's eye lens and firing his bolt pistol until the traitor's skull came apart in wet sections. Rax came for Vorolan. His rusted chain axe howled with a clogged, uneven roar. The first blow struck Vorolan's raised bolt rifle and sheared the weapon in half. The second carved sparks from his pauldron. Vorolan stepped inside the third, drew his gladius, and drove it beneath. Rax's ribs. The blade sank into corrupted flesh with a wet resistance. Rax leaned closer, helm nearly touching Vorolan's. "There," the plague champion whispered. "Do you feel it? The truth under discipline, the rot under law. You kill without hatred. That is why Grandfather will love you when you break." Vorolan twisted the blade and fired his bolt pistol into Rax's side. The plague champion's armor burst outward. Black fluid sprayed across Vorolan's chest plate. Rax laughed and head-butted him hard enough to crack the blue ceramite above one lens. The world flashed red in Vorolan's helm display. Brother Nemetor charged from the flank, flamestorm gauntlets roaring. Rax withdrew through the fire, still laughing, his warriors closing around him. The Death Guard had not come to retake the relay. They had come to delay, wound, infect, and remind. The shrine's foundations began to collapse under charges planted by unseen cult engineers. "Extraction," Vorolan ordered. "Now." They fought their way out through falling stone and burning bodies. Magos Raiden lost 2 servo arms and 1 leg, then continued crawling on mechadendrites while chanting Binharic curses sharp enough to distort the vox. Brother Marius carried him by the back of his robe until they reached the outer steps. Behind them, Relay Shrine Secundus folded inward, its antenna spires snapping one by one, its choir vault buried beneath consecrated rubble and diseased meat. The broadcast ended. The system war did not. Konor escalated toward Lobos. The Death World hung like a poisoned knot in the strategic map, its jungles black with fungal overgrowth, its ravines filled with corpse fog, its mountains crowned with plague shrines and landing beacons. Mortarian's forces meant to make it an anchor, a rotten nail driven through the system's defense pattern. From Lobos, they could project demonic interference, shelter reinforcement waves, and threaten the routes Guilliman required to counterattack elsewhere. The order to deny Lobos came without ceremony. Imperial forces launched a landing operation so close to suicidal that only the Munitorum called it an assault. Everyone else called it expenditure. Dropships descended through storms of spores and flak. Whole companies died before touching ground, aircraft splitting open in the upper atmosphere and scattering men like burning seeds. Those who landed found the jungle alive with teeth, vines, and plague flies. Trees bled when cut. Rivers crawled uphill. The soil sucked at boots and tried to pull wounded men under. Death Guard strongpoints fired from cliff faces and root bunkers, their artillery hidden beneath fungal canopies. Vorolan's squad landed with a strike force assigned to plant melter charges beneath a corrupted beacon array, while Navy assets prepared orbital fire. They moved through mud up to the knee, cutting down plague cultists who burst from the undergrowth with machetes and laslocks. Brother Cassian burned a path through a grove of nerve vines. Cadrus incinerated a nest of poxwalkers whose bodies had been woven into the trees. Marius lost a pauldron to acid spores, but kept formation. Above them, the sky opened with imperial wrath. Orbital lance fire struck the mountain shrines. Columns of white light descended, vaporizing stone, fungus, and the warriors entrenched within. Vortex warheads were deployed against the deepest plague nodes. Where they detonated, reality folded into screaming wounds, sucking bunkers, trees, corpses, and demon engines into brief, impossible absence. The sight made mortal soldiers fall to their knees and vomit prayers into their respirators. Melter teams reached the beacon array. Half did not return. The charges fired in sequence, turning the root vault beneath the array into a sphere of sun-hot destruction. The beacon toppled. Its fall crushed a company of cultists and one loyalist chimera column trapped too close to withdraw. No attempt was made to recover them. Lobos burned for 3 days. It was not captured. It was denied. That was the word Guilliman chose. Reports came to him aboard the command vessel, in layers of casualty, projection, and consequence. Konor's outer districts remained contested. Lobos could no longer anchor the Death Guard advance. Several border worlds were suffering renewed plague outbreaks. Macrage's direct threat vector had narrowed, but not vanished. Reinforcement requests from nearby. Systems exceeded available strength by several orders of magnitude. A lesser commander might have poured everything into Konor and called it courage. Guilliman refused. He allowed territory to burn. He allowed loyal regiments to die without relief. He delayed reinforcement to worlds whose governors pleaded in tears and scripture. He ordered withdrawals from positions that had cost thousands of men to seize. He sacrificed time, ground, and millions of soldiers because the alternative was to let Mortarion choose the shape of the war. Imperial heroism, in that hour, was not a banner raised above a clean victory. It was deciding who died first. Conor held, not cleanly. Nothing in the Plague Wars was clean. The astropathic relay was ruined beyond immediate recovery. Its choir was dead, its sanctums buried, its machine spirits traumatized into silence. The dead outnumbered the living in every major district. Burning trenches marked the plains. Airfields were slick with toxin residue and charred aircraft bones. Command bunkers had become tombs. Lobos smoldered beneath orbital watch, too contaminated to reclaim, too dangerous to ignore. But the gate had not opened wide enough. Macragge endured beyond the storm. Vorelon stood on the broken steps of Relay Shrine Secundus as corpse ash drifted over his armor. His helm lens remained cracked from Rax's blow. Around him, auxilia burial crews moved with flamers instead of shovels. Magos Raiden, repaired enough to hover on a grav suspenser, directed servitors in the removal of corrupted data cores. No one spoke of recovery anymore. Only containment, only denial, only the next fire. On the horizon, shrine bells tolled by hand for the first time since the assault began. Then the void alarm sounded. Typhus's plague fleet had begun tearing into Ultramar's outer defenses. Star forts called for aid. Convoys vanished. Navy escorts reported boarding actions, plague fog, and ships whose crews were dead while their guns still fired. The war above the worlds had entered a darker phase, and every commander in Conor understood that holding ground beneath the sky meant little if the sky itself became infected. Vorelon opened the squad channel. Prepare for redeployment. Brother Marius looked toward the burning relay, then the corpse fields beyond. Another front, Sergeant? Vorelon watched the warning runes bloom across his helm display. No, he said. The same wound, wider. And far from Conor, where strategy became vengeance, and vengeance dressed itself as sacred purpose, Robut Gilliman prepared the counterstroke. Espandor had been a world of green devotion before the rot crowned it. Its forests had once climbed in endless ranks across continents blessed by cardinal decree and agri-charter, their trunks straight as cathedral pillars, their leaves silver-green beneath clean rain, their roots drinking from rivers that fed shrine towns, grain abbeys, timber cloisters, and pilgrim roads lined with statues of saints. Men had crossed oceans to kneel beneath those trees, for the priests of Espandor taught that growth, properly ordered, was obedience made visible. Every harvest was weighed, every grove was numbered, every river lock bore the aquila, every seed tithe was recorded in triplicate by ink-stained adepts who believed that paperwork, prayer, and hunger could keep a world righteous. Now the forests sagged under corpse fruit. Human bodies hung from branches by tendons and root fibers, bloated and swinging gently in the plague wind. Some were dead. Some were not granted that dignity. Their bellies had split around clusters of fungal bulbs. Their mouths hung open, dripping yellow fluid onto the roots below. When the wind passed through them, they knocked against one another with the soft, wet sound of meat in a butcher's sling. The rivers moved like pus. They crawled thickly through channels choked with drowned pilgrims, broken servitors, and fish that had grown human teeth. Where the water touched stone, the stone blistered. Where it touched soil, mushrooms opened in the shape of screaming faces. The irrigation cathedrals had become chimneys of rot, venting green vapor through stained glass, shattered by shell fire and overgrown by black vines. Plague bells hung from branches made of fused human bones, each bell cast from stolen bronze and scabbed iron, each one tolling when no hand touched it. Espandor did not look conquered. It looked digested. Robout Gilliman gathered the spear beneath a sky dark with flies. The muster was too large to be called an army by men who still thought in mortal terms. It was a crusade inside a funeral, a convergence of wrath, logistics, sanctity, and extermination. Ultramarines came in disciplined companies, Primaris and Firstborn alike, their armor the blue of law beneath soot and battlefield scars. The Genesis chapter stood in rigid ranks beside them, red plate marked by oaths of kinship and obligation. The Aurora chapter brought armored columns and engines that growled like caged thunder. Silver Eagles descended from strike cruisers with assault wings ready, their heraldry bright against the diseased gloom. Sons of Auror formed around their captains in silence, bolters locked to breastplates, helms turned toward the corrupted forests. Mortifactors came like walking death rites, pale bone markings stark against dark armor, their chaplains murmuring prayers that made nearby auxiliar soldiers look away. Knights cerulean deployed in bright warplate that the plague rain tried and failed to stain. Grey knights arrived without proclamation. They came in silver, warded and severe, their presence sealed behind secrecy and necessity. Mortal soldiers were ordered not to look too long, not to speak of what they saw, and not to ask why the air felt cleaner and colder when those warriors passed. Their nemesis weapons were sheathed, but every blade seemed to remember demons. Every helm seemed to listen for true names hidden beneath the flies. The Ultramar Auxilia came in numbers the forests could not contain. Regiments marched under banners stiff with chemical sealant. Tank columns rolled through ash roads cut by Mechanicus engines. Basilisk batteries, Manticore launchers, Hydra platforms, Chimeras, Taurox carriers, and armored recovery crawlers ground forward in endless procession. Men walked beside them with laser guns, flamers, entrenching tools, rebreathers, and the exhausted faces of soldiers who had learned that the Emperor's protection did not preclude dying in filth. The Adeptus Mechanicus followed with purification engines. Their war machines crawled on piston legs and tracked hulls, red-robed priests tending to flamers, rad cleanser arrays, data shrines, soil burners, and seismic drills. Skitari maniples moved in rigid machine cadence, galvanic rifles held at identical angles, optics bright beneath rust-colored hoods. Cybernetic mastiffs sniffed contamination. Servo skulls tasted the air and burst if they inhaled too much truth. Tech priests blessed promethium tanks with incense, oil, and binary cant, sharp enough to make vox grills crackle. At the center of it all stood Gilliman. He did not raise a sword and demand a charge. He raised a map and made a killing machine of the war. The spear of Espandor was not one blow. It was a series of blows arranged so that none could be answered without exposing flesh to the next. Orbital interdiction cut reinforcement lanes from the scourge stars. Navy vessels and strike cruisers established fire nets above the planet, hunting plague transports, drone carriers, and corrupted supply craft before they could descend. Astartes spearheads were assigned plague nodes, corpse groves, bell towers, infected chapel factories, reanimation pits, demon-thick ruins, and engines that dragged the dead back into war. Auxilia regiments would take and hold reclaimed ground behind them, digging trenches, setting wire, and dying in place if ordered. Mechanicus assets would follow to burn contamination down to bedrock, to scrape rot from soil, to declare districts salvageable or condemn them to glass. The strategy had no mercy in it. That was why it might work. Vorolan received his assignment at the edge of the Ashen Orchard, where the remains of an Imperial cruiser lay half buried in the forest, like the carcass of a slain god. The vessel had crashed during the first weeks of the plague assault, its hull torn open across the canopy, its engines long cold, its chapel decks and supply holds swallowed by root growth, fungal towers, and demonic architecture. Around the wreck, the Death Guard had grown a plague chapel. It rose from the cruiser's broken spine, using adamantium ribs as buttresses, corpses as mortar, and engine coils as sensors. Its bell tower was the ship's shattered prow, turned upright and crowned with flies. Vorolan stood with his
squad beside a line of firstborn.
Ultramarines. They were veterans from the old companies, warriors whose service stretched back before the Primaris reinforcements, before the Crusade fleets, before Guilliman's return had changed the shape of the chapter. Their armor bore older marks and deeper repairs. Their bolters were worn smooth by centuries of war. Their sergeant, Brother Sergeant Malchion, wore a helm of older pattern and a red eye lens scarred by some past blow that had not killed him. Malchion looked at Vorolan's warriors for a long moment. "Cowl's sons," he said at last. Vorolan did not turn his helm. "Guilliman's sons." A correction often made by those who need it. Brother Marius shifted almost imperceptibly. Cadrus remained still. Nemator's Gravis armor hissed as he flexed his gauntlets. Cassian watched the plague chapel through his weapon sight and said nothing. Vorolan answered without heat. "We stand in the same line, veteran. For now. For as long as the chapter commands it." Malchion gave a dry sound that might have been amusement inside his vox grill. "The chapter commands many things in this age. New brothers, new doctrines, new oaths spoken with old names. You are effective. That is not in question. Then what is? Whether effectiveness is enough to make a warrior an heir." Vorolan finally turned. The two sergeants regarded one another while artillery flashed across the plague forest ahead. "I have burned loyal worlds to deny the enemy," Vorolan said. "I have killed infected brothers before their tongues could betray them. I have carried gene seed through corpse pits and stood before the Primarch's judgment. If that does not satisfy your definition, refine it after the battle." Malchion held his gaze. Then the firstborn sergeant nodded once. "Good. Pride is less offensive when it bleeds." The attack began with silence. For 3 breaths, every gun held. Every warrior waited, every sensor fixed on the target. The plague chapel's bells swayed in the sour wind. Pox cultists moved among the wreckage, smearing filth over devotional icons, dragging bodies to feeding pits, and chanting around cracked engine shrines. Plague Marines stood at the chapel gates, swollen and still, their armor weeping slow streams of corruption down the broken cruiser hull. Then the heavens opened. Orbital lance fire struck the outer groves, not directly upon the chapel, but behind it, severing retreat paths and burning plague route networks in columns of white devastation. The forest erupted. Trees filled with corpse fruit became torches. Human bodies burst on the branches, showering the ground with burning organs and fat. Firestorms rolled outward, channeled by the pattern Guilliman's strategists had drawn. Basilisks fired from the rear. The shells came down among the cultist encampments, turning tents, shrines, bodies, and sludge pits into fountains of mud and torn meat. The Aurora chapter's tanks advanced through the gaps, battle cannons firing. Auxilia las lines lit the forest floor in red strobing sheets. Above, Silver Eagle's gunships screamed through plague haze, assault cannons shredding demon nests in the cruiser's upper ribs. "Advance," Vorolan ordered. Intercessors moved in squad formation through the first kill lane, heavy bolt rifles raised. The Primaris fired as they walked, each shot a controlled detonation inside flesh. Pox cultists charged from the root trenches, screaming praise to their infections, waving cleavers, hooks, laslocks, and severed hands tied to chains. Bolt rounds found them. Torsos burst apart. Skulls opened like dropped fruit. Legs vanished beneath them, and bodies slammed into the mud with enough force to tear loose their own entrails. Those still crawling received follow-up shots with no change in pace. Malchion's firstborn fought beside them with older rhythm, not slower, not weaker, but tempered by wars that had outlived mortal dynasties. Their bolters barked in tight sequence. Their chainswords rose only when necessary. A veteran took a plague round to the breastplate, staggered, sealed the breach with a slap of emergency foam, and returned fire before the foam had hardened. Hellblasters stepped forward when the first plague marines came through the smoke. Brother Cassian's plasma incinerator charged with a rising scream. The blue-white shot struck a traitor in the abdomen and boiled him inside his armor. The Plague Marine's chest swelled, cracked, and vomited steam through every joint before the whole body burst outward, showering the chapel steps with rancid meat and melted ceramite. Another traitor absorbed 3 bolt impacts and kept advancing until a second plasma beam cut through his helm and turned the skull within to vapor. Aggressors entered the lower chapel approach. Cadrus and Nemetor raised flamestorm gauntlets together. Promethium poured across the wreckage in roaring sheets. Cultists vanished inside the fire by the score, their silhouettes flailing, collapsing, and crawling until their bones split from heat. The flames reached fungal growths along the cruiser hull, and the growth screamed. Not figuratively. They screamed with the voices of the crew who had died in the crash, each blister mouth opening along the walls to beg for water, mother, emperor, death. Blade Guard veterans pushed through the chapel gate behind storm shields. They met the countercharge in the breach. Power swords flashed. Plague knives scraped shields. A veteran drove his blade through a pox-swollen throat and kicked the corpse down the stairs. Another took a rusted axe to the helm, lost an eye lens, and crushed the attacker's skull against the shield rim. The chapel floor became slick with loyalist blood, plague ooze, bolt casings, and bits of pulped cultist flesh. Then the Death Guard answered in earnest. Plague-burst crawlers rolled from the trees, their hulls sagging with armor plates crusted in filth. Mortars elevated and fired. The shells came down among the auxilia holding force behind the Astartes, bursting with obscene wet thunder. A trench line vanished into a boiling pit of meat. Men clawed at one another as their skin sloughed from their bones. A commissar tried to shout them back into order, then dissolved from the jaw downward as plague acid ate through his rebreather. His bolt pistol remained in his hand until his fingers fell away. Myphitic blight haulers scuttled along the cruiser's broken flank, demon engines coughing smoke and pus through exhaust stacks. Their multi-melters spat sun-hot beams into advancing armor. One Aurora Chapter Predator erupted in a column of flame, its turret flipping free and crushing a squad of auxilia troopers beneath it. Another blight hauler absorbed crack missiles that blew open its side, exposing demonic organs and machinery braided together. It squealed, reversed, then lurched forward again, its wounds sealing with strings of black mucus. The Death Shroud came last. They emerged from the Plague Chapel's inner dark, like executioners from a nightmare. Their Terminator armor was immense, pale and corroded, shrouded in fumes, every plate marked with the stink of ancient betrayal. Man-Reaper scythes swept at their sides, blades wet with toxins that smoked where they touched stone. They did not speak. They did not need to. Around them, the air thickened with mortality. A Blade Guard veteran met the first Death Shroud on the chapel stairs. His storm shield took the first scythe blow and cracked. The second sheared through the shield and the arm behind it. The third opened him from shoulder to hip, splitting power armor, black carapace, reinforced bone, and gene-wrought organs. The veteran fell in 2 heavy pieces, blood steaming on rotten stone. Another ultramarine drove a power sword into the Death Shroud's side. The traitor turned slowly and removed his head with a backstroke. Voralin marked the threat. "Concentrate plasma. Scythe bearers. Now!" Cassian fired. Malchion's squad fired crack rounds. Nemetor poured flame across the stairs. The Death Shroud advanced through all of it. One lost a pauldron and half its helm, revealing a skull grown into fungus and brass. Another took a plasma shot to the knee, dropped, and continued crawling, dragging its scythe with both hands. Voralan and Malchion met the lead Death Shroud together. The scythe came down. Voralan sidestepped, the blade carving a trench through the stone where he had stood. Malchion struck the haft with his chainsword, teeth shrieking against diseased metal. Voralan drove his gladius into the joint below the traitor's arm. Malchion fired his bolt pistol point blank into the exposed gap. The death shroud swung again, catching Malkion across the chest and hurling him down the steps. Armor split. Blood sprayed. The veteran hit the ground hard and did not rise at once. Vorolan stepped in close, too close, for the scythe's full arc. He slammed a cracked grenade into the rent under the arm and drove his combat blade through the traitor's helm lens to hold him there. "Die correctly," he said. The grenade detonated. The death shroud's upper body burst outward, showering Vorolan in chunks of armor, rotten tissue, and boiling toxin. Warning runes flashed across his helm. He ignored them and moved on. The chapel fell chamber by chamber, not because the Ultramarines killed more bodies, though they did. Not because the Auxilia died in sufficient numbers, though they did. It fell because Guilliman's strategy did not permit the Death Guard to use death as reinforcement. Every corpse pile was burned before it could rise. Every plague route was cut and scorched. Every bell tower was destroyed. Every contaminated reservoir was sealed, marked, and shelled. Mechanicus purification crawlers followed the advancing lines and burned the soil black behind them, reducing spores, larvae, bone fragments, and infected blood to inert ash where possible, and to molten glass where not. Each plague engine destroyed meant fewer dead rising behind Imperial lines. That was the tempo Guilliman imposed. He did not merely win engagements, he removed recurrence. He broke the cycle by which the enemy made every slaughter useful. The Death Guard could endure wounds, but even endurance required channels. The Primarch severed them with mathematics and fire. Vorolan's squad descended through the cruiser wreck toward the plague node beneath the chapel, following Auspec's traces through corridors packed with roots and dead crewmen fused into the walls. Malkion came with them, despite the split across his breastplate. His armor had sealed. His breathing was rough over the Vox. He did not ask permission to continue, and Vorolan did not insult him by offering it. They reached the engine vault as the final plague engine awakened. It was smaller than the gut bell of Ardium, but more concentrated, built from the cruiser's warp core housing, a forest altar, and a living mass of demon flesh that pulsed around reactor spars. Bells hung inside it like organs. Dead bodies were nailed in spirals around the frame, each corpse connected by root cables to the core. The machine drank death from the battlefield above and breathed it back into the forest. Every pulse sent ripples through the corpse fruit outside. Every pulse tugged at the dead. A presence filled the chamber before its body fully manifested. The floor split. Spores rose in a delighted cloud. A shape swelled from the rot, vast and round, its flesh green, grey, and yellow, its belly hanging open around loops of entrail, its mouth wide with paternal mirth. Nurglings tumbled from the wounds in its skin and scrambled over one another, giggling, biting, and waving tiny rusted knives. Horns curled from its head. One eye was milky, the other burned with cheerful malice. Karamar smiled upon them. "Well, well," the great unclean one said, voice like a feast hall drowning in sewage. Blue suns in the root cellar, stern faces, clean knives, heavy hearts pretending they are ledgers. The grey knights entered behind the Ultramarines in a line of silver. Their Justicar raised his nemesis blade. "Demon, your name is heard. Your corruption ends." Karamar laughed, and maggots spilled from his mouth in ropes. "Ends, sweet silver child. Nothing ends. It softens, it feeds, it becomes kind." His swollen gaze moved toward the battlefield above, toward something only his demonic senses could see. And here comes the anxious sun, tidying, always tidying, the anxious sun who tidies a universe already spoiled. The chamber shook. Guilliman came through the upper breach with the Emperor's sword drawn. The great unclean one clapped his hands together in delight, crushing Nurglings between his palms. They squealed happily as pus sprayed. "There he is," Karamar boomed. "Robute, Robute, Robute, you arrange ashes so neatly." Guilliman did not answer with rhetoric. He answered with attack. The Emperor's sword cut through the demon's first wave of expelled filth, burning the stream to vapor before it touched him. Grey Knights began their banishment chants, voices hard, layered, and warded. Ultramarines opened fire on demon attendants and plague-bearers clawing from the walls. Vorolan marked the engine's support nodes and ordered melter placement under covering fire. Karamar moved with impossible speed for something so vast. His rusted blade, half-cleaver and half-broken church bell smashed into the floor where Gilliman had stood. The impact hurled warriors from their feet. A Grey Knight was caught by a sweep of the demon's arm and slammed into a support pillar with enough force to crumple silver armor and burst the man inside it. Another Grey Knight drove a force halberd into Karamar's leg, chanting a true name fragment. The demon looked down fondly and vomited plague slurry over him. Wards flared, armor hissed. The Grey Knight held his chant until Gilliman's sword severed the demon's arm at the elbow. White gold fire roared through the wound. Karamar laughed harder. Yes, burn. Burn the garden path. Burn the cradle. Burn the grave. You only make ash, little regent, and ash is soil awaiting patience. Gilliman drove forward, each blow a correction of reality. The Emperor's sword carved through demon flesh that should not have existed, and where it passed, laughter became shrieking steam. Karamar tried to close around him, belly splitting wider, entrails reaching like tentacles. Gilliman cut them apart. The Primarch's armor smoked beneath plague vapors. His face remained cold, furious, and controlled. "Charges armed," Vorolan voxed. "Withdraw," Gilliman commanded. The order was obeyed at once, even by those who wanted to stay, even by those too wounded to stand without dragging themselves. Malkion took a plague-bearer's sword through his side and killed the demon with his bare gauntlet around its throat before staggering back. Cadrus carried one wounded Grey Knight whose armor smoked with toxin. The Silver Warrior protested once. Cadrus ignored him. Vorolan was last from the support ring. Karamar saw the withdrawal and understood. "Oh, efficient cruelty," the demon said, delighted. "You have taught them well, anxious son." Gilliman closed the distance. Karamar swung his cleaver. Gilliman took the blow against his gauntlet and shoulder, armor shrieking, then drove the Emperor's sword upward through the demon's jaw, skull, and crown. Fire erupted from Karamar's eyes. Nurglings burst like boils. The great unclean one's laughter turned into a howl that shook the wrecked cruiser and bent the plague bells inward. The melter charges detonated. The plague engine's support nodes vanished in sun-white fury. The warp core housing ruptured. Root cables burned back through the corpse spiral. Bells melted. Dead bodies nailed to the frame convulsed and fell apart into ash. Karamar's immense form split along lines of golden fire as Gilliman tore the sword free and struck again, cutting through the demon's chest, its heart, and the rotten laughter at the center of it. The banishment was not clean. Nothing involving Nurgle was clean. Karamar collapsed inward, flesh sloughing, bones dissolving, voice still chuckling from somewhere too deep to be lungs. "So much order," he gurgled. "So little time." Then the Emperor's sword burned through what remained, and the demon vanished in a blast of foul wind and dying flies. The forest ignited. With the final engine broken, the sorcery holding the dead upright across the ashen orchard failed. Tens of thousands of plague zombies collapsed at once. In the outer trenches, auxiliar soldiers watched charging corpses drop mid-stride, faces striking mud, limbs twitching as the stolen animation left them. In the tree lines, corpse fruit split and rained rotten meat into the flames. In chapel ruins, cultists screamed as the roots sustaining them withdrew into the burning soil. Plague Marines continued to fight where they stood, but the tide behind them lost its endlessness. Imperial fire consumed the rest. By nightfall, Espander's sky was red. By the next day, the forests were black. The cleansing continued long after resistance broke. Mechanicus engines burned contamination down to bedrock. Rivers were dammed, boiled, poisoned again with imperial chemicals, then boiled once more. Shrine towns were emptied. Any structure with fungal penetration beyond a set threshold was marked and destroyed. Corpse pits were atomized by lance strikes. Survivors were marched through decontamination corridors beneath armed guard and servo-skull examination. They walked naked under chemical rain, shivering, coughing, hands raised, faces hollow. Priests intoned prayers through rebreathers. Medici servitors scanned blood, breath, pupil, skin, saliva, and soul-adjacent anomalies. Those who passed were branded, clothed in grey, and sent to guarded camps. Those who failed were directed through a different gate. The different gate had no exit. Vorolan watched the procession from a ridge of glassed soil where trees had stood that morning. The ash fell around him like black snow. Nearby, Brother Sergeant Malchion stood with his helm under one arm, his scarred face lined and pale from blood loss. He looked out over the ruined world and said nothing for a long time. At last, the firstborn veteran spoke. "You fought well." Vorolan did not turn. "So did you." That was not praise, nor was mine. Malchion's mouth twitched once. Below them, a boy stumbled in the decontamination line and did not rise quickly enough. A Skitarii ranger aimed. The shot cracked. The body was dragged away before it stopped moving. Malchion watched. "Do you still think effectiveness is enough?" Vorolan looked at the burning horizon, at the place where the plague chapel had stood around the dead cruiser, at the smoke columns rising from forests that had fed worlds and sheltered pilgrims before becoming nurseries for rot. "No," he said, "but it is what remains when enough else has been stripped away." Espandor was declared cleansed before the fires died. The word passed through command channels, casualty ledgers, fleet reports, and astropathic relays with all the weight of imperial necessity. Cleansed. A beautiful word for a blackened world. A holy word for rivers poisoned beyond prayer. A victorious word for hollow cities, dead forests, sealed camps, and survivors marching beneath guns toward judgments they could not appeal. Guilliman's spear had struck true. Mortarian's forces had been cut, slowed, and wounded. Plague nodes were destroyed. Reanimation engines lay in ruin. The dead no longer rose in endless multitudes behind imperial lines. The scourge stars remained a festering threat, but one artery of their advance had been cauterized. On Espandor, victory smelled of burned trees, melted bone, promethium, and chemical rain. Mercy wore a flamer. Salvation walked in quarantine armor, and the world lived only because much of it had been killed. Star Fort Galatan hung above the war zone like a moon made for murder and prayer. Its outer bastions rose in tiers of adamantium, plasteel, ceramite, and sanctified stone, layered over one another in the shape of a fortress cathedral so vast that entire cities could have hidden inside its gun decks and still been lost. Spires thrust from its equatorial chapels. Lance batteries glowed along its armored ridges. Macro cannons the length of hive districts recoiled in their housings with every shot, hurling shells into the plague dark with the force of industrial extinction. Void shields shimmered around it in overlapping halos, blue-white against the murk of corrupted space. Beyond those shields, Typhus's fleet crawled closer. It did not come like a clean enemy formation. It came like disease through blood. Hulks drifted between clouds of corpse fog and debris. Plague cruisers moved with engines burning corpse green. Raider packs hid behind shattered escort wrecks, and frozen bodies spilled from broken transports. Drone craft buzzed through vacuum, their wings beating where no air existed, dragging trails of oily vapor and shredded prayers. Dead ships turned with impossible purpose, their crews long gone, their guns still answering the will of something patient and rotten. Galatan fired until its gun decks shook like the ribs of a giant. Every discharge filled the fortress with sacred thunder. Shells passed through void, crossed fields of wreckage, and struck plague vessels in blossoms of fire. One corrupted frigate broke apart under 3 macro impacts, spilling frozen bodies, rusted armor, and demonic flame into the dark. A lance beam from Bastion Choir Primus cut a plague barge from prow to stern, and for several breaths the enemy vessel glowed from within like a coal before splitting open and vomiting green light. Still, the fleet came. Aboard the Terminus Est, Typhus watched Gallatin through vision slits, veined with fungus and old blood. He stood alone at the command dais, though the bridge around him was crowded with the dead, the dying, the half-blessed, and the things that moved through their bodies. His armor drank. The sick light of the hololithic display. The destroyer hive circled him in a restless black halo, crawling over his horned helm, vanishing beneath his plates, spilling from vents like smoke with wings. Around him, crew thralls whispered coarse corrections with lips split by fever. Plague Marines waited in silence. Corrupted officers bent beneath the weight of his presence and dared not speak unless required. Typhus was not Mortarion. Mortarion carried bitterness like a crown and wore grievance with the grandeur of a fallen king. He wanted Guilliman. He wanted Ultramar to see its lord humbled. He wanted old wounds acknowledged beneath plague bells and burning skies. Typhus wanted the war. Symbols mattered only if they opened gates. Hatred mattered only if it moved fleets. Pride was useful when it could be yoked to conquest, and wasteful when it could not. Let the Pale King posture before his brother. Let him drag his ancient resentments across gardens and fortresses. Typhus cared for supply routes, dockyards, void anchors, convoy lanes, star forts, and the arterial truth of empire. A realm did not die when its banners were mocked. It died when its ships could no longer move food, shells, men, and orders from one wound to the next. A plague captain bowed behind him. Gallatan's shields weaken, Lord. Their macro batteries remain active. Boarding torpedoes await final blessing. Teleportarium corruption is prepared. Debris packs drift within projected vector. Typhus did not turn. Mortarion may have his brother, he said. I will have the war. The order passed through the plague fleet. It did not arrive at Gallatin as one blow. That would have been too clean. It arrived as 1,000 infections at once. Boarding torpedoes launched from plague cruisers in swarms, each one plated in rusted iron and daubed with pus-bright sigils. Some were shot apart by Gallatin's flak walls and point defense lasers, bursting into clouds of infected debris. Some struck void shields and smeared themselves into burning sludge across the barrier. Others found weakened seams, passed through in the wake of lance impacts, and hammered into the fortress hull with the sound of iron coffins hurled by gods. Corrupted teleportariums opened inside maintenance decks and command galleries, vomiting warriors through diseased light. The air in sealed compartments turned green, folded inward, and split. Blightlord Terminators appeared amid strategy tables, devotional alcoves, ammunition shrines, and crew mess halls. They arrived firing. Men died before alarms finished sounding. Demon-infested debris struck the outer hull as if it was salvage, then unfolded into claws, mouths, and plague growth. Ruptured escape pods cracked open against armor plating and spilled pox corpses that crawled toward intake vents. Dead servitors floating in vacuum detonated when retrieved by recovery claws, releasing spores into mechanical lungs. Plague fog seeded into ventilation systems moved quietly through ducts and filtration shrines, sliding around purity screens with the patience of rot entering a wound. Gallatan's war became vertical. Nova Marines defended chapel halls, where candles guttered blue and statues wept rust. Deathwatch kill teams fought in magazine vaults stacked with shells large enough to flatten cities. Grey Knights moved through sealed corridors marked by runes that made mortal eyes ache. Ultramar Auxilia held stairwells, lift shafts, transit spines, reactor approaches, and gun access tunnels, dying by platoon, company, and deck without ever seeing the whole shape of the assault. The Star Fort was no longer a station. It was a world turned inside out, every corridor a trench, every bulkhead a fortress wall, every lift shaft a killing pit, every airless gun deck a plain of death beneath the stars. Chapter Master Barden Dovaro of the Nova Marines led from the front. He was a warrior of blue and bone, his armor scarred by void campaigns and wars whose names had become devotional entries in chapter archives. His storm shield bore marks from Xenos claws, traitor blades, and impacts that would have shattered tanks. His power fist hummed with restrained violence. Around him marched Nova Marines Terminators, heavy and implacable, their armor icons bright beneath soot and plague grime. Dovaro stood in Command Chapel Septimus when the first reports of internal contamination reached him. Auxilia companies in ventral transit spine.
Auric had been exposed to plague fog. They remained coherent. They were still fighting. They were also coughing black fluid into their masks and reporting hallucinations of bells under the floor. A mortal colonel pleaded across the Vox. "My lord, we can withdraw by lift shaft. We have wounded. We have men still clean. Give us 4 minutes." Dovaro looked at the contamination diagram. It was already too late. Seal bulkheads Auric, Tertian, and Lament. The colonel went silent. Then, "My lord, my men are still inside." "Yes," Dovaro said. The command serfs hesitated only until his helm turned toward them. Runes were struck. Bulkheads descended. Plasteel doors thick as fortress gates slammed down across the transit spine, cutting off the auxilia companies, the wounded, the infection, and whatever was moving through them. The colonel's voice returned, raw with disbelief. "Chapter Master." "Hold your men in discipline," Dovaro said. "You are buying Gallatin breath. Will you burn us?" "No," said Dovaro. "I will come to you." He cut the channel and turned to his Terminators. "Prepare breach entry. We kill everything beyond the seal." No one questioned him. Beyond the sealed bulkheads, the auxilia companies died in fragments. Some held formation until plague zombies crawled from their own casualty piles. Some shot their infected comrades. Some prayed. Some broke. Some laughed with voices not their own. When Dovaro and his Terminators opened the breach, the corridor beyond was ankle-deep in blood, vomit, spent casings, and drifting flies. The Nova Marines entered with storm bolters firing. Corrupted auxilia surged at them in torn uniforms and cracked armor. Their rebreathers hung from their faces. Their skin had swollen around straps and buckles. Men Dovaro had condemned minutes before clawed at his shield with blackened fingers and begged him to kill them, then bit at his gauntlet when he came close. He obliged them. His power fist crushed skulls, rib cages, and fused bodies into the deck. Terminator storm bolters filled the corridor with explosive rounds. Heavy flamers washed the ceiling and walls. The dead came apart in wet impacts and burning heaps. Dovaro found the colonel near the central lift gate. The man was on his knees, still alive, chainswood buried in the chest of a plague zombie that had once been his adjutant. His visor was cracked. His face beneath it had begun to blacken around the eyes. "Did we buy breath?" the colonel asked. Dovaro stood over him. "You did." The colonel nodded once. "Then spend it well." Dovaro killed him cleanly with a bolt pistol round through the helm. Elsewhere, the destroyer hive entered the minds of men. It came as pressure before sound, a crawling weight behind the eyes, 1,000 tiny legs inside the skull. Troopers slapped their helmets. Armsmen clawed at their ears until nails broke. Some tore their rebreathers free and bit their own tongues to stop themselves screaming. Others began firing at empty corners where they swore the flies had formed faces. One gunner on Battery Sanctus Primus clawed his ear clean from his head with a bayonet and laughed because the buzzing only grew louder. The battery kept firing. It had to. Battery Sanctus Primus occupied an airless gun deck exposed to the void through armored firing apertures. Its crew were sealed in pressure harnesses and hardsuits, locked into loading stations around macro shells decorated with purity wax and impact litanies. Servitors hauled shells into breaches. Margot's gunnery adepts blessed recoil engines. Human crews checked seals, charge pressure, and target runes while enemy ships burned beyond the shield. Then plague fog seeped from the ammunition feed. It should not have been possible. The deck was vacuum sealed. The ventilation systems were isolated. The magazine had passed Mechanicus sanctity checks. The fog came anyway, crawling along the floor in thin green ribbons, entering joints, seals, mouths, and machine housings. The first crewman split open while reciting a loading cant. His torso burst beneath the hard suit. The front plate bulged, cracked, and sprayed blood across the shell cradle. Flies poured from his ribcage in a black rush, filling the helmet from within until his face vanished. His hands remained locked on the loading controls. The servitor beside him continued working, unaware or uncaring, hydraulic arms, lifting the next macro shell into place. Another crewman collapsed against the firing rune, dead fingers twitching. The cannon fired. Its shell struck a plague cruiser and tore open a wound through 3 decks. The infected battery cheered, or sobbed, or screamed. It was difficult to distinguish. Servitors continued loading. Their torsos split next, pale skin opening around cables and augmetics as flies erupted from the cavities where organs had been replaced by machinery.
Remember, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support helps.
One servitor's abdomen peeled apart, exposing pistons coated in maggots. It loaded a shell anyway. Another had no head remaining, only a column of flies rising from the neck socket, yet its arms still cycled with perfect obedience. A Nova Marine Tech Marine entered the deck with a squad of battle brothers and a flamer servitor at his side. His name was Arcturos. His red helm turned slowly, taking in the corrupted crew, the still firing cannon, the servitors whose machine spirits labored through violation. He approached the main loading engine and placed one iron hand upon its casing. "Your duty is recorded," he told the gun. "Your pain is witnessed. Your spirit is not blamed for the filth forced upon it." The cannon fired again, as if answering. Arcturos lowered his head and spoke a machine blessing in Binharic, each burst of data click and cant sharp, reverent and final. Then he raised his flamer. Promethium-filled battery Sanctus Primus. The infected crew burned in place. Servitors loaded until heat fused their limbs. Flies ignited in clouds. Hard suits popped. Human fat floated in brief spheres before vaporizing in the airless chamber. The macro cannon's breech glowed dull red beneath the flames. Arcturos watched until nothing moved. Then he turned to his brothers. "Battery cleansed. Gun spirit damaged but loyal. Reload under remote right." The war deepened. Ruptures appeared around Geller Ward shrines inside the Star Fort, not enough to draw the full nightmare of the Empyrean through, but enough for demons to press fingers through the skin of reality. Plague-bearers stepped from walls. Nurglings tumbled from devotional fountains. Beasts of Nurgle squirmed through cargo lifts, delighted by the screaming men they crushed beneath affectionate bulk. The air grew thick with laughter, too old to be human. Then the Grey Knights entered. Their arrival changed the tone of battle. Before them, Galatan had been a military horror of breaches, corridors, spores, and guns. With them came occult war. Silver armor moved through green fog without hesitation. Nemesis force weapons shone with warded light. Storm bolters fired in measured bursts that shattered demonic flesh and drove plague-bearers backward into their own dissolving ichor. Their voices rose in banishment rites, layered and cold, every syllable shaped to wound things that should not exist. A plague demon swelled in the reactor shrine, dragging itself from a pool of coolant turned to slime. It opened its mouth to speak a name that would rot mortal minds. A Grey Knight Justicar spoke first. The demon's tongue burst into flame. Silver warriors advanced through its vomit, through its clawing attendants, through clouds of flies that died when they touched their wards. Halberds rose and fell. Demons came apart under force blades, not bleeding so much as unraveling, their bodies losing argument with reality. A knight drove his sword through a plague-bearer's chest and spoke a word that cracked every mirror in the shrine. The demon burst apart in a spray of green fire. Mortal auxilia, who witnessed them, did not cheer. They feared them almost as much as the enemy. That was proper. Barden Davaro fought toward the counter-breach at the heart of Gallatin's wounded side. Typhus's forces had punched deep through the Star Fort, occupying a sequence of magazine vaults and reactor-access cathedrals. If they held long enough, they could open a permanent path for the Plague Fleet's borders or overload key shield relays. Gallatin would not need to die to fail. It only needed to stop protecting Ultramar's void approaches. Davaro understood the cost. He led the assault personally with Terminators, Nova Marines veterans, and the surviving elements of a Death Watch kill team reduced to 3 warriors from different chapters. They advanced through a corpse-clogged elevator shaft, whose grav systems had failed, mag boots locking and releasing as they climbed through, bodies floating in partial suspension. The dead bumped against them with every step. Some were loyal, some were traitor. Some opened their eyes as the warriors passed and had to be killed again. At the top of the shaft, Blightlord Terminators waited. The corridor beyond became a grinder. Storm bolters hammered. Plague weapons answered. A Death Watch veteran with a black shield took a combi bolter burst to the chest, then drove a thunderhammer into the attacker's knee, shattering the traitor's leg before a flail reduced his helm to fragments. A Nova Marine Terminator was split open by a bubotic axe, his gene-enhanced organs spilling across the deck in glistening ropes. He remained upright long enough to fire his cyclone launcher at point-blank range, annihilating himself and the Blightlord before him in a storm of shrapnel and meat. Davaro moved through the chaos like an oath that refused to die. His storm shield cracked under a plague cleaver. His power fist crushed the helm of the warrior wielding it, pulping corrupted skull and swollen brain into the gorget. A plague knife pierced his side, sliding between plates and injecting venom that made his blood feel like boiling tar. He snapped the attacker's arm, tore the knife free, and drove it back through the traitor's throat. The counter-breach was close. He could see the shield relay chapel beyond the fighting, its doors half open, its ward lights flickering. Tech Marines and surviving adepts were inside, working to purge plague code from the control thrones. They needed minutes. Minutes were rarer than relics. Typhus did not appear in person. He did not need to. His presence arrived through the flies, through the infected vox, through the pressure inside skulls, and the patient certainty that the assault had already done enough. A voice like grave soil scraped over Davaro's command channel. "Brave little warden, you hold the door after the sickness has entered the blood." Davaro crushed another plague helm in his fist. Gallatin stands. For now, that is enough. For you, perhaps. The buzzing intensified. Davaro's lungs seized. His armor's toxin alarms shrieked. The plague knife wound in his side opened wider from within. He felt something crawling in his blood, testing the walls of his organs, seeking permission it would not receive. He drove forward. A Blightlord struck his shield. The shield broke. A scythe blade scraped across his breastplate and cut through the outer armor, then the inner seal. Rot fumes poured in. Davaro tasted copper, bile, and flies. He killed the scythe bearer with his power fist, but another traitor fired into him from the flank. Plague rounds burst against his armor. One penetrated beneath the collar, his left lung filled with black fluid. He did not fall. He locked his boots to the deck and became the line. "Seal the relay chapel," he voxed. A Nova Marine captain answered through static. "My lord, you are outside the seal." "I am aware." "My lord, seal it." The doors began to close behind him. Davaro stood alone in the narrowing corridor, with the dead at his feet and the death guard before him. His armor was pierced. His lungs were full of rot. Blood streamed from broken seals. His power fist flickered. His storm shield hung in 2 shattered pieces from his arm. The first Plague Marine came at him with a chain axe. Devarro caught the weapon, crushed it, and punched through the traitor's chest, tearing out a fistful of diseased hearts and cable. The second drove a plague knife into his thigh. Devarro smashed his helm flat. The third fired point blank into his abdomen. Devarro stepped through the impacts and broke the warrior's spine over his knee. Poxwalkers swarmed around his legs. He stamped them into paste until the deck was slick with bone and infected pulp. The doors behind him closed to a handspan. He looked through the gap at his brothers. "Galatan stands," he said again. Then the seal shut. The last sounds from the corridor were power fist impacts, plague bolter fire, and the wet crunch of bodies being broken against armor that refused to kneel. When the counter-breach teams reopened the passage after the shield relays were secured, they found Bardan Devarro dead beneath a mound of traitors. His armor had been split in 12 places. One arm was gone below the elbow. His helm was cracked open. His power fist was locked around the crushed head of a Blightlord Terminator. The corridor around him was a butchered wall of plague marines, pox corpses, and corrupted armsmen, all of them broken, pulped, burned, or crushed. The Nova Marines recovered his body in silence. Galatan survived. It survived as a gutted cathedral survives a fire, upright because too much blood had been spent beneath its arches for it to dare collapse. Whole decks were sealed and burning. Magazine vaults were flooded with sterilizing flame. Reactor shrines glowed with emergency rites. Corpse-clogged elevators were welded shut. Airless gun decks vented ash and frozen limbs into the void. The wounded filled chapel halls, command alcoves, and ammunition corridors. The dead outnumbered the living in every sealed compartment. Typhus withdrew before the Imperial counterattack could trap the main thrust of his boarding force. He had not taken Galatan. He had not needed to. The defense grid was wrecked. Shield patterns were damaged. Convoy routes were exposed. A chapter master lay dead. Guilliman would have to look away from Mortarian's ground war and answer the void. That was victory enough for a patient plague. Galatan's last transmission before full Vox blackout was sent on a narrow beam through static, prayer, and failing machine spirits. It began with the formal defense code of Ultramar. It continued with a casualty list so long the receiving servitors overheated before the end. It named Bardan Devarro, chapter master of the Nova Marines, fallen in defense of the Star Fort. It requested ammunition, medici support, purification engines, replacement void crews, Grey Knight containment advisement, Mechanicus repair cadres, and permission to vent compromised decks into space. Then, beneath the data, beneath the machine cant, beneath the formal phrases of duty and loss, a single human voice remained audible. He sounded wounded. He sounded old. He sounded like a man speaking from inside a tomb that had not yet finished closing. By the Emperor's light, by Guilliman's law, by the blood of the fallen, Galatan endures. The transmission ended in static. Then, far out in the plague dark, the flies answered. Sunrise on Parmenio did not reveal a battlefield. It revealed a continent at war. Light crawled over the plains of Hecatone and found no horizon that was not burning. Armored columns stretched farther than mortal eyes could follow, black and steel and blue and red, their pennants stiff with chemical sealant, their hulls streaked by mud, soot, and old blood. Titan silhouettes stood in the dawn like walking cathedrals built for apocalypse, their void shields shimmering in layered halos as artillery flashed around their ankles. Oceans of mud burned where Promethium had spilled into shell craters and refused to die. Smoke lay in strata across the field. Vox traffic crowded every channel with orders, prayers, casualty calls, targeting runes, machine cant, and the choking screams of men caught beneath treads. The plains of Hecatone had been named for an ancient martyr whose shrine once stood at the center of the basin. No one could find the shrine now. It had disappeared beneath kilometers of churned soil, tank wreckage, corpse piles, engine oil, crater lakes, plague sludge, and broken armor. The ground had been tilled by war until it resembled meat. Every step sank into a mixture of mud, blood, pus, and promethium runoff. Men who fell there did not always rise, even if unwounded. Some drowned face down while the battle passed over them. Some clawed at the boots of comrades who could not stop. Some were pulled under by hands belonging to corpses that had not finished obeying Nurgle. The Imperial Order of Battle rolled forward beneath banners of Ultramar and the Omnissiah. Leman Russ regiments advanced in armored cohorts, their battle cannons elevated, their sponson weapons tracking through the fog. Vanquishers hunted enemy armor through ash clouds. Demolishers crawled toward bunker lines with the stubborn patience of executioners. Baneblades moved among them like mobile fortresses, each super-heavy tank bristling with guns, each one bearing a name written in High Gothic across its hull, each one surrounded by priests, engine seers, infantry screens, and clouds of exhaust. Shadow swords took position behind ridges of churned earth, their volcano cannons aligned toward the shapes of enemy god engines moving in the distance. Basilisk batteries spoke from the rear in disciplined thunder. Manticores hurled missile storms into plague-marked coordinates. Hydra platforms filled the diseased sky with flak to drive back drones, flyers, and things that had wings, but no right to fly in real space. Skitari cohorts marched through the toxic haze in machine-perfect cadence, rad cloaks snapping, galvanic rifles raised, their augmented limbs untroubled by mud that swallowed mortal soldiers to the knee. Behind them crawled Mechanicus macro-haulers bearing ammunition, repair rights, plasma coils, spare limbs, and tanks of sanctified fuel. Night households strode between armor columns, lords of iron and heraldry encased in towering warsuits. Reaper chainswords revved with cathedral growls. Thermal cannons spat contained sunfire into enemy bastions. Avenger Gatling cannons hammered plague infantry into red mist. Around their feet ran infantry regiments by the thousand, tiny beside them, laser guns flashing like sparks in a storm. Then came the Titans. Warhound Scout Titans loped ahead of the larger engines, lean and predatory, their turbo lasers and plasma blast guns turning enemy armor into molten wreckage. Reavers followed with the measured stride of kings, apocalypse launchers rippling fire from their carapaces. Warlord Titans advanced behind them, each step an earthquake, each engine a walking fortress monastery of steel, hate, incense, and machine divinity. Their princeps sat enthroned in amniotic command and sacred pain. Their moderati whispered corrections. Their tech priests sang Binharic hymns so dense with data that mortal vox operators bled from the nose when fragments leaked into open channels. The Legio Praesagius and allied god engines walked beneath prayers to the Omnissiah. The ground bowed before them. Chaos answered. Across the plains, where the sunrise curdled into a dirty green smear, Legio Mortis advanced beneath plague storms and banners stitched from flayed loyalists. Their titans were not noble engines. They were diseased idols, walking blasphemies of rusted adamantium and corrupted plasma, their armor plates covered in boils of metal and flesh. Faces had grown in their carapaces and screamed whenever weapons charged. Eye lenses wept black lubricant. Bell chains hung from weapon arms. The crews within were no longer merely princeps and moderati. They were sacrifices fused into command thrones, nerves braided through infected machine spirits, mouths stretched open in endless devotion to corrupted engines that dreamed of trampling worlds into rot. House Slughorn marched beside them, its knights swollen and foul, heraldry almost buried beneath filth, trophies, and dangling corpse bells. Their chain blades dragged through mud and left trails that smoked. Filth engines rolled beneath them, half tank, half demon, their hulls crawling with pustules, exhaust pipes coughing plague spores, gun barrels drooling venom. Blightguard marched in corrupted ranks around the engines, plague marines in diseased plate carrying plague bolters, cleavers, and icons of the three-circle mark. Corrupted Lehman Russ tanks lurched through the slime, with crews fused to their command seats. Demon engines bounded and crawled, and dragged themselves forward on claws, tracks, tendrils, and wheels made from bone. Plague artillery fired from behind hills of corpses. Its shells did not simply explode. They opened. They bloomed. They turned trenches into wet gardens of agony. Where they landed, guardsmen screamed as their lungs filled with flies, and their skin peeled back from their bones as though eager to abandon them. Autocannon crews vomited black ropes. Vox men transmitted prayers that turned into laughter. Medici stations became casualty pits within moments, and the wounded inside became ammunition for the next wave of dead. Brother Sergeant Acastus Vorolan did not stand with the infantry lines. No Astartes commander with sense would waste Space Marines as mere mass among such slaughter. On Hecatone, the Adeptus Astartes were scalpels driven into the nerve clusters of an armored god. They deployed by Thunderhawk, Storm Raven, Rhino, Impulsor, Teleport Strike, and Armored Spearhead, not to hold mud for its own sake, but to break the mechanisms that made the enemy advance possible. Vorolan's mission was precise. Punch through the armored chaos screen near the ruin of Shrine Grid Orison. Assassinate demon artillery spotters embedded in plague towers. Mark the towers for Titan killer fire. Withdraw before Legio Mortis adjusted stride and erased the area from existence. It was a clean order. The battlefield was not clean enough to deserve it. Vorolan rode inside an impulsor with what remained of his squad and a detachment of firstborn ultramarines under Brother Sergeant Malchion. The vehicle bucked violently as shells detonated around it. Inside, the warriors stood mag-locked and silent. Cadrus checked the seals of his flamestorm gauntlets. Nemetor recited targeting catechisms in a voice stripped of emotion. Marius reloaded his heavy bolt rifle with practiced care. Cassian's plasma incinerator rested upright between his gauntlets, its coils dark for now. Malchion watched Vorolan through scarred lenses, the old sergeant's armor still bearing repairs from Espandor. The transport's Vox carried fragments from the wider battle. A Baneblade company reported enemy super-heavy contact, then vanished beneath static and screaming metal. A Warhound Princeps requested permission to pursue a demon engine pack and received denial. A Manticore battery declared itself contaminated and requested immediate immolation. The request was granted. Its coordinates were erased by basilisk fire 30 heartbeats later. The impulsor ramp dropped into hell. Vorolan stepped into a shell crater filled with blood up to his greaves. A dead guardsman floated face down beside him, laser still clutched in both hands, his back split open by shrapnel, and his lungs crawling with small white worms. Beyond the crater, 3 auxiliar battalions had died, taking and losing the same forward bunker line. Their bodies lay everywhere, stacked along revetments, tangled in wire, crushed beneath tracks, blown into fragments that hung from broken rebar like slaughterhouse offerings. The position's guns still fired, but no loyal hands manned them. Corrupted armsmen and plague cultists held the line now, using the dead as barricades. Objective path crosses the bunker, Malchion said. Vorolan raised his bolt rifle. Then the bunker is already cleared. They advanced. The first Pox cultists rose from behind the corpse barricade with autoguns and cleavers. The Ultramarines killed them in seconds. Heavy bolt rifles punched through bodies and burst them apart against sandbags slick with rot. Chainswords snarled as intercessors vaulted the parapet and entered the firing trench. Marius drove his blade through one cultist's chest, fired into another's skull, then reversed and cut the legs from a third without changing stride. Cadrus filled a dugout with promethium, and the men inside burned so fast their screams became one long animal sound. Nemetor threw a crack grenade through a firing slit, and the bunker's inner chamber erupted in red spray and broken limbs. 3 auxiliary battalions had died there over 9 hours. Vorolan's combined squad cleared it in minutes. They did not pause to feel superiority. Superiority was not pride, it was function. A corrupted heavy weapons team tried to pivot a Lascanon toward them. Cassian fired. Plasma struck the weapon, passed through the gun shield, boiled the crew inside their flak armor, and blew the Lascanon into molten fragments. Brother Malchion shot the last crawling survivor through the spine before the man could reach a detonator. Position secure, Vorolan voxed, continuing to Orison Towers. Behind them, auxiliary troops surged into the reclaimed bunker line. They looked at the dead, then at the Space Marines, then began reinforcing the position with shaking hands. One young sergeant saluted Vorolan. His eyes were wide with awe and horror. Vorolan ignored him. The macro war swallowed the horizon. A warlord titan fired its volcano cannon. For one instant, the world became white. The beam crossed the plains and struck a Legio Mortis engine at the hip. Void shields flared, collapsed, and died in expanding rings of green lightning. The enemy titan's leg vanished in molten ruin. It fell slowly, impossibly slowly, a cathedral collapsing in the shape of a warrior. Its impact sent a shockwave through the mud, flattening men hundreds of meters away. The screaming of its fused crew rode every Vox channel for several seconds before Mechanicus sensors cut the feed. In the mud below, no one had time to look. Guardsmen drowned in shell craters as artillery turned the ground liquid. Tank crews burned inside their vehicles, beating on hatches warped shut by melter fire. A knight of House Vaughn lost a leg to a plague lance and toppled into a trench full of loyal infantry. The impact crushed an entire platoon into paste, and the dying night pilot apologized over open Vox until his reactor went critical and turned apology into fire. Vorolan's squad crossed a field of ruptured tanks beneath the cover of smoke and titan shadows. The plague towers rose ahead. They had been grown around old Vox spires and shrine pylons, each one a column of bone, rusted metal, fungal mass, and twitching flesh. At their summits hung spotters, not men anymore, but psychic plague things with skulls split open and eyes replaced by clusters of flies. Their whispers guided artillery across the plain. Every time one lifted its head, a loyalist formation died somewhere in the smoke. Targets confirmed, Vorolan voxed, preparing marks. Then Kugath's vanguard entered the field. The air changed first. It thickened with spoiled sweetness. The flies stopped scattering from explosions and began to move in circles, forming symbols above the mud. Poxwalkers surged from shell holes, more than there should have been, more than the dead available to make them. Plague-bearers marched between them in counting ranks, each demon murmuring numbers in a tone of miserable devotion. Beasts of Nurgle rolled through trench lines, delighted, crushing men beneath affectionate bulk and dissolving them beneath acidic slime. Nurglings poured over tank wrecks in giggling tides, dragging severed hands, grenades, ration tins, and eyeballs as treasures. At their center walked Septicus 7. He was tall for a plague-bearer, swollen with authority, his single eye bright with ledger light. Rusted tally chains hung from his neck. Scrolls of flayed skin trailed behind him, each one covered in names, dates of death, wound counts, organ weights, infection vectors, and the exact manner in which each corpse had been gifted to Grandfather Nurgle. He carried a blade notched for counting, and a book bound in plague leather that turned its own pages as men died around him. Every kill near Septicus became an entry. A guardsman crushed beneath a tank tread, recorded. A Skitarius split by shrapnel, recorded. A space marine wounded by plague knife, anticipated. A Titan crew screaming inside a burning god engine, cross-referenced. Septicus looked upon the plains of Hecatone and smiled with accountant's reverence. So many, he whispered, so generous, so poorly filed. His plague-bearers answered with one voice, "Count them, count them, count them." Vorolan felt the demonic pressure press against his helm seals and the edge of his thoughts. His hate sharpened into function. Grey interference increasing. Continue mission. Mark towers. Malkion looked toward Septicus and the demonic host spilling across the flank. That thing will turn our rear. Our mission is the towers. Our rear will become the mission if it collapses. Vorolan processed targeting runes. The nearest plague tower was within range. The far two required visual designation. Then we finish before collapse. They moved. Cadrus and Nemetor burned a path through poxwalkers, while Cassian and Marius fired into the tower base. Vorolan climbed the broken Vox pylon using maglocks, bolt pistol in one hand, gladius in the other. Diseased growth snapped at his boots. A mouth in the wall bit into his shin seal. He cut it away without slowing. At the summit, the plague spotter turned its split skull toward him. Flies swarmed from its empty eyes and struck his helm in a black sheet. It spoke with a voice like a dying choir. "Your death has been noted." Vorolan drove his blade through its open brain and pinned it to the tower. "Revise the entry." He placed the beacon and leapt as the Titan killer signal went live. Far behind Imperial lines, a shadow sword adjusted its volcano cannon. The beam struck the tower and erased it. Vorolan hit the mud hard, armor stabilizers screaming. The shockwave threw cultists, poxwalkers, and loose body parts in every direction. He rose through falling ash and marked the next tower. Malkion's squad was already advancing on it, bolters roaring, chains wards raised. Then the Death Guard counterstroke reached them. Blight Guard emerged from the smoke with plague bolters leveled. The first volley punched into the ultramarine line. Brother Marius took a round to the abdomen, the
shell bursting against his plate and spraying corrosive filth across the seal. He sealed it with foam and kept firing. Brother Nemetor was struck in the helm, staggered, and answered with a stream of fire that turned 3 cultists and 1 plague marine into burning shapes. A myphitic blight hauler crawled over a tank wreck and aimed its melter at Vorolan. A knight's battle cannon shell hit it before it fired. The demon engine burst open, its innards flung across the mud in a fan of gears, slime, bone, and screaming warp flesh. The knight strode past, towering above them, pilot broadcasting through Vox. "By throne and blood, mark your prey, sons of Guilliman. We shall trample the rest." Vorolan did not look up. Second tower marked. A Reaver Titan answered this time. Its carapace launcher fired in a ripple of apocalyptic sound. Missiles descended upon the marked tower and the plague artillery pit behind it. The explosion consumed the entire position, throwing a column of fire and diseased stone into the sky. For a moment, artillery on that front fell silent. Then Septicus 7 turned his eye toward them. The demon herald raised one long finger and made a mark in his ledger. Blue transhumans. Classification, interfering asset. Wound potential, high. Harvest value, symbolic. A tide of plague bearers shifted toward Vorolan's squad. They would have been overrun. Then Guilliman struck the vanguard. His arrival was not a single moment, but a tactical earthquake. First came the command shift. Vox channels cleared as if a blade had passed through static. Orders snapped into alignment. Ultramarines across the sector rallied with renewed precision. Auxilia regiments that had begun to buckle found themselves reassigned into coherent fire nets. Titans altered fire lanes by Primarch order, their god engines turning weapons away from secondary targets toward the demonic breakthrough. Knights received charge vectors, artillery adjusted by grid and breath. The battlefield, which had been a storm, became a fist. Then came the Primarch himself. Rowboat Guilliman advanced through the center of a spearhead of Ultramarines, Victrix Guard, Blade Guard veterans, and armored support, the Emperor's sword burning in his hand. Around him, Loyalist banners lifted in the foul wind. Men who had been vomiting from plague exposure stood and fired. Space Marines redoubled their pace. Knights charged with war horns blaring, smashing through poxwalker tides and sending demons beneath their feet.
Titans adjusted their stride so that no friendly fire crossed the Primarch's path. The Death Guard were forced to turn. Their slow advance, patient and grinding, bent toward one impossible target. Plague Marines leveled bolters. Demon engines lurched. Plague Bearers shifted formation. Septicus 7 paused in his counting and looked up from his ledger. "Ah," he said softly, "a major entry." Guilliman hit the demonic vanguard like imperial law given flesh. The Emperor's sword cut Plague Bearers into burning absence. Where its fire touched demonic bodies, rot could not remain rot. It became ash, light, and banishment. Guilliman's bolter roared from his gauntlet, each shell detonating with surgical fury. A plague drone swooped toward him and came apart beneath a burst of fire from nearby Victrix Guard. A Blight Guard champion swung a cleaver at the Primarch's flank. Guilliman caught the warrior by the throat, crushed the helm inward, and hurled the body into a knot of poxwalkers with enough force to break them apart. Septicus 7 opened his book. Names spilled from its pages as flies. "Robout Guilliman," the demon intoned, "son of order, regent of Carrion, denier of the natural tally. Your expiration remains disputed." Guilliman did not slow. "Then dispute it in the warp." Septicus raised his notched blade, and the dead around him stood again. Guardsmen with crushed chests, Skitari with missing limbs, cultists burned to charcoal, Plague Marines whose bodies had been split by plasma. They rose in a ring around the herald, every corpse becoming an entry sharpened into weapon. Vorolan saw the circle closing and understood the opening required. Fire on the dead between the Primarch and the herald, all weapons. Ultramarines obeyed. Heavy bolt rifles hammered. Plasma incinerators screamed. Aggressors burned a corridor through reanimated flesh. Malkion led his firstborn into the flank, Chainsword tearing through corpses, bolt pistol firing into skulls at contact range. Auxilia heavy weapons joined, autocannons shredding bodies faster than the demon could raise them. A Warhound Titan stepped over the line and poured turbo laser fire into a cluster of demon engines attempting to intervene. Guilliman reached Septicus. The demon herald struck first, blade flashing with plague numerology, every notch carrying a counted death. It scraped across the armor of fate and left a line of smoking corruption. Guilliman answered with a blow that severed the demon's arm at the elbow. Septicus did not cry out. He looked at the falling limb, then at his ledger. Amputation, self, unexpected, recording. The book opened wider. Pages became mouths. Names became chains. They wrapped around Guilliman's sword arm, hissing with the deaths of thousands. For a heartbeat, the Emperor's sword dimmed beneath the weight of the tally. Then Guilliman spoke, not loudly, but with such force that nearby mortals felt their bones ache. "You count what you did not earn." He tore the chains apart. The Emperor's sword blazed brighter, white gold and absolute. Guilliman drove it through Septicus 7's ledger first. The book screamed. Every page ignited, names burning upward in columns of light. Plague bearers across the field clutched their heads and staggered as their tallies unraveled. Septicus finally made a sound, a thin, offended hiss. "My records." Guilliman cut him from shoulder to hip. The demon's body opened, spilling not blood, but numbers made visible. Black runes, bile, flies, and fragments of stolen last breaths. Guilliman struck again. The second blow split the herald's skull and burned through the single eye. Septicus 7 collapsed inward, his form losing cohesion, his tally chains snapping one by one. The demons around him screamed, as if every corpse they had counted had been taken back by fire. The banishment rolled outward. Plague engines shuddered. Poxwalker mobs collapsed. Demon artillery spotters burst into ash atop their towers. The final plague tower marked by Vorolan pulsed wildly, trying to transmit a correction to guns that no longer heard it. "Third tower," Vorolan said. Cassian, wounded and smoking, raised his plasma incinerator, and painted the target with a beam marker. A warlord Titan turned. Its volcano cannon fired. The tower, the artillery grove, the demon engine nest behind it, and an entire ridge of corrupted armor vanished in a pillar of white annihilation. The shockwave slammed into Vorolan hard enough to drive him to one knee. Across the front, Imperial forces advanced into the rupture. Knights charged. Leman Russ companies surged forward. Baneblades fired into the gaps. Skitarii marched through the ash with machine hymns rising. Auxilia regiments took ground bought by Titans, Space Marines, and the dead. By dusk, the Imperium had gained the Central Plains. Parmenio did not look saved. No world could look saved after Hecatone. The battlefield stretched beneath a smoke-hidden sky, filled with burning Titans, broken knights, gutted tanks, corpse seas, plague pits, shattered artillery, and mud that moved in places where nothing living remained. The shrine of Hecatone was still lost. The plains had been crossed, but not healed. Legio Mortis had withdrawn in order, not panic. House Slughorn still stalked the eastern ridges. Kugath's vanguard had been mauled, and Septicus VII banished, but the smell of the Plague Father's cauldrons remained in the air. Vorolan stood atop the ruin of the third Plague Tower and watched Medici teams shoot men who failed contamination scans. Brother Marius leaned against a slab of rusted metal, while an apothecary cut away infected flesh from his abdomen. He did not cry out. Malchion sat nearby with his helm in his lap, and blood drying black along his jaw. "We won ground," Malchion said. Vorolan looked across the plains where fire flickered in every direction. "Yes. Does it feel like victory to you?" Vorolan watched a Shadow Sword crew being burned inside their own tank after the vehicle's spirit began chanting in a plague tongue. He watched a Knight household banner sink slowly into a crater of bubbling filth. He watched guardsmen stand in ranks while priests blessed them before sending them back into the mud. "No," he said. In the smoke beyond the killing fields, something appeared. At first, Vorolan thought it was a reflection from burning promethium or a distortion caused by damaged optics. Then the Auspex failed. Vox traffic thinned. The flies fell silent. Across a stretch of corpse mud, between two burning tank wrecks, a figure of light stood where no figure had walked. It was shaped like a saint from chapel glass, luminous and terrible, robed in flame, its face impossible to resolve. Wounded soldiers saw it and wept. Tech priests recorded impossible readings. Space Marines raised weapons because miracles in the age of the Great Rift were not to be trusted without target confirmation. The figure lifted one hand toward the deeper war zones, toward the path that led through Parmenio and beyond, toward gardens not yet burned and traps not yet sprung. Then it vanished. No strategist could quantify it. No machine could confirm it. No order immediately followed. But across the plains of Hecatone, in the silence after artillery, men who had survived Titans, plague shells, demon engines, and the counting herald of Nurgle felt something colder than fear. Warning. Guilliman had begun to understand that the war was no longer obeying war. That realization disturbed him more than the casualty tallies, more than the poisoned worlds, more than the attrition maps spreading red across Ultramar's borders like arterial spray. Casualties could be measured. Supply could be redirected. Fleets could be assigned to interdiction. Regiments could be expended where necessary and withdrawn where waste exceeded utility. The destruction of a world was not beyond calculation, not if its value, contamination, strategic depth, and salvage potential were honestly assessed. But the plague wars had ceased to move by calculation alone. The enemy was shaping more than fronts. It was shaping symbols. It was shaping despair. It was shaping the stories men told themselves while dying in trenches, the prayers whispered by plague-swollen refugees, the fear of soldiers who had watched their brothers rise from corpse pits smiling. Mortarian's armies did not merely capture ground.
They made captured ground mean something. Typhus did not merely break supply lanes. He made the void feel abandoned. Kugath did not merely brew disease. He made mercy itself suspect. Every medici ward a potential altar. Every hand extended to the wounded a possible vector. Faith moved through the campaign like an unlicensed force. So did fear. So, Guilliman suspected with growing unease, did divinity. He stood in the strategium of his command vessel, while hololithic images of the Parmenio front rotated around him. Red for contamination, amber for instability, blue for loyal control, black for zones where no reliable report could be obtained, because every scout sent inside had either died, vanished, or returned speaking in flies. The plains of Hecatone had been won in the language of maps, but the victory had driven his forces into a deeper geometry of risk. Plague fog gathered along the next relief corridor. Demonic distortion bloomed around ruined shrine markers. Mortarian's main body had withdrawn not in panic, but with the deliberate patience of a predator offering blood on the ground. Guilliman did not trust it. He trusted almost nothing that could not be interrogated by reason. Yet the saintly apparition on Hecatone had not been reason. It had left no proof acceptable to a court of logic, and still his entire command structure had felt its consequence. Men who should have broken did not. Demons recoiled. Astropaths dreamed of fire. Adeptus Mechanicus instruments recorded impossible data, then contradicted themselves and burned their own memory stacks. Grey Knights would not speak plainly of it, which told him more than speech. A tetrarchal officer reported casualty displacement projections. A navy lord advised reinforcing the void lanes after Galatan's mauling. A Mechanicus Magos warned that the noosphere along the relief corridor displayed recursive plague signatures. A chaplain requested permission to distribute amended litanies among auxiliar units whose morale had degraded after exposure to demonic resurrection phenomena. Guilliman listened to all of them. Then he looked past them at the map. "The enemy offers us a corridor," he said. The strategium quieted. A captain of the Ultramarines inclined his helm. "My lord, the corridor leads to survivors cut off after the Hecatone push. Several armored battalions, 2 auxiliar army groups, Mechanicus purification cadres, and elements of the Silver Eagles remain encircled. Delay will reduce extraction probability sharply." "Yes," Guilliman said. No one mistook agreement for comfort. "They want me to see them," Guilliman continued. "They want their deaths visible enough to demand response, but valuable enough that ignoring them becomes a wound to cohesion. Mortarian's hand is in this." A mortal general, hollow-eyed from 3 continuous days of command, swallowed before speaking. "Then we should not go, Lord?" "We go," Guilliman said, "but we do not go believing this is rescue alone. We go knowing it is theatre built around a blade." Far beyond the Imperial command net, Mortarian waited among fog and corpse bells. The trap had been prepared in layers. He had never intended merely to kill Guilliman, though death would be a pleasing outcome if properly ripened. A simple death could be denied, mythologized, wrapped in banners and recited by priests until meaning bent away from truth. No, Mortarian wanted his brother to understand. He wanted the Lord Commander of the Imperium to stand amid the failure of order and feel its bones soften. He wanted Guilliman to see that every precise command, every rational sacrifice, every ledger of salvageability led at last to the same mud, the same rot, the same pleading throats filling with flies. Perfect order could kneel. That was the lesson. Mortarian would teach it in filth. He stood beneath plague banners in the ruins of a shrine causeway, wings folded, silence resting against the ground beside him. Around him gathered Death Shroud, Blight Lords, Plague Sorcerers, Demon Engines, and cult hosts, numbering beyond mortal comfort. The ground had been prepared with corpse trenches and hidden plague vents. The fog had been thickened with Kugath's craft. The dead had been arranged not merely as bodies, but as words in a language of infection. Every road led inward.
Every safe landing zone had been blessed with worms beneath the soil. Every retreat path had been measured by artillery already sighted. Mortarian's plague captains bowed and received their assignments. None dared question the shape of his obsession. Typhus did question it, though not before Mortarian's face. Aboard a plague cruiser holding station beyond the contested void, Typhus listened to the deployment cant with contempt, hidden behind stillness. Around him stood Death Guard captains, whose armor breathed and wept. The destroyer hive crawled over the command dais and entered the air vents, spreading through the ship like a second nervous system. "The Lord of Death demands synchrony," one plague captain said. "Our fleet elements are to press the relief lanes only after the trap closes." Typhus's helm turned slowly. "The plague god asked for realms. Our father asks for applause." The captain lowered his head. "Mortarian seeks to break Guilliman. Then he thinks like a son, before he thinks like a servant," Typhus replied. "A broken Guilliman would be useful, a dead one, perhaps useful, but a galaxy of open lanes, dead star forts, infected convoys, and starving worlds is more useful still. Shall we deny the order?" Typhus laughed dryly. "I did not say I would waste the opportunity. Let the Pale King bait his brother. While blue eyes turn toward mud, the void will open its throat." The fleet shifted. Typhus would participate. He would also profit. The relief push began beneath a sky that could not decide whether to rain blood or ash. Vorolan's squad was attached to the armored spearhead under Captain Epithus, advancing along the corpse causeway through fog dense enough to turn Auspex into madness. The machine spirits of their sensors returned heartbeat signatures from everything: corpses, armor fragments, spent shells, pools of stagnant water, clouds of flies. A severed hand caught in razor wire registered as a living combatant. A burning tank returned no life signs, while its crew screamed inside. The fog swallowed formation edges. Lehman Russ tanks rolled forward with infantry clinging to their sides. Chimeras crawled behind them, ramps ready to disgorge troops into the slaughter. Redemptor dreadnoughts advanced like walking bastions, their weapons sweeping left and right through the murk. Ultramarines moved in disciplined squads between armored hulls, firing at silhouettes, motion traces, and anything whose prayer cadence did not match approved imperial rhythm. Auxilia regiments followed in ranks so tight that dead men remained standing for several breaths before the press of bodies let them fall. The first shell landed without warning. It burst behind the leading armor, spraying plague fluid across a company of guardsmen. Men collapsed instantly, armor seals hissing, skin blistering under their masks. Their comrades tried to drag them aside until the fallen began biting through gloves. Commissars executed the infected. A second shell landed among the commissars and turned them into red vapor, black bone, and scraps of coat spinning through the fog. "Maintain pace," Vorolan ordered. Brother Marius fired into movement on the left. A poxwalker's head detonated. 3 more emerged behind it, then 20, then a crawling knot of bodies sewn together by roots and wire. Cadrus burned them until the fog glowed orange. Nemetor swept the right flank with bolter fire, each round cutting brief tunnels through the murk before striking flesh. Cassian's plasma incinerator whined, fired, and turned an unseen heavy weapon nest into a blue-white flash, followed by raining organs. The relief column became a meat grinder before it reached the first marker shrine. Plague Marines stood in the fog at exact intervals, like statues placed by a cruel architect. They fired, absorbed return fire, withdrew by steps, and allowed the Imperial line to advance over corpse pits that opened beneath tanks. One Lehman Russ dropped nose first into a concealed trench packed with bodies. The dead inside exploded upward, clawing through hatches, dragging crewmen out in pieces. Another tank reversed into a mine growth that wrapped around its tracks and detonated in a blossom of acidic pus, melting the lower hull and spilling burning men into the mud. Vorolan saw a guardsman fall into a crater filled with blood, plague slime, and promethium runoff. The man's pack dragged him under. His hand rose once, fingers clawing at air. An officer stepped toward him. Vorolan shoved the officer back and fired into the crater until the surface stopped moving. The officer stared. He was alive. He was submerged in infection. He was one of mine. He is now denied to them. The officer looked as though he might speak further. A bolt round from the fog removed his jaw and most of his throat. He dropped without another sound. The column pressed on. Then Mortarion appeared. He came first as a shadow above artillery flashes, wings unfolding through the plague fog like the eclipse of a diseased moon. The guns seemed to dim around him. Shell bursts became brief ornaments against his silhouette. Silence dragged through the mud at his side, its blade leaving a furrow that smoked and filled with worms. Toxins rolled from him in visible waves. Paint peeled from tank holes as he passed. Purity seals blackened. Auspex veins cracked. Men inside sealed rebreathers ruptured without visible wounds, their bodies bursting against the inside of their armor as if pressure from another world had entered them. An auxiliar platoon tried to stand firm. Their sergeant shouted the first words of the litany of defiance. Before he reached the second line, every man around him vomited blood through his mask. One exploded from the abdomen outward, spraying the rest with organ fragments and shredded flak. Another's eyes burst inside his goggles. A third clawed at his throat until his head lolled backward on a spine turned soft. Mortarion walked through their remains without looking down, the vox filled with screams, prayers, and the static buzz of flies. Guilliman moved to meet him. The Lord of Ultramar came through the Imperial line, surrounded by Victrix Guard and blue armored sons, the Emperor's sword burning in his hand. His presence steadied the Loyalists, as it always did, but this time the steadiness felt strained, like a bridge under too much weight. The sight of him drew men upright. It also drew Mortarion's gaze, and when the Pale King looked upon his brother, the entire battlefield seemed to inhale rot. Roboot, Mortarion said. The name travelled through fog, armor, stone, and bone. Mortarion, Guilliman answered. No speeches followed. The Primarchs collided, and the battlefield collapsed into myth. Around them, Space Marines and Plague Marines butchered one another in heaps. Chainblades snarled against corrupted ceramite. Plague knives found armor seals and injected toxins that blackened gene-forged blood. Power fists crushed helms flat and burst skulls like ripe fruit. Bolter detonations opened torsos from within, throwing enhanced organs across mud and broken stone. An ultramarine tackled a plague marine into a shell crater and drove a combat blade through the traitor's throat again and again until a bubotic axe split him down the spine. A Death Guard warrior laughed while an intercessor emptied an entire magazine into his chest, then stopped laughing only when a crack grenade was forced through the wound and detonated. Vorolan fought at the edge of the Primarch storm. He knew better than to approach the duel. To come too close was to become debris in the argument of demigods. His squad's task was the same as ever. Kill the support, break the ritual structure, hold the corridor open if possible, die in a shape useful to the wider war if not. Holgoth Rax emerged from the fog with plague knives in both hands and a chain of skull bells around his waist. "Little Butcher," Rax called, "you came to the lesson." Vorolan answered with bolter fire. Rax took the rounds across his chest and shoulder, meat blowing outward, armor cracking, bells shattering. He kept walking, the wounds knitted with ropey cords of black tissue, pulling armor fragments back into place. "Still counting," the champion said. "Still cutting, still pretending the numbers are not prayers." Vorolan drew his gladius. "They are not prayers, they are verdicts." The Death Guard charged with him. The fight became close, hot, and wet. Cadrus burned 2 plague cultists and a poxwalker knot before a blight grenade burst against his chest and coated him in writhing larvae. He scraped them away with his flamer muzzle and incinerated his own breastplate clean. Marius lost his left hand to a rusted chain axe and killed the wielder by driving his remaining fist into the traitor's eye lens, then firing his bolt pistol through the hole. Cassian burned a Blight Lord's belly open with plasma, and the Terminator's intestines spilled out, wrapped around Cassian's weapon, and tried to pull it from his hands before Nemetor severed them with a chainsword. Kugath's pressure descended over the battlefield like a second sky. Reality softened. Wounded men looked down and saw gardens growing inside their wounds. Not metaphor, not hallucination, but tiny green shoots pushing through torn muscle, roots threading along veins, petals opening from bullet holes. Some screamed and tore at themselves. Some smiled with sudden relief and tried to water the growths with their own blood. Dead soldiers stood up smiling, not as poxwalkers alone, but as men seeing beloved fields beyond the fog. Flies gathered in scripture lines across the air, forming words that shifted whenever loyalists tried to read them. Grey knights entered the worst of it, with silver fury. Their chants cut through the plague fog like blades through wet cloth. Nemesis force weapons burned. Storm bolters hammered demons into collapsing fragments. Librarians of the Ultramarines and successor chapters stood within circles of warded ash, hoods blazing, blood running from their noses as they forced the Empyrean back by will, catechism, and controlled hatred. One librarian screamed a banishment formula until his tongue split and fire came from his mouth. A beast of Nurgle rolled over him a moment later. A grey knight Justicar cut the beast open from crown to belly, and the demon burst into a tide of acidic slime that stripped paint from 3 nearby tanks. Still, the warp pressed inward. Mortarion pushed Guilliman to the edge. The Pale King did not fight like a commander. He fought like a law of decay, given wings, hatred, and a scythe. He absorbed blows that should have felled titans in miniature. The Emperor's sword burned his armor and carved through his flesh, yet the wounds festered, smoked, and closed slowly beneath the blessing of the plague god. His poison aura filled the space around him with invisible knives. Stone rotted, metal wept. The very air became a weapon. Each sweep of silence forced Guilliman to counter not merely a blade, but the weight of endings. Guilliman was faster, cleaner, more precise. Mortarion was inevitable. Their weapons met with impacts that flattened mortals nearby and threw space marines from their feet. Guilliman cut one of Mortarion's wings and sent diseased blood smoking into the mud. Mortarion answered by striking the Primarch across the breastplate, tearing a gouge through the armor of fate that filled instantly with crawling toxin. Guilliman drove forward, fist and sword in perfect sequence. Mortarion took the blows and laughed without joy. "Still arranging the battlefield," Mortarion said. "Still believing order can protect you from truth." Guilliman struck his brother across the helm, breaking horn and plate. "I believe in victory. You believe in denial." The loyalist line began to buckle. Not everywhere, not all at once, but enough. A company of auxilia broke under the sight of their dead fathers and sons, walking toward them through fog. A tank squadron reversed into its own infantry after plague drones descended over the command vehicle. A Grey Knight squad was forced back from a demonic breach that widened with every loyalist death nearby. Plague Marines pressed the flanks with inexorable patience. Typhus's void forces struck the relay above, severing clean reinforcement coordination for precious minutes. Kugath's unseen cauldrons fed the distortion until the battlefield seemed less like ground and more like a mouth closing. Vorolan saw the collapse forming. He also saw Guilliman stagger. Mortarion had caught him with the haft of silence, driving the blow into his side, then followed with a sweep that forced the Emperor's sword low. The demon Primarch's other hand closed around Guilliman's shoulder guard. Toxins spilled across blue and gold armor. The mud beneath them boiled. The Pale King leaned close, vast wings blocking the artillery flashes. "Kneel," Mortarion said. The word carried through every vox. Men heard it in their teeth. Guilliman did not kneel, But he slowed. For one heartbeat too long, the impossible seemed possible. Then the saintly manifestation erupted through the horror. It did not come as comfort. It came as burning judgment. Light tore through the plague fog from above and within, not descending cleanly from the sky, but igniting from every oath still unbroken, every corpse denied to rot, every prayer snarled through blood-filled mouths, every act of duty performed without hope of witness. The figure stood amid the killing ground, robed in fire, faceless and unbearable. Its presence was not gentle. Mortal men screamed as cataracts burned from their eyes. Plague matter blackened and curled away. Demons shrieked and clawed at themselves. Flies burst in the air by the million, raining down as ash. Grey knights did not lower their weapons. Space Marines did not cheer. Even Gilliman looked upon the manifestation with something close to alarm. The power struck outward. Plague-bearers ruptured into sparks and slime. Beasts of Nurgle deflated, their cheerful bellows becoming wet screams. Kugath's garden visions burned inside wounds, leaving men howling as the roots became ash under their skin. The scripture of flies ignited. Poxwalkers collapsed in heaps, stolen smiles melting from their faces. Plague Marines staggered, not broken, but forced back, their armor smoking where the light touched old blessings and newer filth. Mortarion recoiled. Only a step. For a being such as him, it was enough to shake the shape of the trap. Gilliman struck. The Emperor's sword came up in a blazing arc and carved across Mortarion's torso, cutting through armor, warp-swollen flesh, and the cloud of toxins around him. Mortarion's blood hit the mud and burned holes through reality, thin enough for screams to leak out. The Pale King snarled, wings spreading, silence rising again. But the trap had lost closure. Imperial lines rallied beneath the terrible light. Ultramarines drove forward. Grey Knights sealed the widening breaches. Dreadnoughts stepped into gaps and fired until their barrels glowed. Auxiliar officers, who had been preparing final withdrawals instead, ordered counterfire. Titans in the rear adjusted lanes and hammered plague artillery positions, revealed by the burning fog. Vorolan seized the moment. Push left, break Rax's line. His squad answered. Marius fired one-handed. Cassian burned a plague carrier clean through. Cadrus advanced under his own flames, armor smoking, while Nemator used a fallen banner pole to impale a pox-swollen cult leader against a wrecked chimera before shooting him apart. Vorolan met. Holgoth Rax blade to blade. The plague champion's knives scraped his armor. Vorolan's gladius opened Rax's throat. Black fluid sprayed. Rax laughed through the wound. So bright, Rax gurgled. So angry. Your corpse god stirs, little butcher. Vorolan drove a bolt pistol into the wound and fired. Rax's head snapped backward in a burst of rot, bone, and flies. The champion fell into the fog, not dead perhaps, for such things had become tedious in their refusal, but removed from the immediate equation. The Death Guard withdrew by degrees, not routed, never routed as mortals understood it. They stepped back through prepared paths, covered by plague mortars, demon engine fire, and clouds of flies not yet burned by the apparition's wrath. Mortarion drew away from Gilliman, wounded but not defeated, his wings spreading wide as he retreated into fog that curdled around him like a cloak. This is not ended, Mortarion said. Gilliman stood with the Emperor's sword burning in his hand, armor scarred, breath controlled, face set in a mask of fury and disturbed calculation. No, he answered, it is not. The saintly figure faded slowly. Where it had stood, the mud was glass. No fly landed there, no corpse twitched there, no Auspex reading made sense there. When it vanished entirely, the battlefield did not become less terrible. It became more comprehensible, which was almost worse. Men saw what had happened and could no longer blame fog. The dead lay in banks. The wounded screamed from craters. Tanks burned. Space Marines knelt beside fallen brothers and cut gene seed from bodies, before contamination could take it. Grey Knights moved among demonic residue with blades still drawn. Tech priests recorded, deleted, and re-recorded data they could not reconcile. Gilliman remained still for several moments. Vorolan saw him from a distance and understood that the Primarch had been shaken, not by Mortarion alone, not by the trap, by the intervention, by the possibility that the Emperor's divinity was not merely a matter of mortal belief or priestly exaggeration, but a force acting through a universe already drowning in gods. That possibility did not comfort Gilliman. Comfort was not what gods offered in this age. The trap was broken. It was not defeated. Mortarion had withdrawn with purpose, not desperation. Typhus had used the engagement to tear deeper into void coordination, leaving convoy routes bleeding and star fort repair schedules in ruins. Kugath's demonic pressure had receded, but the Plague Father himself continued his work somewhere beyond the immediate front, brewing the disease that would not be meant for armies, cities, or worlds. Something more precise was being prepared, something worthy of killing a Primarch. That knowledge settled over Gilliman as reports arrived from the garden world of Ajax. Medici sanctuaries compromised, atmospheric purity failing, civilian hospices converted into plague shrines, demonic growth accelerating beyond prior models, enemy withdrawal patterns bending toward the world rather than away from it. Ajax. The name stood in the hololith later, green and black, surrounded by warnings. Gilliman looked upon it and saw the final shape of Mortarion's intention, a garden world corrupted into a wound, a place of healing made into a killing altar, a battlefield chosen not merely for terrain or supply, but for meaning, mercy inverted, order mocked, hope infected, his brother waiting at the center with poison in one hand and old hatred in the other. The Lord Commander of the Imperium closed his gauntleted hand. "The next battle is Ajax," he said. No one asked how he knew. Outside, across the churned and smoking ground, where the saint's fire had burned plague from the mud, the flies began gathering again. Ajax had been a garden world, and that was why its damnation hurt more deeply than the fall of a fortress or forge. A fortress was made to suffer siege. A forge was made to breathe smoke. A hive expected misery as naturally as lungs expected air. But Ajax had been shaped for healing, harvest, and ordered peace beneath the laws of Ultramar. Its cities had been white stone and blue glass, set among orchards, lake sanctuaries, Medici cloisters, recovery gardens, and pilgrimage walks where wounded soldiers once learned how to stand without screaming. Its hospitals had received the broken from 100 wars. Its lakes had reflected chapel domes and cypress groves. Its air had smelled of rain, cut grass, antiseptic, and incense. Now the hospitals were plague temples. Their white walls were green with mold and old blood. Surgical theaters had become altars. Operating lamps burned corpse yellow over tables where plague priests opened the living and thanked them for the generosity of their organs. Recovery wards rang with hymns to infection, sung by patients whose mouths had been stitched open so they could not stop praising their decay. Medici servitors crawled along the ceilings with bone saws and injector claws, their machine spirits drowned beneath scrap code and fever liturgy. Ventilation stacks exhaled spores over courtyards where the wounded had once walked in sunlight. The orchards bore swollen organs. Hearts hung from branches by wet cords, beating slowly in the plague wind. Livers sagged among leaves dark as bruises. Lungs inflated and deflated in clusters like obscene fruit, sighing vapor that gathered into flies. Some trees had grown faces in their bark, the features of dead patients warped by roots, their mouths opening and closing around prayers to the grandfather. When fruit fell, it burst on the ground and spilled blood, pus, seeds, and finger bones into the soil. The lakes bubbled with corpse fat. Where once the waters had carried lilies and mirror light, now they rolled thick and pale beneath rafts of dead flesh. Grease fires burned across their surfaces in blue-green patches. Fish with human eyes mouthed at the shore. Pilgrim docks had collapsed under the weight of bodies tied together in devotional chains. At the center of Lake Meritia, a statue of the emperor stood waist-deep in filth, its face covered in flies, its uplifted sword garlanded with intestines, as if the world itself had tried to mock salvation before choking on it. Ajax was no longer merely infected. It was being renamed by corruption. Pestiliax, the demons whispered through the leaves. Pestiliax, the dying wrote in black spit on hospital walls. Pestiliax, the bells tolled from towers grown out of bone. At the heart of the transformation, Kugath Plaguefather worked with the patience of a diseased artisan. His cauldrons had been established beneath the greatest Medici sanctuaries, not hidden from the world, but threaded through it like roots beneath a garden. Every hospice, triage chapel, plague ward, corpse orchard, and corrupted waterway fed the brewing. Despair drained through pipes made from spinal columns. Corrupted sanctity condensed in silver bowls stolen from healing shrines. Tears, bile, blood, ash, and the final breaths of loyal men were measured by plague-bearers with ledgers of skin. The arithmetic of Nurgle's cauldron was not crude slaughter. It was patient addition. One wound, one prayer, one failed quarantine, one abandoned regiment, one saint's bone ground into powder, one Medici oath turned inside out. The godblight was not simply a disease. That was the horror of it. A biological plague could be studied, contained, countered, or burned. A demonic curse could be warded, banished, or named by those trained to fight the Empyrean. The godblight was both and neither. It was a ritual weapon brewed from infected flesh, warp hunger, corrupted mercy, and the symbolic inversion of Ajax itself. It was medicine made treason, sanctuary made trap, healing made murder. Kugath did not want to kill a mortal body alone. He wanted a plague that understood pride, order, gene-wrought endurance, and divine refusal. He wanted a sickness worthy of a Primarch. Mortarion approved. That approval was itself a form of disobedience. The wider will of the plague god bent toward the scourge stars, toward consolidation, endurance, and the eternal patience of realms made rotten. Typhus understood that. Many captains understood that. Even some demons understood that a garden once planted must be defended from those who would burn it. But Mortarion looked upon Ajax and saw more than a battlefield. He saw a stage upon which Robut Gilliman could be forced to witness the failure of everything he claimed to restore. Kugath saw the culmination of his craft. Both called their obsession devotion. Both dressed ego in the wet robes of piety. Both believed that killing Gilliman upon a world of healing remade into plague would echo through real space and the warp alike. Chaos always preached surrender. It rarely practiced it. Indomitus crusade. Fleet Primus came to Ajax beneath a sky already choked with spores. The fleet translated in disciplined formations around the diseased world, its vessels burning through clouds of plague debris and demonic interference. Strike cruisers, battle barges, navy warships, Mechanicus vessels, and mass conveyors formed layered assault geometry above the atmosphere. Their shields flickered under impacts from biological mines, corpse drones, and living asteroids grown from dead ships. Lance batteries fired into orbital plague nests. Torpedoes carved burning tunnels through spore banks thick enough to hide cruisers. Every Auspex return carried lies. Every Vox burst carried flies. Every approach vector was contaminated by the enemy's desire to make landing feel impossible. Gilliman ordered the invasion anyway. Thunderhawks burned through spore clouds with engines screaming, hulls scorched by acid rain and plague lightning. Drop pods hammered downward like blue meteors, their descent paths marked by flak bursts and demon shrieks. Storm ravens screamed over orchard canopies that writhed under their wash. Landing zones were not discovered. They were made. Flamers turned groves into walls of fire. Melter guns cracked root bastions open and burned out the things nesting inside. Plasma incinerators boiled plague growths from stone and flesh alike. Artillery saturation walked ahead of the assault, shell by shell, reducing garden terraces, medici promenades, and infected chapels to craters of smoking ruin. Vorolan's company landed in a grave orchard east of the Helican Hospice district. The orchard had been grown from the patients buried there after earlier wars. Their memorial stones remained, but roots had lifted them, cracked them, and wrapped them in nerve tissue. Trees bent overhead, heavy with organ fruit. The soil pulsed under the drop pods like something dreaming with its mouth full. The first pod opened cleanly. The second sank. It struck the ground, locked, hissed, and began to descend as the orchard floor opened beneath it. The soil split into gums. Roots like nerves whipped upward, coiling around the pod's fins and access ports. A mouth formed below it, wide and wet, full of teeth made from grave markers and broken femurs. The pod's occupants voxed once before the ground closed over them. Contact below, hull breach. We are being drawn under, firing internal charges. In his name. The transmission ended in a crunch of metal and bone. The third pod opened into roots. Ultramarines emerged, fighting as nerve cables wrapped around their greaves, thighs, and arms. Brother Cassian cut himself free with his combat blade, severing a root that bled black and screamed with a man's voice. Brother Marius, his replacement hand still bare metal from the previous battle's repair rites, drove his bolt pistol into the ground mouth, biting at his boot, and fired until teeth, soil, and rotten flesh exploded upward. Cadrus bathed the ground in promethium until the orchard shrieked from every trunk. Poxwalkers crawled from the graves. They came wearing patient robes, medici gowns, military coats, priestly vestments, and burial cloth. Some had name plaques hanging from their necks. Some still bore surgical staples. Some dragged their own funeral candles behind them on cords of intestine. They clawed at the Space Marine's legs with eager hands, trying to pull them down into the opened earth. Vorolan fired into them at close range. Heads burst, chests detonated, arms flew away. The dead kept reaching until fire took them. Landing zone contested, Vorolan voxed. Enemy terrain is animate. Squad loss confirmed. Establishing burn perimeter. Captain Epithus answered through layered static. All companies report terrain hostility. Maintain advance. Hospice District Helican is written off. Primary objective remains assault corridor to Central Sanctum. Written off. The phrase carried across the Vox with the weight of Gilliman's will behind it. The cruelty of the campaign intensified on Ajax because mercy was exactly what the enemy had infected. Entire regions were condemned before loyal boots crossed them. Sanctuaries that still showed heat signatures were denied rescue priority. Cities that might contain survivors were marked for shelling if plague density exceeded recovery probability. Civilian groups were not extracted unless they passed purity scans administered by servo skulls, apothecaries. Sisters Hospitaler records no longer trusted, Mechanicus biologist units, and armed Astartes oversight. Most did not pass. Those who failed were not comforted. They were contained. Vorolan saw a column of survivors halted beyond the orchard road. Gaunt men in torn hospice gowns, orderlies with cracked masks, priests carrying burned icons, wounded soldiers leaning on one another, all of them stumbling toward the blue armor as if salvation had color. Servo skulls dipped among them, lenses clicking, needles tasting blood, cherubim voices reciting purity protocols. Runes flashed amber, then red. A survivor fell to his knees. My lords, we held the ward. We kept the doors shut. We prayed. We did not drink the water. The apothecary beside Vorolan lowered his scanner. Pulmonary spores. Early stage. Incubation masked. The survivor reached out with both hands. We are loyal. Vorolan raised his bolt pistol. Loyalty is not sterility. The firing line ended them in disciplined volleys. Bodies dropped across the road. Flamers followed. The living, the infected, and the merely suspected became a pyre beneath the trees. The Imperium would save Ajax by destroying what Ajax had been, and every warrior on the surface knew it, even if none spoke the sentence aloud. The hospital fortresses resisted with religious patience. The Death Guard held them room by room, ward by ward, surgical theatre by surgical theatre. Plague Marines stood behind barricades made from operating tables and bodies. Their plague bolters coughed shells through corridors where once patients had learned to walk again. Blight grenades rolled beneath recovery beds and burst among advancing auxilia, turning their bandages, skin, and hope into wet slaff. Corrupted servitors, still wearing Medici markings beneath layers of mold, pumped disease into ventilation ducts through brass injector rigs. Every time loyalists sealed a passage, the vents behind them exhaled a new fever. Vorolan's company entered the Helicon Majoris Hospice through a wall breached by melter charges. Inside, the air was green and dim. Stained glass windows showed saints tending the wounded, but the faces had been scratched away and replaced by fly marks. Surgical beds moved on their own, wheels squealing, restraints snapping like teeth. Vox speakers played recorded patient prayers reversed into plague hymns. The floor was slick with antiseptic, blood, and fluid that armor sensors refused to classify. A plague marine fired from the end of the ward. His shell struck Brother Nemetor in the chest and burst across his armor, not penetrating, but coating him in a mass of writhing black fungus. Nemetor ignited his outer plate with emergency promethium and kept advancing while his armor burned. Cassian fired plasma through the traitor's torso. The plague marine's body expanded, boiled, and burst inside his armor, spraying corrupted organs across the wall in a fan of steaming filth. Auxilia followed behind the Astartes and died in clusters. They cleared rooms with flamers and laser guns, while corrupted servitors crawled from ceiling tracks and opened them with surgical claws. Men screamed as injector arms punched through their armor and filled them with glowing plague fluid. Commissars shot the injected. Priests shot the commissars when they began coughing. The ultramarines kept moving. At the center of the hospice stood a corpse chapel grown around a memorial hall dedicated to Guilliman. The statue had once depicted the Primarch as healer of realms, lawgiver, and defender of Ultramar. Now vines of nerve and intestine wrapped its legs. Plague sensors hung from its outstretched arms. Its face had been smeared with black bile. Around its base lay hundreds of bodies arranged in circles, patients and soldiers and Medici staff, all open from throat to pelvis, their ribs spread like devotional wings. Holgoth Rax waited there. He stood beneath the defiled statue with his helm removed for the first time. His face was not truly a face anymore. It was a swollen ruin of pale flesh, brass staples, exposed jawbone, and eyes filmed with yellow joy. Horn nubs pushed through his scalp. Black fluid leaked from the wound Vorolan had given him in the previous battle. His armor had grown thicker, wetter, more alive. Bells hung from his shoulders. A rusted chain axe rested in one hand. A plague knife sat in the other, its blade slick and tender. "Little butcher," Rax said, almost warmly, "you have come to a house of healing." Vorolan stepped into the chapel with pistol and gladius drawn. Behind him, his brothers engaged plague cultists spilling from side alcoves. Bolt fire hammered the chamber. Flamers roared. The bodies at the statue's base twitched in rhythm with the bells. "This house is condemned," Vorolan said. "All houses are. Some simply admit it." Rax came forward slowly, savoring each step. "You burned refugees. You silenced astropaths. You shot your brother before he could speak with a voice not his own. You deny burial. You deny mercy. You deny even grief when it obstructs the line." He smiled through torn lips. "Tell me, Blue Sun, whose god taught you cruelty so well?" Vorolan fired. The bolt struck Rax's shoulder and burst, tearing away armor and meat. Rax rolled with the impact and kept coming. Vorolan fired again, then again. The champion's chest opened in wet craters. Ropes of dark tissue pulled the holes together. Rax laughed softly. "Clean violence," the plague champion said. "So proud of the shine on the knife." He swung the chain axe. Vorolan caught it on his gladius and turned the blow aside, but the impact jarred his arm to the shoulder. Rax's plague knife came low. Vorolan twisted, and the blade scraped across his thigh plate, leaving venom smoking on the ceramite. He drove his pistol into Rax's gut and fired at contact range. The champion's abdomen burst outward, spilling coils of intestine that slapped wetly against Vorolan's armor, then began crawling back toward the wound. Vorolan stepped in, cold and precise. He struck Rax's knee joint, cut through diseased cabling, and drove the champion down. Rax headbutted him, cracking the side of his helm. The world flashed with warning runes. Vorolan answered with a punch to the exposed jaw, breaking bone that was already half rot. Around them, the corpse chapel became a slaughter pen. Kadras burned a line of cultists whose bellies had been packed with plague grenades. They detonated in the flames, showering the hall with shrapnel and diseased organs. Marius fought one-handed with bolter and blade, his augmetic fingers crushed around the throat of a poxwalker before he tore its head free. Cassian fired into the upper gallery until a corrupted servitor nest vanished in plasma light. Nemetor held the chapel doors against a press of dead patients, each one wearing identification tags that rattled like prayer beads. Rax drove Vorolan backward against the statue's plinth. "You see it now," Rax hissed. "The Imperium is a famine with flags. Your Primarch counts lives before burning them. Your Emperor devours souls and calls it guidance. You serve the cruelest corpse in the stars and dare name us monsters because we smile while we rot." Vorolan slammed his helm into Rax's face, splitting the champion's cheek open to the teeth. "I do not require joy." "No," Rax whispered. "Only obedience." The champion raised his plague knife for the killing stroke. Vorolan kicked the weakened knee. Rax staggered. Above them, the statue of Guilliman groaned. Earlier, shell impacts had cracked the memorial's base. Vorolan had seen the fracture when entering. He fired his bolt pistol into it twice. Stone split. The great statue lurched. Rax looked up. The statue fell. Guilliman's carved form came down in a storm of broken marble and corrupted vines, pinning the plague champion beneath its weight. The impact crushed Rax into the corpse circles, snapping armor, bone, and swollen organs. His chain axe spun away. His plague knife clattered against the stone. Vorolan climbed onto the fallen statue's shoulder and dropped down beside the trapped champion. Rax was still laughing. Of course he was. Vorolan took Cassian's spare plasma pistol from the mag lock at his belt. The weapon whined as it charged. Rax's torso heaved beneath the marble, split open but not finished, guts pulsing like worms in a ruptured sack. "Both gods are cruel," Rax said through blood and pus. "Only one admits the joke." Vorolan placed the plasma pistol against the center of Rax's swollen chest. "You are noise," he fired. Blue-white heat burned through Rax's torso. The champion's organs boiled. Armor plates glowed, softened, and ran like wax. Rax laughed until the sound became steam. Vorolan fired again. The second shot punched deeper, turning the plague champion's chest cavity into a furnace. Black fluid vaporized, bells cracked, parasites burst beneath the skin. Rax's face sagged, eyes liquefying in their sockets, yet his mouth still worked. "You are already merciless," Rax whispered. "You only lack rot." Vorolan fired a third time. Holgoth Rax came apart beneath the fallen statue of the Primarch he had mocked, his laughter vanishing into superheated vapor and the smell of cooked corruption. The chapel fell quiet, except for bolter fire in the outer halls and the wet collapse of bodies losing animation. Vorolan stood over the remains. He wanted the words to mean nothing. They did not mean nothing. That was the infection they left behind. Not spore, not bile, not toxin. Doubt. He had heard traitors lie, demons flatter, cultists plead, and dying men curse his name. Rax's final words should have been filed as enemy noise. Yet they found the places in him worn thin by Ardium, Conor, Espandor, Hecatone, and the roads of Ajax, where loyal survivors had died under his pistol, because loyalty could not be scanned as purity. You are already merciless. He looked at the fallen statue of Guilliman, pinning the melted remains of Holgoth Rax. You only lack rot. Sergeant, Marius voxed. Vorolan turned. The chapel doors had been secured. The hospital fortress was burning around them. Through shattered windows, he could see thunderhawks crossing the diseased sky, artillery flashes beyond the orchards, and far in the direction of the central sanctum, a pillar of green light rising like a wound through the clouds. New orders came through command channels sealed with Primarch authority. A strike force was to penetrate the lower sanctum network and destroy a fragment of Kugath's cauldron apparatus. The fragment served as an anchor for the Godblight's final brewing, a ritual node tied into Ajax's corrupted Medici infrastructure. The mission would be small by the standards of the war, and almost certainly fatal by the standards of anything mortal. It would require Astartes, selected human officers, specialists, priests, and enough faith or madness to walk into the Plague Father's kitchen and break what boiled there. At the same time, Guilliman would advance toward Mortarion. Two paths opened across Ajax. Below, through hospital catacombs, corpse gardens, flooded wards, and cauldron vaults, the surgical mission would crawl into the guts of the plague. Above, through burning orchards and ruined sanctuaries, the Lord of Ultramar would go to meet his brother. Vorolan reloaded his pistol with hands that did not shake. Outside, the garden world screamed as Fleet Primus burned landing corridors through paradise-turned corpse. The lakes boiled, the orchards ignited, the hospitals rang with gunfire and hymns. The dead rose, fell, burned, and rose again wherever the cauldron's pulse reached them. Ajax, Pestiliax, garden, corpse, sanctuary, trap, all of it convulsed beneath the weight of the final convergence. Vorolan stepped over Rax's remains and moved toward the lower halls. Above him, somewhere beyond smoke and plague light, Guilliman walked toward Mortarion with the Emperor's sword in his hand. The strike force moved through the lower ruins of Ajax, as if descending a throat. Every corridor was alive. The walls breathed in slow, wet motions, swelling and relaxing beneath layers of split tile, cracked marble, rusted pipework, and veined fungal growth. Once, these passages had belonged to the understructure of the Helican sanctuaries, where healers carried wounded soldiers between surgical wards, recovery chapels, gene therapy vaults, and gardens built beneath glass domes so the dying could see leaves before the end. Now the glass above was buried beneath soot and plague moss. The air was warm, damp, and thick enough to chew. Pipes pulsed like arteries. Doors opened and closed like eyelids. Drainage channels whispered prayers through strings of clotted blood. At the head of the column came Edemo, moving with the cold focus of a blade already thrown. His armor was scorched from the fighting above, its blue scraped down to grey in places, the white of Ultramar almost hidden under filth. Beside him advanced Justinian Paris, bolt rifle raised, helm lenses burning red through the vapor. Behind them came selected space marines from shattered detachments, warriors gathered not because they were numerous, but because they were still standing and
still sealed enough to be useful. Colonel Odremeyer followed with what remained of his Cadians. They were not many. Ajax had consumed whole regiments, and the men who reached the lower sanctum network looked as though they had crawled through the stomach of a dead god. Their fatigues were torn. Their armor was patched with scavenged plating and purity parchment. Their faces were grey behind cracked rebreathers. Some had bandages wrapped over wounds that leaked through too quickly. Some carried laser guns taken from dead friends. They moved with the haunted discipline of Cadians who had lost a world and therefore had no permission to break. Mathieu walked among them like a flame hidden under rags. The priest's robes were filthy, torn,
and darkened by blood, not all of which was his. His eyes were fever bright. Around his neck hung icons of the Emperor, some gold, some iron, some no more than stamped tin, taken from the hands of the dead. He murmured prayers as he walked, not soft prayers, not comforting prayers, but words that sounded like nails being hammered into the coffin of fear. Behind them, the war of millions roared and died and roared again. Entire regiments were burning so that this handful could move. On the surface, auxiliary companies held plague corridors against tides of dead patients and Death Guard counterattacks. Artillery batteries fired until their barrels split. Titans strode through the corpse orchards, their weapons turning the horizon into molten light. Orbital guns reached through the clouds in spears of white fire, burning landing lanes, plague towers, hospital fortresses, and whole districts written off by Guilliman's order. Ajax shook beneath the weight of salvation and punishment. The strike force was smaller than the noise of a single cannon on the surface. That was what made it obscene. A war of worlds had narrowed to a passage slick with blood, a few space marines, a priest, a colonel, and Cadians walking toward the heart of a god's disease. Voralan moved near the rear, watching the flank tunnels through a cracked helm lens. His armor still bore scorch marks from the corpse chapel, where Holgoth Rax had died beneath the fallen statue of Guilliman. Rax's final words remained in memory, though he had tried to file them as enemy pollution. "You are already merciless." The corridor flexed beneath his boots. "You only lack rot." Movement left, Justinian Paris voxed. The wall burst open. Plague bearers came through in a wet collapse of stone and meat, single eyes shining, swords raised, mouths working in mournful chants. Cadians fired before Odremiah spoke. Last bolts stabbed the merc. The demons took the hits with dull resignation, counting each wound aloud in voices like clogged drains. A plague bearer hooked a Cadian with its blade and opened him from hip to sternum. The man fell backward with his intestines spilling over his belt, hands trying to hold himself closed while his boots kicked against the floor. "Burn him!" Odremiah ordered. Another Cadian turned his flamer on the wounded man before the plague could use him. Fire swallowed the soldier, the demon above him, and the blood spreading beneath them. The smell filled the corridor. Meat, promethium, pus, and faith. The Space Marines advanced into the breach. Bolt rounds detonated demon flesh into green mist and bone shards that were not bone. Edemo cut through one plague bearer with a chainsword, then crushed its skull beneath his boot as it tried to speak his name backward. Voralan shot another through the eye. It burst, spraying bile across his armor, and the bile formed tiny mouths that began whispering before his armor's outer surface, ignited and burned them away. "Do not leave bodies," Mathieu said, voice low. "Not one, not ours, not theirs." Justinian Paris looked toward him. "We know our work, priest." Mathieu's eyes did not blink. And yet men forget when they are afraid. They pressed on. The deeper chambers had been arranged as a procession of mockeries, a triage hall where surgical beds hung from the ceiling like slaughtered animals, a chapel where the statues of healers had been remade with fly heads and open bellies, a recovery ward where dead soldiers sat upright in beds, smiling as roots grew from their mouths into the floor. At every threshold, the walls seemed to listen. At every junction, the air grew warmer. Somewhere ahead, something immense bubbled, stirred, and laughed through liquid. Kugath's cauldron chamber announced itself by smell before sight. It was not rot alone. Rot had become too common to frighten them. This was chemistry, sorcery, fever, sanctity turned rancid, and old grief boiled until it became a weapon. The scent crawled beneath helm seals and rebreathers. It made men remember childhood sickness, battlefield wounds, dead brothers, wet earth over graves, and the moment between pain and surrender. The final door was made from fused Medici icons. Edemo placed a melter charge upon it. The door opened before he armed it. Beyond, lay a cathedral of disease. The chamber had once been a central sanctum of the healing orders, a vast circular space beneath a dome carved with constellations, saints, and anatomical diagrams. Now the dome sagged inward like a diseased lung. The stars painted upon it had been replaced by fly clusters. Saintly frescoes wept black sap. Rows of corpses hung from chains in ascending circles, each one opened and connected by tubes to the ritual heart below. The cauldron fragment pulsed at the center. It did not resemble a simple vessel. It was part machine, part altar, part womb, part wound. Bronze ribs enclosed it. Bone scaffolds held it aloft. Tubes of nerve and pipe fed it from corpse reservoirs. Its surface bulged and sank, as if something inside pressed against the metal from within. The liquid in it glowed with a diseased star's light, green, gold, black, and impossible. Every pulse pushed heat across the chamber. Every pulse made the bodies on the chains jerk as if applauding. Plague-bearers worked around it in files, each carrying ledgers, hooks, ladles, knives, and censers. Demonic scribes sat upon piles of skulls, counting the names of the dead. Each name became a droplet. Each droplet fell into the cauldron. Cadian, Ultramarine, Nova Marine, Auxilia, Pilgrim, Medici, Serf, Child, Governor, Captain, Coward, Martyr. The cauldron accepted all with equal hunger. At the far side of the chamber, a vast shadow moved behind steam and hanging bodies. Kugath Plaguefather was there, not fully manifested in the manner he might have desired, but present enough to bend the air. His bulk filled an archway of bone and rotten brass. Nurglings crawled over his shoulders and fell into the smaller vats below, giggling as they dissolved. His hands moved with grotesque care, adding measured horrors to the brew. "Ah," Kugath murmured, and his voice rolled through the chamber like a diseased organ note. "Little remedies arrive." The strike force opened fire. Bolters roared. Laser guns cracked. Plasma hissed. Flamers washed the nearest plague-bearers in fire. The cauldron chamber erupted into slaughter. Cadians fired in disciplined ranks until demons reached them and tore the ranks open. One guardsman was lifted by the jaw and split down the middle. His halves dropped into separate channels that sucked blood toward the cauldron. Another had his gas mask ripped away, and a plague-bearer breathed into his mouth. He bloated instantly, eyes bulging, stomach expanding, until Odremire shot him through the heart and ordered the corpse burned. A beast of Nurgle rolled from beneath a corpse scaffold, delighted by the sudden company. It crashed into 2 space marines and wrapped them in glistening limbs. One warrior vanished beneath its bulk, armor screaming as acid ate into ceramite. His gauntlet punched through the demon from inside, but the beast only quivered with pleasure and squeezed harder until the space marine's torso collapsed with a sound like a tank hull giving way. The second marine cut at it with a power sword before tendrils entered his helm grill and flooded his armor with slime. His vox carried one strangled curse before Edemo and Justinian Paris detonated grenades under the creature's belly. The explosion blew the beast apart. Its remains splashed over the floor, hissing, eating into stone and armor alike. "Burn it!" Vorolan snapped. Kadras, still moving despite armor damage from earlier fighting, washed the remains with promethium until the slime stopped crawling. Every Imperial death fed the ritual, unless denied. The chamber itself tried to steal them. Blood flowed uphill toward carved gutters. Severed hands dragged themselves toward offering basins. Dead men opened their eyes and smiled when the cauldron pulsed. Mathieu moved through the chaos with a torch in one hand and an icon in the other, setting bodies alight while reciting prayers that sounded less like comfort than accusation. "The Emperor knows his own," he said, touching flame to a fallen Cadian whose chest had been opened. "The enemy shall not inventory what belongs to him." The Cadian burned. His blood stopped flowing toward the cauldron. Kugath noticed, the great unclean one's jovial expression dimmed by a degree. "Rude little candle," he said, You spoil the measure." The chamber answered him. Roots burst from the floor. Plague-bearers surged in thicker ranks. Demonic scribes began chanting faster, their quills scratching names from the air itself. The cauldron fragment pulsed harder, and the pulse struck the strike force like a fever wave. Men dropped to their knees. One Cadian tore off his gloves, staring in wonder as flowers grew from beneath his fingernails. Another raised his laser gun toward his own throat. Odremiah shot the second man before he could fire. "Eyes front," the colonel barked. "Die at the enemy, not at yourselves." His voice cut through the panic because it did not ask the impossible. It asked only the last useful thing a soldier could do. The breach behind them filled with demons. Odremiah saw it, and in the same heartbeat understood the arithmetic. If the rear failed, the Space Marines would be trapped before reaching the cauldron. If the Marines stopped to secure the rear, the cauldron would continue to pulse, continue to brew, continue to feed the ritual reaching toward Guilliman above. His Cadians had survived Cadia's death, the Indomitus Wars, Plague Trenches, Void Fire, and Iax's Gardens. Now their purpose had narrowed to a doorway. "Paris," Odremiah voxed, "take your giants forward." Justinian Paris turned. "Colonel, do not waste time pretending this is negotiable." The Cadians formed around the breach. They locked shoulders among the dead, laser guns raised, flamers low, bayonets fixed where any still had them. Odremiah stood at their center, chainsword in one hand, las pistol in the other. His rebreather was cracked. Blood ran from one ear. His eyes were clear. The plague wave hit. Plague-bearers forced themselves through the opening in a mass of blades, horns, swollen bellies, and mournful chants. Cadians fired until the first rank vanished beneath demonic bodies. Flamers roared. Las bolts cut green light through steam. Bayonets drove into things that did not care about punctured organs. Odremiah shot a plague-bearer through the eye, then another, then carved at a third with his chainsword as it opened his shoulder with a rusted blade. His lungs began to rot while he fought. He felt it. He felt the wet heaviness blooming inside his chest, the fever crawling up his throat, the pressure behind his eyes. His skin split along the cheek and neck, not from a blade, but from infection flowering with obscene speed. Blood and yellow fluid ran beneath his collar. He spat into his mask and tasted grave water. He kept firing. The last pistol burned empty. He drew the pistol from a dead Cadian's holster and fired that empty too. Behind him, the Space Marines reached the cauldron's lower ring. Voralan looked back once. Odremiah was still standing in the breach, half buried beneath demons and dead men, his chainsword screaming as he drove it upward through a plague-bearer's throat. A blade punched into his stomach. Another entered his thigh. His skin split wider. His lungs filled. He could no longer breathe enough to speak clearly, but his vox caught the final shape of his words. "Cadia stands where we stand." Then the breach swallowed him. The seconds he bought were enough. Edemo placed charges against the first support spar. Justinian Paris and Voralan covered him with bolter fire. Cadrus burned demon scribes from their skull desks. Nemetor tore a plague-bearer in half with his hands after his weapon jammed on flesh. Marius, one-handed and bleeding from a cracked seal, threw himself beneath a swinging chain of corpses to place a melter charge on the second node. Mathieu reached the cauldron rim. No one ordered him there. No one could have stopped him without killing him. He climbed the bone steps as heat washed over him, robes smoking, skin blistering, icons clattering against his chest. The closer he came to the cauldron fragment, the brighter his eyes burned. It was not gentle light. It did not soothe the wounded. Cadians near him cried out as old injuries reopened and burned clean. A Space Marine's purity seals ignited. Plague-bearers recoiled, then reached for him, their single eyes wide with terror and hunger. Mathieu lifted the icon of the Emperor. The chamber filled with unbearable heat. It was not sunlight. It was not fire. It was judgment forced through flesh too small to contain it. Mathieu screamed, and the scream became a prayer, and the prayer became something that hurt every living and unliving thing that heard it. Loyal blood boiled in wounds, demonic flesh blistered and burst. The bronze of the cauldron howled. The names of the dead written by the scribes peeled from their ledgers and caught flame in the air. Miracles in the dark millennium did not heal without cost. They burned, they demanded, they consumed the hand that held them. Mathieu's skin cracked around the eyes and mouth. Light poured from the cracks. He pressed the icon against the cauldron rim. Kugath roared. For the first time, there was no amusement in him. No, 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 that is not for you. That is not your ingredient. The great unclean one surged forward, bulk crushing bone pillars, nurglings scattering and squealing beneath his feet. Edemo triggered the first charges. The support spar vanished in fusion light. Paris fired into plague bearers climbing the cauldron chains. Vorolan emptied his bolt rifle into Kugath's nearest manifestation, each shell bursting in diseased flesh, large enough to absorb tanks. It did not stop him. Mathieu screamed again. The icon sank into the cauldron's metal. The Emperor's light met the Godblight's brew. The reaction was catastrophic. The cauldron fragment split down its side, and the liquid within rose upward in a screaming column. Faces appeared in it. Dead soldiers, dead saints, dead traitors, dead civilians. Every name stolen for the recipe tried to speak at once. The demonic scribes burst into flame. Plague bearers clawed at their ledgers as the records burned. The corpse chains snapped. Bodies fell from above like rain. Now, Edemo voxed. The remaining charges detonated. The cauldron chamber became light, rot, fire, and shrapnel. Kugath's howl shook the roots of Ajax. His manifested form split, spilling nurglings, bile, and half-born plagues into the air. Grey flame crawled over his belly. Golden fire stabbed through his wounds. He clutched at the ruined cauldron as if trying to gather spilled genius with fingers too large and clumsy to save it. "You break a cup," he bellowed. "Not the garden, not the grandfather, not the brew. I remember. I always remember." A grey knight attached to the rear elements entered the chamber through smoke, armor blackened, blade raised. His voice joined Mathieu's burning prayer with a banishment rite edged in silver and pain. Vorolan did not know the true words and did not want to know them. The rite struck Kugath like a chain made of law. The ruined cauldron pulsed once, twice, then collapsed inward. Kugath was dragged screaming back through the wound his own ritual had opened. The banishment cracked the chamber apart. The cauldron fragment died. Across Ajax, the demonic network faltered. Poxwalkers collapsed in hospital corridors. Plague bells cracked in orchard branches. Ventilation systems stopped chanting. Demon engines stumbled. Plague bearers lost count mid-tally and began to dissolve into their own ledgers. The victory was tiny beside the planetary war. One fragment, one chamber, one handful of survivors staggering through smoke, burns, blood, and demonic residue. It changed everything. Above, Guilliman met Mortarion. The garden had become a battlefield of myth. Burning orchards surrounded them. Hospital towers leaned in the distance, vomiting smoke. Lakes of corpse fat burned behind the hills. The sky was a bruise torn open by orbital fire. Around the Primarchs, Ultramarines, Death Guard, Demons, Auxilia, and Plague Dead fought in a storm of bolters, blades, toxins, prayers, and screams. But the center belonged to two brothers who had outgrown humanity and failed to escape its hatred. Mortarion came with old bitterness made immortal. Guilliman came with order, wrath, and the Emperor's sword. They fought as worlds died around them. Guilliman struck with precision enough to shame machines. His sword burned trails through plague fog. His gauntlet bolter hammered Mortarion's armor. He cut wings, flesh, and corroded plate. He drove forward with the full authority of the Imperium's last rational hope. Mortarion endured. The Pale King's wounds closed in slime and smoke. His toxins thickened around Guilliman, seeping into damaged seams, coating the armor of fate. finding every fracture from the war's long attrition. Silence swept again and again, its blade forcing Guilliman back by inches that mattered more than kilometers elsewhere. Mortarion fought not to overwhelm quickly, but to exhaust inevitability itself into the duel. "You come to a garden world with fire," Mortarion said, voice ragged and vast. "You save by destroying. You cleanse by killing. Tell me again which of us is honest." Guilliman drove the Emperor's sword through Mortarion's side. "I did not come to be lectured by rot." Mortarion seized the blade with a gauntlet that smoked around the fire and leaned close. "No, you came because I asked you to." The trap closed. The Godblight had survived enough, not the whole brew, not Kugath's perfected triumph, but enough of its purpose had been carried, preserved, and delivered by Mortarion's design, a ritual disease bound into weapon, breath, and wound. He struck Guilliman with the force of ancient hatred, pinned him amid shattered stone and burning roots, and forced the contagion into him. The world seemed to stop. Guilliman's body arched. The Godblight entered. His armor screamed alarms. His gene-wrought flesh resisted with a strength that would have denied any mortal plague. His organs fought. His blood burned. The armor of fate strained to sustain him. The Emperor's sword flared and dimmed. The disease was not content with flesh. It moved toward symbol, toward will, toward the impossible architecture of a Primarch's existence. It sought the idea of Reboot Guilliman and began to rot the foundations. Mortarion held him down. "Now," the Pale King whispered, "now you understand. Even you are only meat with better lies." Across the field, loyalists faltered. Ultramarines felt the impossible through command channels and gene loyalty. Auxilia soldiers saw the blue giant fall and forgot how to breathe. Plague Marines raised their weapons in diseased triumph. Demons shrieked joy. The air filled with flies so thick, the sky vanished. Guilliman died. For a moment that stretched beyond time, Imperial hope died with him. Then he stood elsewhere. There was no garden. There was no battlefield. There was only cold vastness, stars like wounds, darkness full of screaming souls, and a throne that was not a throne so much as an event of pain held in place by will. The presence before him was not comforting. It did not open arms. It did not speak as a father in any way a mortal child would understand. The Emperor was vast, wounded, demanding, impossible. He was a light that burned civilizations alive so that something worse could be kept beyond the door. He was a corpse, and a god, and a weapon, and a prison. He was fractured into countless prayers and still intolerably singular. Guilliman felt himself seen not with love, but with ownership, requirement, and purpose so immense it erased complaint before it formed. There was no mercy in that gaze. There was need. The Imperium still required a weapon, so the weapon was returned. On Eax, Guilliman's corpse opened its eyes. The light that came from him was not human, not transhuman, not merely psychic, not merely holy. It was the fire of the throne forced through a Primarch's ruined body. It blazed from the cracks in his armor. It poured from his wounds. It ignited the plague clinging to him and turned the Godblight's triumph into fuel for judgment. Mortarion recoiled. "What are you?" Guilliman rose. His face was not serene. It was terrible. He looked like a man dragged back from death by a hand too powerful to refuse. The Emperor's sword erupted in white gold flame, brighter than before, bright enough to make demons scream and space marines avert their gaze. The fire spread beyond the battlefield, beyond Ajax, beyond mortal sight. It reached into the garden. Nurgle's realm felt the wound. For an instant, the impossible garden of rot, abundance, filth, and eternal decay burned. Leaves of diseased trees curled into ash. Nurglings shrieked. Plague cauldrons cracked. The soil of the grandfather's own domain knew pain, not defeat, not destruction, a wound, a mark, a reminder that another god, corpse-bound and terrible, could still strike through the veil, when forced by rage, faith, and necessity. Mortarion screamed, not in fear alone, but in the horror of consequence. Guilliman struck him. The blow hurled the demon Primarch backward through burning rot and shattered stone. The Emperor's sword carved across Mortarion's armor and flesh, leaving fire that would not immediately die. The Death Guard line staggered, as if the wound had passed through them all. Demons broke apart under the radiance. Plague Marines who had endured artillery and plasma sank to one knee beneath a heat that hated what sustained them. "You failed," Guilliman said, though his voice carried another voice beneath it, deeper, colder, less human. Mortarion dragged himself upright, wings smoking, silence clutched in one hand. For the first time, hatred was not enough to hide shock. Guilliman advanced. Mortarion retreated, not routed, not humbled enough for justice, not destroyed, but beaten from the moment he had arranged as his triumph. The godblight had been administered. Guilliman had fallen. The garden had opened its mouth to receive the meaning of his death. Instead, the garden had burned. Below, in the ruined cauldron chamber, Vorolan rose from beneath a slab of bone masonry and saw the light through the broken ceiling. He could not understand it. His armor could not classify it. His soul, though he would never name it, recoiled and leaned toward it at once. Around him, survivors stirred. Edemo was alive, barely. Justinian Paris knelt beside a dead brother, cutting gene seed free with hands slicked in blood. Cadrus leaned against a cracked pillar, armor charred, one flamer arm hanging useless. Marius lay on his back, breathing hard through a helm half melted by demonic heat. Mathieu still stood at the cauldron rim, burned almost beyond recognition, held upright by faith or punishment or both. Odremeyer and most of the Cadians were gone. The cauldron was destroyed. Kugath was banished. Above them, Guilliman burned with the power of the Emperor. The victory felt nothing like comfort. It felt like staring into a furnace and realizing that the god within it was on your side only because you were useful to his war. Vorolan looked at the ruined cauldron, at the burned bodies, at the corridor where Cadians had died to buy seconds, at Mathieu blazing with terrible faith, and at the light above that wounded even darkness older than mankind. Holgoth Rax's words returned again. "You serve the cruelest corpse in the stars." Vorolan tightened his grip on his weapon. For the first time, he did not know whether rejecting the thought was loyalty, fear, or both. The chamber shook as Ajax screamed overhead. Mortarion was defeated. Guilliman lived. The garden had been wounded. And in the burning silence after the miracle, every survivor understood that salvation had come not as mercy, but as a command to continue. The aftermath of the miracle was not silence. Silence would have implied peace, and there was none left on Ajax. The world screamed as the demons were dragged backward into the warp. They did not depart like defeated armies. They tore loose from reality in tatters, shrieking through mouths, wounds, bells, vents, corpses, and the open throats of men already dead. Plague-bearers dissolved into ledgers of ash. Beasts of Nurgle folded inward, their vast bodies collapsing into slime that burned where the Emperor's light had touched it. Nurglings fled into cracks in stone and flesh, squealing as the cracks sealed around them. Demon engines staggered and burst open, their mortal metal halves falling inert, while the warp things inside were pulled screaming through holes too small to contain them. The skies of Ajax buckled. The clouds that had hung over the garden world like green burial cloth split into ragged layers, each one lit from beneath by fire, lance beams, burning orchards, and the fading aftershock of divine wrath. The plague weather retreated in spasms. Corpse rain fell upward. Flies died in black sheets, their bodies pattering against helms, armor, corpses, banners, and the cracked glass of ruined hospital domes. Bells that had tolled without hands cracked in their towers. Rivers of pus slowed. Trees bearing organs shriveled. their fruit blackening and dropping in wet bursts across the ash. The Death Guard withdrew beneath the collapsing plague sky. They did not rout. The sons of the 14th did not know panic as mortals knew it, and despair had long ago become a sacrament to them. They retreated with hideous order, step by step, carrying their wounded when useful, abandoning them when not, firing as they walked. Plague Marines who had laughed under artillery now moved with silence around their wounded lords and broken engines. Blightlord Terminators formed rearguards in hospital streets. Plague-burst crawlers dragged themselves backward on ruined tracks, still lobbing diseased shells at loyalist pursuit columns. Poxwalkers collapsed without the full weight of demonic will to keep them eager, yet some still crawled after their masters, hands scraping through ash, mouths open in gratitude. No one answered. The loyalist survivors did not cheer. They stood in ash because there was nowhere clean to stand. Ultramarines, Grey Knights, Custodes, Auxilia, Cadians, Skitari, Navy armsmen, Medicae detachments, priests, and the last salvageable remnants of Ajax's population looked across a world that had been saved too late to remain itself. Some knelt, some vomited into rebreathers already fouled by blood. Some stared at the place where Guilliman had risen in fire and said nothing, because no phrase in Low Gothic or High Gothic could bear the weight of what they had seen. Vorolan stood among them beneath a rain of dead flies. His armor was barely blue. It was cracked, burned, gouged, scorched by plasma flare, stained by plague blood, and marked by the grey ash of hospitals, orchards, and men. One helm lens remained fractured. His left pauldron bore scars from Rax's chain axe. His thigh seal had been replaced in the field and still warned of contamination risk. His squad stood around him in fragments. Cadrus lived, though one flamestorm gauntlet hung dead and blackened. Marius lived, one hand augmetic, armor opened and resealed in too many places. Cassian had not returned from the cauldron breach. Nemitor's gene seed had been recovered from a corridor that no longer existed. The squad was not destroyed. That was the formal definition. Vorolan had learned to hate formal definitions. Above the battlefield, Mortarion fled the consequence of his obsession. It was not cowardice, though the Imperium would name it so in sermons and later battlefield canticles. It was consequence. The garden had been wounded. The plague god's realm itself had felt fire from the throne, and across the madness of the warp, other wars howled for attention. Nurgle's domain was threatened elsewhere by the wider war in the Rift. Realms had to be defended. Gardens had to be tended. The Scourge stars, bloated and precious with conquest, demanded preservation. Typhus had already turned toward them, with the pragmatism Mortarion despised and required. The Plague Fleet moved to defend what had been gained, while the Pale King's hatred dragged him away from what should have mattered most. Mortarion had wanted Guilliman dead. He had wanted his brother humbled. He had wanted Ajax completed as Pestiliax, a garden world of healing reborn as a demon world of rot. Instead, his brother lived. The Godblight had failed to hold its prize. Kugath's cauldron fragment lay ruined, and Nurgle's own garden bore a burn that would not be forgotten. Favor had weight. Mortarion had spent too much of it on applause. The evacuation order came without softness. Actuarius Maldovar Colquan took command of the extraction perimeter with the precision of a blade being cleaned after murder. The Custodes moved among the survivors like golden verdicts, their armor luminous even beneath ash and filth. Their guardian spears held not ceremonially, but ready. They did not comfort. They did not debate. They did not explain. Their duty was older than pity and narrower than mercy. Guilliman was to be removed from Ajax. Mathieu was to be removed from Ajax. Vital commanders, gene seed, relics, data stores, uncorrupted war assets, and designated survivors were to be extracted according to priority. Everyone else would be assessed. Assessment became judgment. Judgment became passage or denial.
Landing zones were established on blackened hospital plazas and ash fields where orchards had been burned flat. Thunderhawks descended through columns of smoke and dying spores. Stormbirds settled on cracked stones surrounded by rings of custodes, ultramarines, and skitari. Servo skulls moved through survivor columns, scanning blood, breath, skin, pupil, soul tremor, and plague resonance. Apothecaries worked beside biologists adepts whose mechadendrites were tipped with needles and flame. Grey knights watched those who had been near demonic manifestation too long. Priests recited litanies of purity until their throats tore. Those cleared were boarded under guard. Those denied remained behind the line. Some had fought minutes before. Some wore medals. Some carried wounded brothers. Some had held breaches, burned corpses, protected civilians, or killed demons with laser guns and bayonets before any sane man would have expected them to survive. It did not matter. Heroism was not sterility. Service was not proof against contamination. Acadian sergeant with half his face burned away was denied when his blood sample whispered. An auxiliar standard bearer who had kept his regiment's banner upright beneath plague artillery was denied when flies emerged from the seams of the cloth. A medici orderly who had saved 3 space marines from a collapsing ward was denied when fungal roots were found beneath his fingernails. They pleaded at first. Then they understood. Some cursed. Some prayed. Some saluted. Some simply sat down in the ash and waited for the end of the world. Vorolan watched a custodian deny passage to a wounded captain of the Ultramar Auxilia. The captain had held a quarantine gate long enough for 2 companies of Astartes to advance through the Helican district. His uniform was shredded. His chest was wrapped in chemical bandages. One eye was swollen shut. He stood straight before the Golden Warrior and presented his clearance slate with a hand that trembled from blood loss. The custodian looked once at the Auspex rune. Denied. I served, the captain said. Yes. My men died holding that gate. Yes. I am not asking for honor, only extraction. Denied. The captain stared at him for a moment, then laughed once, a broken little sound with no humor in it. Then what was the point? The custodian did not answer. Vorolan could have answered once. He would have said the point was containment, the line, the wider war, the preservation of imperial function through necessary loss. He still believed those things. He still obeyed them. But belief had acquired cracks, and through those cracks he had seen the shape beneath the architecture. The Imperium's cruelty was not an accident, not a regrettable edge worn sharp by emergency. It was foundation stone. It was load-bearing. It held up the walls. He had mistaken that for cleanliness. Now he understood that the difference between clean cruelty and rotting cruelty was not as wide as he had once required it to be. He did not speak. The captain saluted the custodian, turned away, and walked back toward the ash field where the denied were gathering. Guilliman was evacuated beneath heavy guard. The Primarch moved under his own power, though every warrior who saw him understood that power had become a more complicated word. His armor bore the marks of Mortarian's blows and the Godblight's failed claim. The Emperor's sword was sheathed, but not asleep. Men bowed as he passed. Some tried to reach for him. Custodes forced them back. Guilliman's face was controlled, carved from exhaustion and command, but the light that had burned through him had left something behind that made even his sons lower their eyes. Mathieu was carried. The priest lived in the manner of a brand still glowing after leaving the fire. His skin was cracked. His robes were fused to wounds in places. His eyes remained open, though whether he saw Ajax, the Emperor, or some inward furnace no one could say. The men who carried him did so with reverence and fear. The air around him smelled faintly of burned incense and cooked flesh. Colquhoun oversaw both extractions. He gave orders without raised voice. He cut off argument before it formed.
When a tech priest requested an additional delay to recover a corrupted but potentially valuable Medici data core, Colquhoun denied it. When an Ultramarines captain asked for more time to locate missing brothers beneath the hospice ruins, Colquhoun denied it, unless their gene seed location was confirmed. When a colonel demanded passage for a platoon that had held the western landing mark, Colquhoun ordered scans, accepted the results, and denied most of them without changing expression. He was not cruel in the way mortals understood cruelty. He was exact. That was worse. The final command came from Guilliman after he was aboard the command vessel. Ajax could not be reclaimed. The world had been too deeply corrupted. Its waters, soil, atmosphere, route networks, Medici infrastructure, burial vaults, and spiritual memory were compromised beyond useful redemption. To occupy it would be to feed future plague. To quarantine, it would require fleets and armies needed elsewhere. To pretend it might be healed would be sentiment dressed as strategy. Ajax had been a garden of recovery, then a garden of corpses. Now it would become a warning. Exterminatus was authorized. The fleet formed execution geometry around the planet. Cyclonic torpedoes were armed in silence. Virus weapons were sanctified by Mechanicus rites performed in sealed launch chapels. Lance batteries received target solutions across continents, oceans, hospital cities, corpse orchards, plague lakes, mountain sanctuaries, and the last districts where fighting still flickered. Atmospheric ignition models scrolled through command decks. Navy officers moved with pale faces and steady hands. No one called it vengeance. No one called it mercy. Those words were too small. The first cyclonic torpedoes descended through the upper atmosphere like falling judgment. They struck Ajax's northern hemisphere and opened wounds larger than nations. Continents blistered. Mountain chains flashed white, then collapsed into fire. The shock waves rolled outward, flattening forests already dead, hospital cities still crawling with plague, and the last fortresses where Death Guard rearguards fired into the sky until lance beams found them. The crust split along old continental seams. Fire climbed through cracks. Oceans recoiled from the heat, then flashed into poison steam by the billions of tons. Virus weapons followed. They did not care who remained. Spores died alongside soldiers. Cultists died beside loyalists denied extraction. Poxwalkers collapsed into liquefying heaps. Plague trees burst. Corpse fruit boiled. Lakes of fat ignited so brightly they could be seen from orbit as blue-green wounds. Hospital towers vanished in white fire. Their wards, shrines, operating theaters, plague altars, and sealed patients reduced to ash too hot to be infected. Demons trapped too close to real space shrieked as their anchors burned beneath them. Some tried to flee into bodies. The bodies were already dissolving. Lance strikes stitched the world in lines of sunfire. Fleet Primus fired until the old garden world became a globe of incandescent ruin. Atmosphere burned. Cloud layers exploded. The seas became vapor. Cities became flat light. The orchards, the corpse chapels, the Medici sanctuaries, the lakes, the graveyards, the pilgrimage avenues, the statues, the recovery gardens, the homes of those who had lived there before the plague came, all vanished beneath the benediction of total war. On a viewing deck behind armored glass and layers of void shielding, Vorolan watched Ajax die. He had seen cities burned, hives cleansed, trenches flooded with promethium, refugees executed, brothers infected and shot, demons banished, and a Primarch rise from death in the light of a god he feared to name too closely. Still, the death of Ajax found a new chamber inside him. The planet below cracked and burned. Billions of spores died. So did the last loyal men left behind. So did the last prayers whispered in quarantine camps. So did the old smell of rain, grass, antiseptic, and incense that might once have belonged to a gentler world. The command deck recorded Ajax as sterilized. Vorolan recorded it as gone. Macragge received the victors like a fortress receiving the wounded, rather than a realm welcoming triumph. There were no clean parades large enough for the plague wars. There were musters, inventories, quarantine rolls, gene seed audits, funerary records, strategic reallocations, and decontamination schedules stretching farther than many campaigns. Across Ultramar, rebuilding began like a second war. Decontamination fleets moved from world to world, burning cities block by block, scraping plague matter from aqueducts, transit systems, shrines, grain towers, star docks, and buried infrastructure. Mechanicus teams cut infected machinery from Manufactoria and replaced it with sanctified iron. Entire Hab districts were dismantled because spores had entered the walls. Cemeteries were exhumed and burned. Rivers were
redirected, boiled, poisoned, filtered, and boiled again. The living were processed with the same severity as the dead. Survivors were screened, branded, relocated, reclassified, or executed. Regiments were merged from fragments. Auxiliar banners were retired because no men remained to carry them. Naval crews were redistributed across ships that still smelled of plague fog. Star Fort Galatan was repaired under mourning rites that named Bardan Davaro in every watch cycle. Espandor's black forests were mapped for eventual replanting, though no one could agree how many generations of ash must pass before roots could be trusted. Ardium's Manufactoria resumed partial output under guard, producing ammunition in halls where corpse mills had been burned from the floors. Konor's relay shrines were rebuilt with wards thicker than walls. The Ultramarines adapted because they had no other sacred luxury. Recruitment procedures were revised. Primaris integration protocols were hardened by campaign lesson. Purity screening changed. Gene seed recovery rights added clauses written in the blood of brothers lost to plague. Training cadres studied the Death Guard's patience, Typhus's void pragmatism, Kugath's symbolic infection, and Mortarian's use of meaning as weapon. The Codex Astartes did not cease to be law, but new annotations were entered. New cautionary tables, new contamination models, new procedures for the denial of mercy when mercy had become an enemy vector. Guilliman stayed only long enough to stabilize the wound. That was the tragedy of him. A lesser ruler might have remained to mourn. A beloved lord might have walked hospitals, raised monuments, spoken soft words to widows, and laid hands upon rebuilt walls. Guilliman did some of what time allowed. He issued reforms. He reorganized command. He heard reports from tetrarchs, chapter masters, navy lords, Mechanicus representatives, and mortal governors who had survived by sacrificing enough of their worlds to prove useful. He honored the dead in words that were precise and heavy. He looked upon Ultramar, his realm, and understood that saving it had not healed it. But the wider Imperium was still burning. The Great Rift still split the heavens. Crusade fleets still fought beyond Ultramar. Worlds Guilliman had never seen begged for aid they would not receive. Tyrants, Xenos, demons, heretics, and hunger pressed against every seam of mankind's dying empire. Even a Primarch could not remain by one wound while the body bled from 1,000 others. So Guilliman left again. Macgregor watched his departure with pride, anger, relief, and abandonment braided too tightly to separate. His fleet turned toward the next impossible theatre. His sons remained behind with orders, scars, and a realm to cleanse. Marneus Calgar and the commanders of Ultramar inherited the dirty work. There would be no true victory parades. There would be purges into neighboring systems overrun early in the war. There would be counter-invasions into plague-held moons. There would be quarantine sieges where Imperial commanders killed populations who still called themselves loyal. There would be vengeance campaigns into the dark approaches around the Scourge stars. Ultramarines, Genesis chapter, Aurora chapter, Silver Eagles, Sons of Auror, Mortifactors, Knights Cerulean, Nova Marines mourning Davaro, and other warriors of Guilliman's bloodline prepared for the long labor after legend. War did not end when the great names left the field. It became paperwork, fire,
and patrol routes. It became a sergeant with half a squad standing before a wall of names. Vorolon stood there in a chapel archive beneath Macragge's fortress stone, alone except for servitors scratching fresh inscriptions into black marble. The wall was immense, and still it was not large enough. Names covered it in columns: Space Marines, Auxilia regiments, Cadian remnants, naval crews, Mechanicus cohorts, night houses, Titan engines, star forts, hive districts, shrine complexes, worlds, Brother Seraphon, Brother Lurkus, Brother Nemator, Colonel Odremeyer, Chapter Master Barden Devaro, Calthix Minor, Ardium Lower Hives, Espandor Ashen Orchard, Gallatin Sealed Decks, Ajax. There were too many names for grief to remain personal. That was how the Imperium survived. It made mourning administrative. It made loss architectural. It placed the dead in rows and called the rows memory. Vorolon removed his helm. His face was pale, scarred along the jaw from a seal breach. One eye reddened where plague toxin had kissed the edge of the lens. He looked older than a Primaris warrior should have looked. Not in flesh alone, in certainty. A scribe servitor waited beside the final inscription slate. "Campaign classification requested," it droned. Vorolon looked at the words already prepared by command. The Plague Wars, Imperial Victory. The phrase sat there, correct by all accepted measures. Mortarion driven back. Ajax denied to corruption. Kugath banished. The Godblight failed. Ultramar preserved. The Scourge stars contained for the moment. The realm of Guilliman wounded, but not slain. Imperial victory. Vorolon thought of the captain denied passage after holding the gate. He thought of refugees burned behind quarantine doors. He thought of astropaths, shot while still technically alive. He thought of the fallen statue of Guilliman crushing Holgoth Rax, while the plague champion laughed that cruelty served many gods. He thought of Guilliman rising in a light so terrible it had made salvation feel like conscription. He thought of Ajax, once green, becoming fire. The servitor waited. "Final line pending," it said. Vorolon took the stylus. For a long moment, he did not move. Then he wrote beneath the victory classification, not as doctrine, not as confession, but as record. Victory is the name we give to the wounds that did not kill us. The servitor accepted the entry. The wall darkened as the words burned into stone. Vorolon placed his helm back upon his head and sealed himself once more inside ceramite, doctrine, oath, and duty. Beyond the chapel archive, war alarms were already sounding for another deployment. The Imperium still required its weapons. The Emperor still demanded endurance. Guilliman's realm still bled. The dead waited in their rows, not for peace, but for the living to spend themselves well enough to join them without shame. Brother Sergeant Acastus Vorolon turned from the wall of names and walked toward the next war.